tomorrow. Also, Mary Kay Cavanaugh, Cleveland.com is reporting that the Browns plan to have a second interview with defense coordinator Jim Schwartz on Monday. This week, Schwartz interviewed for the Ravens head coaching job, and there's also a report that Baltimore OC Todd Monken could have a second interview with the Browns sometime next week. Cavaliers knocked off the 76ers on Wednesday. Big reason why, the defensive play of Jalen Tyson against Tyrese Maxey. Donovan Mitchell, what makes Tyson oh so good when it comes to defense.
He fights through fatigue because we ask him to do a lot. He's hitting threes, he's getting into the paint, but for him, he's taking on every different matchups. Every single night is something different, right? And for him to be a second-year player, to have the trust of not just the coaching staff, but us. I run out of things to say about him because it's just very, very impressive.
Cavs back to work tonight, going to do the second game of their back-to-back in Philadelphia as they face the 76ers. The Cavs, though, will be lacking both Darius Garland and Sam Merrill for their rematch. Both were injured during Wednesday's victory. Garland's dealing with a sore right big toe last summer. Garland underwent surgery for his left big toe. Meanwhile, Merrill again has a sprained right hand. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
I received a text from my friend Jim this morning. My friend Jim said, tell me they're not going to screw this up and not hire Jim Schwartz. And I wrote back and said, well, maybe he's a dark horse here. Or maybe he's not. Second interview. Jim Schwartz, your defensive coordinator. And Todd Monken. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. Hi, D.
We're on to the second round, Jeff. They haven't finished the first round, but it looks like we're moving on to round two.
Yeah, the guys you have or can talk to, they're going to talk to a couple of them again. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. So
I feel like we should have a coaching playoff bracket.
Well,
Survive in advance.
And we have only two of those so far. But we also have three guys who are getting their first interviews coming up today and tomorrow. And that's who? Jesse Minter, Nate Scheelhaase, and he's supposed to talk to the gang, and Grant Udinski. So
they're talking to Minter and Scheelhaase today.
You're getting three of the young hot shots, and then next week you're bringing in the two vets for a second interview. Is a second interview any kind of a real telling sign here, Daryl? Or is it just a second interview and they're going through the process?
Yeah, this is just all part of the process. Like I said, they're going to talk to two more guys today, Nate Scheelhaase and Jesse Minter.
Yeah, we just said that.
We talked to Matt Money Smith yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Who made it pretty clear that it doesn't seem like Minter is going to be a fit here.
He's going to look at the offense because he's confident in his own abilities on defense and see what kind of an offense they have.
And the Browns don't have any offense whatsoever.
Here's what Jesse might say after the interview. Check, please.
So Scheelhaase is someone who I think is going to make it to the final round. I think he's going to be, amongst those that they're going to decide between. But the fact that we are getting to second interviews now is a positive sign that this thing is moving along. It's moving forward. Now, granted, it's the two veteran coaches, Todd Monken.
Who's been here.
Yeah, 2019, Freddie Kitchens, offensive coordinator. What a fun year that was.
Worked well for everybody.
And then, of course, Jim Schwartz, who's done a nice job over 3 years. And so, one of these young guys is going to get, or more, I should say, of these younger guys are going to get second interviews. But that's kind of where we're at right now. It's just, part of this, this process of trying to get this thing figured out, and for folks maybe a little annoyed that we're now I don't know, what day is this, into the 10, 11, into this whole coaching thing. Look, they're doing their homework.
Can't be annoyed, can you? You think some folks are annoyed?
Yeah, I think some.
Still, there's
with the volume of guys that they're looking at.
Nobody's been hired yet.
Right.
We know
Harbaugh,
John Harbaugh
right.
with New York, but that's not been officially announced.
Right.
So we're all assuming that it'll happen. But still, there are 8 teams clearly looking, and maybe a 9th.
This coaching search right now is down to 10 people for the Browns. Okay, so the size of the list has been reduced by a couple of names, which is a good sign. But now it's a field of 10, and two of those 10
give them to me.
Okay, Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees.
Yeah,
Dan Pitcher. I think Rees. I think Rees is now out because if
he's not getting a second interview.
Right, if he's not on the list to do a second interview, I would probably say maybe he has been eliminated. But let's not jump the gun on anything.
No.
Because this is a very fluid situation here.
Right. And they could always just say, hey, we'd like to talk to you again.
Right.
At any time.
Right. Dan
After
Pitcher.
all, he is under contract.
Right. Dan Pitcher from the Bengals. Adden Dirty from the Seahawks. We mentioned Monken a couple times because he's going to get a second interview, as is Schwartzy. Mike McDaniel, who talked to him this week. So those are all the folks that have actually completed interviews with the Browns. Completing interviews today with the Browns. Nate Scheelhaus, the Rams pass game specialist, and Jesse Minter, who's the Chargers defensive coordinator. Still waiting to hear when Jaguars offensive coordinator Grant Udinski and Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula.
Udinski on Saturday.
Yeah, okay, so Saturday for him. I'm guessing Shula will be this weekend as well. So they'll go into Monday, Jeff.
Although they've not officially requested Shula, according to reports.
Yeah, but I think he's on the list. So
Daryl, you might have been on the list.
No, I was not on the list. I probably should have been, but I wasn't.
You might have been on the list. You never know. You never know.
No, I wouldn't be on the list because I would tell them things that they don't want to hear.
Well, that's what some of these candidates should do, shouldn't they?
Yes.
I mean, that's
yes.
If you come in and say, "Gosh, I love what you're doing."
See, I would start.
Well, then
with
why'd you fire your coach?
See,
so you've got to come in and say, "This isn't good.
Yeah.
This is what I think. This is where this could be improved."
Yeah. See, I would start with all the things you're doing wrong, and then I would tell you how I would fix it, and then we would then get into the state of affairs and how we move this thing forward.
And you could say, "Good things that I've heard. Heard the cafeteria is really good here."
Which, by the way, can confirm cafeteria really good, top notch.
I bet.
I've seen it. It's pretty nice.
You know, it's in what
you know what? Our Odyssey cafeteria here is pretty spectacular. Yeah. It's better than the Odyssey Cleveland cafeteria.
Well, mainly because there's free food over there at the Browns cafeteria. Only occasionally in the Odyssey cafeteria. Browns free food every day. That used to be a racquetball court.
Oh, really?
Yes.
They have a salad bar. They've got an entree bar. They've got it's phenomenal over there.
Used to be a racquetball court.
Those players are spoiled.
Back when racquetball was a thing.
That's why I laugh when they I see the NFLPA surveys they've been doing in recent years, and they give the Browns like average marks on the food, and I'm like what are you talking about?
What kind of gourmet chefs are you supposed to have?
Right, they do, but no. Here's the thing:
they do.
They do have gourmet chefs.
I know.
I mean, it's unbelievable what these players get. I would love to have that kind of opportunity, if you will, to have my meals provided in that fashion.
Late yesterday, Tyler Sullivan from CBS put out another one of these types of things that I love looking at because I just love different opinions on this. NFL head coach matchmaker. Who's going where? He has Robert Saleh going to Arizona. Mike McDaniel going to the Atlanta Falcons, which wasn't what we were thinking. Cliff Kingsbury to the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
He has Clint Kubiak going to the Raiders. Jesse Minter going to the Miami Dolphins. Brian Flores going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kevin Stefanski going to the Tennessee Titans. And to the Cleveland Browns, Jim Schwartz. He said it's rare to see a team fire its head coach than simply elevate a coordinator.
Yeah.
Most organizations prefer a clean house. Schwartz could be an exception.
Here's the thing. I just don't know that elevating Jim Schwartz is a long-term hire. I feel like if they elevate Jim Schwartz,
but how many of
that's
those
a
are
short,
there?
Well,
See, if you go young coordinator, you hope you get the guy.
Right.
But they've done young coordinator before. You had 6 years from Kevin. You had one with Rob Chudzinski. You had one with Freddie.
All right, I'm going to throw a whole because I get these ideas. They're just spur of the moment.
You can get checks for those.
I probably should be. But does the next Browns head coach make it to the Dome in Brook Park?
Ideally, that's the thought, isn't it?
No. I didn't. I'm not. We're not
asking me?
talking ideally here. We're talking. Does the head coach that the Browns are going to hire here this cycle, does he make it to the Dome in Brook Park? What say you, Jeff Phelps?
I'll say yes.
Dan, what say you?
No.
I'm with Dan. No.
So that guy
And
would have to
especially
coach
if they-
26, 27, 28, and then
Right.
go to the Dome in 29.
Yeah.
It means he's got to make it into a fourth year.
Yeah. And I think if they elevate Jim Schwartz, no.
I would agree with that.
And I love Jim Schwartz. I don't want that to be misconstrued as I hate Jim Schwartz. And no, I think the world of Jim Schwartz.
It's not Jim's age.
No.
I mean, in theory, he could coach another 10 years until he's in his late 60s. Why not?
I mean,
they just hired Harbaugh. He's 64.
I just don't think there's going to be a lot of longevity with him as the head coach. He's not getting 6 years like Kevin Stefanski did. Guarantee that.
Also, I don't think Andrew Berry's making it to the Dome.
Well, that's the other thing, too. See, I think, and this is why there's part of me that feels like it behooves Andrew Berry to hire one of these young kids, but it's also the danger in doing it because of the upside of you're trying to find your own version of Sean McVay or your own version of Andrew Berry. Look, Andrew Berry was 32 years old when the Browns brought him back from Philadelphia and made him executive vice president of football operations and general manager, and that is a mouthful. But he was 32 years old at the time, youngest top football executive in the National Football League.
Right.
Okay? So the danger is that you hire one of these guys and they're just not ready to be a head coach, and you find that out just in the process of them being the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Whereas Jim Schwartz, look, he's been a head coach. He was head coach of the Detroit Lions, had a little bit of success up there, but
he had one good year, made the playoffs, took over a winless team.
Right.
Built it in 3 years, and then it kind of didn't go from there.
Yeah, but I would say that he kind of got the ball rolling on them, getting things turned around a little bit.
Yeah, kind of.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Kind of helped lay the foundation there.
Yep.
And then others have come in and
took a while, but
built
it was
upon
there last
that.
year.
Right. And I think that to a degree, it started with John Dorsey, but to a degree, I think Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry built upon the foundation, although I don't feel like Andrew has done a good enough job fortifying that foundation for this team, which is why they're in the position that they're in.
Agreed.
But, and the same thing with Monken. I don't know that Todd Monken is a 6 to 8 year hire. Well, I think he's a 2 to 3 year guy as well.
As a head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with both of those things. The only way you'd have to get lucky, and Schwartz could last, Monken could last, but I think they'd have to win big to do it. And the coordinators, you got to keep your fingers crossed.
Here's my question with Schwartz, Jeff. How does he build an offense?
He hires an offensive coordinator and he lets him do it, just like Kevin let him do the defense.
I mean that's
what you see all around the NFL.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but that's my chief concern with Jim Schwartz. The cupboard is bare on the offensive side of the ball. So how do you build that thing from the ground up as a defensive guy?
They've interviewed a lot of coordinators who aren't calling plays. You hire one of those guys and you turn them loose.
Are you trying to say that maybe the new offensive coordinator is someone that is interviewed for the head coaching job, Jeffrey?
216-474-0092 is the number to join us. There are 8 teams still playing football. There are 9 teams, because until they sign Harbaugh, he's not completely signed, although he's going to get the job. There are 9 teams still looking for a head coach. What can the Browns learn in their coaching search from the teams that are still playing? Next on Baskin and Phelps. Joe Posnanski is going to join us. Cleveland guy, big-time author. Joe does great stuff, and he's written a piece on the Browns that we're going to dig into. Bill Bender is a senior writer from the Sporting News. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock as we're going to talk a little college football. Biggie coming up on Monday. The Indiana Hoosiers and the Miami Hurricanes. Who'd have thunk that one, huh? Not folks in Columbus. Bill's going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy today. Browns, according to reports, second interview. Jim Schwartz coming up. We just heard Jeff mention that. Todd Monken, second interview coming up. First interviews with the young coordinators, the dashing young men with the incredibly bright futures until they get hired and get washed out and end up back as coordinators, unless they happen to hit big, which ultimately, Dan and I said the minute that they let go of Kevin Stefanski, ultimately what you would really love to see is this team find their own coordinator de jour who becomes Sean McVay or some of these other young guys. There are 8 teams currently still alive for the Super Bowl. And those teams are the Bills and Broncos. They'll play tomorrow at 4:30. Sunday, Texans and Patriots at 3 o'clock. Those are the AFC teams. In the NFC, the 49ers and the Seahawks. That's at 8 o'clock on Saturday. And then on Sunday, the Rams and the Bears. And Daryl, I thought, the Browns need a head coach. Some of these other teams need a head coach. And we're hearing all kinds of names thrown around for all of these jobs. What can the Browns learn from these teams? Now, one thing I think they can learn is that you can turn things around rather quickly. Chicago Bears did. But they had some young talent there. They had some young talent, and they hired Ben Johnson, and he came in. The thing that I take most out of the 8 teams that are still left, guys, is this. Only 2 of them are coached by guys who are on their second NFL job. Sean Payton in Denver and Mike Vrabel with the New England Patriots. 2 guys have coached more than one NFL team. The other 6 guys, and with the Browns getting ready to talk to Jesse Minter and Grant Udinski and Nate Shalehouse, the other 6 guys, other 6 teams, all coached by guys who were the hot coordinator du jour, hired and still employed by that team. You have Sean McDermott in Buffalo, DeMeco Ryans, Ryan Shanahan, Mike McDonald, Sean McVay, Ben Johnson. Here's another thing that I found fascinating about this. 5 of those 6 guys were hired when they were in their 30s. Mm-hmm. So Nate Shalehouse is 35 years old. And you would think, good Lord, what a young kid. Well, Sean McVay was 30 when he was hired. Mike McDonald was 36. Ben Johnson, DeMeco Ryans, and Kyle Shanahan were all 38 years old. Does the success of the 6 teams playing right now make you find that coordinator rather than the 2 teams who are coached by a coach on a second go-round, Darryl?
Well, Schwartz and Monken are both 59 years old.
And one of them has been a head coach somewhere else.
Correct. Monken has never been a head coach.
Except
in the NFL.
at Southern Miss, yeah.
In the NFL. That's
right.
why I couched it.
Yes.
In the National Football League.
Yes.
Never been a head coach.
Which to me,
worked for many head coaches
counts.
in the NFL, but has never had the job himself. Schwartz, as we know, was with the Lions. You mentioned it earlier, made the playoffs. Then things kind of fell apart from there.
Yes.
And I don't think either one of those guys is a long-term hire. And by long-term hire, are you coaching this team when they go into the Dome? The answer is no. I don't think either one of those guys will be coaching the Browns when they get to the Dome.
That means you're not expecting them to have success if they get hired.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
then why would you hire them?
Right. The offense is a complete rebuild. Okay? And I know you keep talking about worst to first and teams turn it around all the time.
It happens.
It does happen. It doesn't happen in Cleveland.
Sean McVay did it.
Right. But it doesn't happen in Cleveland. We need to understand that. It doesn't happen here. We get 5-year plans here.
That's narrow-minded thinking. At some point, you could easily get it right.
We're gonna hear about the grand plans for sustained success when they hire whoever they're gonna hire. Okay, and it's probably gonna take a little time because you got to put the offensive side together. Like they're not going worst to first and building an entire offense in one offseason. I think we need to be very realistic about that.
Unlikely.
And that's why I'm not going to complain about, well, teams around the NFL go from worst to first over all the time, because I understand what they have on that side of the ball, which is Quinshon Judkins, once he gets healthy, Dylan Sampson, and Harold Fannin Jr. That's it. So that's 3 players out of about 20 that they need.
Okay, I'll play devil's advocate for you here. They're certainly not the Bears, who had a lot of skill position talent and then went out and brought in 4 new starting offensive linemen.
Right.
You could make the argument that they could be the Rams. Rams have 2 running backs who they like.
Mm-hmm.
They have a veteran quarterback who they could go out and get if the Browns wanted to. There are guys out there, you could go get one.
Yeah, they do it every year, Jeff.
And their wide receivers are a guy who popped as a 5th-round rookie and a 33-year-old guy who they signed in free agency. So, I mean, if you added 4 or 5 key pieces to the offense, you could become mediocre. And if you have a mediocre offense and a really good defense, you can go win football games. I'm not saying that they're going to be successful.
Right.
My point here is this. 6 of the 8 teams going went for the young coordinator, and it worked.
Which is why I think that's where the Browns ultimately need to go. I just don't know which of these guys. I was on with the morning show this morning, and Ken was annoyed with me because, I'm not sitting here pounding the table for one specific guy.
Well,
it's because I don't know which one of these guys to pound the table for, okay? They all know X's and O's, okay? They're not getting interviewed by the Browns if they didn't know that, okay? It's the intangibles that need to be discovered, because that's the separator for you, are the intangibles. And I am still firm in my convictions, even with what Mary Kay reported about Schwartz getting a second interview on Monday, the fact they're supposedly going to bring back Todd Monken for a second interview. I am still convinced. Again, they're going to talk to Nate Scheelhaase and Jesse Minter today. I think Scheelhaase will get a second interview. I think Dan Pitcher's going to get a second interview. I think Grant Udinsky's going to get a second interview.
Yeah, they haven't even had their first.
Right. But I think it's going to be one of those 3 guys.
That Mike Pettin effect for Udinsky.
Yeah. Pitcher, Scheelhaase, or Udinsky. I think it's going to be one of the 3. I don't know which one I should pound the table for. I do. The more I learn about Udinsky, the more I like him. Okay. But I like Scheelhaase a lot, too. I like what I've heard about him. Pitcher's probably my I'm not nearly as interested in Dan Pitcher as some folks out in Berea are. And I will admit I don't know what I'm missing there, but clearly I'm missing something, because there are people in that building that like him an awful lot. And I keep defaulting back to Jeff that Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins aren't coming with him. So what's he going to do to build something here? And look,
he's gonna trust his general manager to get talent for him.
I mean, I think it's coming down to those 3 guys when the dust settles. When it's all said and done, we get probably toward the end of next week. I think it comes down to one of those 3 guys.
Gary's in Cleveland. Hey, Gary.
Hey, morning, guy.
And to you.
My take is the Browns should hire Schwartz as a head coach. We already have the Reeves kid, and it's obvious he can call plays. But I'll never forget one of the reporters had asked Stefanski about the play calling, and Stefanski said, "quote, oh, I still call the plays." So
until week 10.
There, I'm sorry?
Until week 10 when he handed it off to Tommy Rees.
Yes. He still said it. If you guys go back in your archives, I forget which after which game it was. It was definitely late in the season.
Gary, I remember that, and I remember you called us and talked about it. What he was doing was protecting Tommy Reese, because he said ultimately it falls on me.
And well, he said he still called the plays, and obviously what he said, it falls on him. You're the head coach, so everything falls on you, the wins and the losses. But my thing is, you already have it in place. Tommy Reese, you got your offensive coordinator. You have one of the best defensive coaches in the game. Make him a head coach. He'll bring in another defensive coordinator, and whatever we do, please get Callahan back.
All right, Gary. He's not necessarily the answer. I think the answer, more than anything, is getting better offensive linemen who can stay healthy.
That would be helpful as well.
Seems to work.
But I'm not going to. But Jeff, Mike Vrabel had to coach the offensive line last year. No, I mean the in 2024. Okay, right. We got to October. Things were so bad with the offensive line situation that Mike Vrabel had to step in as the de facto offensive line coach.
There's more than one human being on the planet who can coach the offensive line. So we'll see.
The reason why everyone keeps defaulting back to Callahan, though, because
nothing against Bill Callahan.
It was the best. I mean, we got spoiled with about 7 great years of offensive line play. Okay,
what'd that do for you?
Well, and it was
you
the same
made the
core group
twice.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was the same core group of guys too.
Yeah. Barry is in Aurora. Hello, Barry.
Hello.
Time to talk, Barry.
Yeah, so I think that Udinski should be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
Why?
I think you need an offensive-minded type of guy. I don't think Jim Schwartz is the answer, because he's been a head coach before, and what has he done? He was 29 for 51. He's done nothing right for his last head coaching job.
He took a winless team and took it to the playoffs in 3 years.
Yeah, where did that get him, though? He got fired.
Yes, he did, as do most every coach ever.
As the same thing happened to Kevin Stefanski, who took the Browns to the playoffs twice.
Well, yeah, but I don't think Jim Schwartz is the answer. I think you need more of an offensive-minded. That's why I think Udinski or Mike McDaniel should be the next head coach.
All right, Barry. See, there's the thought. I can't argue with this thought.
I want nothing to do with Mike McDaniel.
Can we be honest?
Well, I hope we're always honest.
99.7% of all of us and anybody listening and all Browns fans had no idea who Grant Udinski was until his name popped up in the search. Can we just be honest about that? Let's be honest.
Or Nate Scheelhaus.
I had no idea who Grant Udinski was. Scheelhaus's name rang a bell because he played in the Big Ten for 4 years. None of us know these guys. Let's be honest, okay? Let's not lie to each other. Grant Udinski, 29-year-old offensive coordinator for the Jags who doesn't call plays. Okay, great. Is he the answer? Maybe, but don't sit here and tell me that's the guy. Because I've been studying his career since he was at Bucks Central or Central Bucks in Pennsylvania, living in Pettin's legacy.
Oh man!
So 6 of the 8 teams still playing hired the coordinator du jour, 5 of them when he was in his 30s. It's working for those guys. Would it work for the Browns? 216-474-0092. And what could we learn about quarterback based on the 8 teams that are still alive? Oh, Daryl's going to love this one next on Baskin and Phelps.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports.
is going to join us. Joe, big-time writer, Cleveland guy. Bill Bender's going to talk a little college football with us coming up at 1 o'clock, national championship game coming up on Monday. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy today. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. Who's taking our phone calls back there? Is that Mackenzie back there?
It's me.
Hi, Mackenzie. How are you?
Hello.
Mackenzie Flume at 216-474-0092.
You get to talk to her before you get to talk to us.
Well, which is, good. But we can't see the person answering phones anymore. They remodeled our studio setup, so we don't see the person answering phones anymore. So sometimes you have to ask. And I did.
I now get my own panic room.
And we heard a very pleasant voice, so there you go.
It's padded and everything.
Uh-huh.
Here's the we just talked about what the Browns could learn from the 8 teams that are still playing right now. And they're in the conference semifinals. And I honestly think there's something to be learned from that. And it's this. There are 8 teams still playing. 6 of them are coached by a guy that team hired as the coordinator du jour. The hot coordinator, we like him. We think he's going to become a good coach. Well, 6 of them have their teams right now, a couple of wins away from going to the Super Bowl.
I almost every time you say coordinator du jour, I want to ask if you have any Grey Poupon.
I know. I feel like it too. And those guys are Sean McDermott in Buffalo. We'll see how long that lasts if he doesn't win. DeMeco Ryans in Houston. Shanahan in San Francisco, Mike McDonald in Seattle, Sean McVay, who was hired when he was 30 with the Rams, and he's going strong, and Ben Johnson. McVay was 30, Shanahan, Johnson, Ryans were 38, McDonald 36, and Sean McDermott was 43 when he was hired.
Here's a deeper cut for you, though. Of the remaining 8 teams, how many of them do you really believe have staying power? In other words, these aren't going to be like, one playoff run and done. We're going to see these teams next year and potentially the year after, right? How many of these guys do you think are going to have some staying power?
All right, well, let me poo-poo what you said first of all.
I'm asking a question.
If you're a Browns fan, does it matter? If you can get your team hot and get them going, let's just settle for one good run before we hope for 4 or 5.
It does matter because
that's what you're trying to hire somebody for now.
You were maybe 2 plays away from the conference championship game in 2020, and then you had a step back for 2 years before getting back in 2023, and you had a little flash in the pan with Joe Flacco to get you to the playoffs before he turned into a pumpkin down in Houston, right? And then you're hoping, and then it fell off a cliff,
right? And I get that. You're hoping for what's really hard to come by in the National Football League, and that is what Kansas City had put together, what Philadelphia has put together. I'll say the Rams, what the Rams have put together.
Okay. I'm going to say the Patriots.
Because not recently, but they're back on their way back.
I'm saying of these teams that are still alive, who I think are still going to be around. I think the Patriots are still going to be around.
Patriots have a good coach and some good young talent.
I think the Bears have been living a charmed life all season. Okay, a lot of their wins have been from the come from behind win. They've got 5 or 6 in the final 2 minutes of games.
But it says something that you're able to do that repeatedly.
I understand, but that's a tough way to live. So I'm going to say the Bears are primed for a fallback next year. I agree with you. I think the Rams potentially have some staying power. I don't think that the 49ers have as much staying power.
Their roster looks a little sketchy.
They're holding it together with duct tape right now.
And they're injured like crazy.
Right. Yeah. See, I'm concerned about Buffalo. I kind of feel like this
might be the last go-round until they have to tweak in a major way.
All or none for them this year. I kind of feel like this is it
Josh Allen,
for them.
James Cook on the offense, and some tight ends, and that's about what they have.
Right. I kind of feel about the Bills the way I feel about the Cavs this year. Like, if the Cavs aren't able to do something, I think they got to make significant changes. Houston, I'm not sold that they are a long-term repeat contender here. But that's the lens that I'm...
And you're not sure yet if C.J. Stroud is going to be a big-time quarterback for a long period
of time. Right. We've seen glimpses. We saw it his rookie year. We've seen some of that return this year. But, I'm not sold on the Texans having that that staying power. Seattle's curious to me. I know they're the number one seed in the NFC this year. They're 14-3. And obviously I like them to advance. In fact, I'm picking them to go to the Super Bowl this year. I think it's going to be Rams and Seahawks in the NFC Championship, and I like Seattle in that game. But I don't know how much I kind of feel like they are living a little bit of a charmed life this year with what they put together. I don't know they have a long-term solution at quarterback, but they're one of those teams where get it while the getting's good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's my point, is that even if you do quick turnaround, you want to have some staying power with that too.
Yeah, but Daryl, that's so hard to find in the NFL. I mean, it really is.
I don't know. There seems to be a lot of teams that do that fairly well.
The Ravens had it. The Steelers have had it. It just...
The Patriots have had it.
The
49ers have had it. So Seattle had it for a while.
Ultimately, you would like to join the group of 6 to 10 teams that you know are going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. These 8 teams that are still going, we just talked about 6 of them hired the coordinator, and they're still their guy.
Coordinator du jour, Jeff.
Yes, thank you very much. But at quarterback, you want to have reinforced what we've heard time and time again. Chris Rose has mentioned it numerous times. I've mentioned it numerous times. I believe the number is only 6 quarterbacks main starting quarterbacks for teams weren't first-round picks. Of the 8 teams that are still playing football right now, their quarterbacks, and there's an interesting bunch of quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Bo Nix, C.J. Stroud, Drake May in the AFC. In the NFC, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, Caleb Williams. Of the 8 quarterbacks, 2 of them were number 1 overall picks. Another was the 2nd pick in a draft, C.J. Stroud. 2 others were 3rd overall picks in the draft. Sam Darnold, who's obviously had some battle scars, and Drake May. Another 7th and a 12th, and then one guy who was not a first-round pick. So 7 of the 8 teams have first-round picks as their quarterbacks. 7 of the 8 teams. And 5 of them, have quarterbacks that were taken in the top 3 of the draft. What's that tell you?
It tells me the formula in the NFL to win: nail your quarterback, nail your coach.
There it is.
Right? You have
a good coach, you have a good quarterback, you have a chance to win some games.
And I think that's part of the hindsight 2020 frustration of the Browns situation, is because in 2020, it felt like had the quarterback, had the coach, right? I'm saying in the moment.
Seemed like it, yeah.
In the moment, it felt like Baker
ready to
and
roll.
Kevin were a match made in heaven.
Baker played well under Kevin.
Right. And then, unfortunately, injuries and other circumstances.
Baker got beat up, and they decided they needed something better because they didn't want to pay him that big contract.
Right. And also, too, they weren't sure if they, wanted to invest in, that kind of money in
exactly.
him. Right?
And I think that's been proven right.
Now he's gone, and he's
done a fine job in Tampa.
Well, but let's be honest about it.
He's middle of the road when it comes to pay.
He got kicked in the teeth, all right, which he needed. He needed a reality check. Okay, he got that, and look, things started off for him really, really well in Tampa this year too. And I mean, I was even saying, hey, if he keeps this up, he's in the MVP conversation. Then he got a bunch of injuries this year, a non-throwing shoulder injury, and I was having flashbacks to his time with the Browns, and he wanted to keep playing through it. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to end well for him because we know how that ended here in Cleveland, right? And you admire the grit, you admire the toughness, but also at the same time, you got to be smart about it. and so, back to your point, yeah, if you can nail the quarterback and you can nail the coach, which of course
has been the issue,
right? It's the 2 largest Achilles heels for this franchise since '99. They haven't been able to find a quarterback. You're 42 deep. You're probably going 43 and 44 deep this coming season. And Kevin Stefanski's as consistent as they've been able to get. in the head coaching ranks. Romeo Crennel's the second longest tenured coach. He got 4 seasons here since 1999. Everyone else has been 3 or fewer.
Again, this is where the 8 teams have quarterbacks where they were drafted. Ready?
Yeah.
8 teams left.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 7, 12,
Yeah.
and 262. So the outlier is Brock Purdy. Congratulations. It's worked for him. He's done a very nice job. And Kyle Shanahan, big part of that. So there's your combination, Daryl.
And by the way, Kyle
Quarterback and
Shanahan
coach.
used to work here. Like, you know, when you talk
didn't
about
they,
those young, I mean, you go back and look at all the football minds that have come through the Browns, assistant coaches that have gone on to have success as head coaches. They've had a lot of really good assistants come through here.
Without question.
And I think when you look at this coaching search right now and some of those names on it, a lot of those guys are going to get head coaching jobs, whether it's this cycle or next year's cycle. You're going to see them roaming sidelines around the NFL, running their own programs.
Roman is in Canton. Hello, Roman.
What's up, fellas? How you doing again?
Very well.
Good. I just want to let you know you guys can move on to the next segment after me. I've solved it.
Oh, good.
Okay, hang on. Let me get my pen and paper. Okay, here we go.
Is it Grant
Pen and
Udinski?
paper, I've solved it. It's over with. I mean, this is it. So you have the 2 guys with your second interview, all right? They are old guys. They've been in the league for a while now.
Veteran coaches.
Veteran coaches. Let them be the head coach. One of these young guys coming in for those coordinator jobs or, you know, the quote-unquote head coach job, let them – I'm sure they're talking about, hey, if you don't get this job or if we don't got you here, what would you think about being the offensive coordinator? So you make Schwartz the head coach. You talk to Udinski and say, the offense is yours. You get to call plays. You're 29 years old. Let's see what you can do with the playbook in your hands. So you let him be the coordinator. Schwartz picks his guy underneath him. It's basically the same defense. Run it out with Shadur. See what he can really do with a head coach or with an offensive coordinator that's focused on him being the guy. And if 2027 comes around and it's not looking right, then guess what? You have one of those guys in the top 10 in the first round that could possibly be taken in 2027. You guys talked about it when? You talked about it the other day, right?
Yesterday.
Exactly. So there's opportunity there, but this year we can really find out where the direction is going with the team. And then when we get this nice, bright, new, shiny stadium that everybody's paying all sorts of money for, if Udinski does end up having that jazz and having that, you know, moxie to be the offensive coordinator / head coach, then guess what?
He would have already been hired by somebody else.
No, don't do that. Don't say that.
Sorry, Roman.
Don't say that. But I'm telling you, he'd be in the building. He'd have his quarterback. It would look nice and pretty.
Yeah.
It would look awesome in a new stadium.
Yeah,
And
in
there
Dallas, where he replaces
And-
Brian Schottenheimer.
And there we are, 10 years in the playoffs, maybe a Super Bowl run.
Okay,
and
Roman.
everything's solved, guys.
All right, Roman, thank you. Sorry. Young coordinator comes in here on the offensive side and has the Browns offense cooking next year. He's a one and done.
Yes, 100%.
He's a one and done.
You have turned water into wine.
I'm so bummed we can't play one toke over the line after that one.
You have multiplied the
He'd be
bread
one
and the
and done.
fishes.
What are the playoff teams teaching us? Go coordinator at head coach and get that quarterback and get him high. Speaking of one toke over the line, what do you think of that? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
Welcome back to Basket and Films. Daryl's in for Andy. We're talking about football. Talking about the Browns coaching situation, Browns quarterback situation, what the Browns can learn from the 8 teams that are still playing football right now in the National Football League. Quick summation, 3/4 of them, 6 of the 8, hired the coordinator du jour and have stuck with him. Most of those guys were in their 30s when they were hired as head coach. They have their team in the final 8 right now. And all but one of them drafted a quarterback in the top 12. And 2 of their quarterbacks were number 1 overall picks. Now they might have got them in a trade. Matthew Stafford, for instance, came in a trade for Jared Goff, who is also a very high pick.
Yep.
Obviously. Caleb Williams. So you have 2 number 1 overall picks going at it in that game. A couple of number 3 overall picks, Sam Darnold, Drake May, C.J. Stroud, 2nd overall pick, Josh Allen, 7th pick, and Bo Nix was the 12th pick. So you have number 1 picks and you have coordinator du jours as your head coaches. What's that mean for you, folks? What do you think? Does it mean anything? Could it help? Dan is in Broadview Heights. Hello, Dan.
How you guys doing?
Very well, thank you.
The thing that I'm waiting for is that if the Bills lose this weekend, Sean McDermott could be on his way out.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be licking my chops for an opportunity to hire him, and I wouldn't let him out of the building until he signed on the dotted line. Then he could bring back Brian Dable, who he had a lot of success with in Buffalo as the offensive coordinator, and leave Jim Schwartz as our defensive coordinator.
If Jim wanted to stick around. He's under contract, but that doesn't mean he has to stick around. I get it.
Well,
That'd be a veteran coaching staff, Dan.
I mean, I don't think Jim, unless Jim couldn't just leave and go somewhere else for the same job because he's under contract, correct?
Correct. He could ask out. It worked before. Ask Kyle Shanahan. Or he could just say, you know what, I'm done. I'm going to sit for a year. The one thing I think about, Dan, when it comes to Jim Schwartz, who's now getting a second interview to be the head coaching job, if you pass me over for the head coaching job, why in the world would I even care to stick around? Unless he just wants to.
You know who Brian Daboll used to work for here in Cleveland, don't you?
Back in the day?
No. Eric Mangini.
Yeah, well,
he was Mangini's offensive coordinator.
How'd that work?
Well,
thank you. They
didn't have much to work with offensively when Mangini was here, for being honest about it.
And Todd Monken's getting a second interview. He worked with Freddie Kitchens. How did that work?
Well, that offense was kind of, sort of, somewhat fun to watch a little bit.
He had Baker.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, am I off base?
Yes.
With saying, I mean, you're pretty much right. It kind of falls under that. If you have to ask the question, you already know the answer. I don't want anybody who has had anything to do with Josh Allen.
Why?
Because I think Josh Allen's a superhero. I think he's like Cam Newton back in the day, where basically he just spackles over every horrendous crack and idea that you have because he's a superhero. I mean,
he just overcomes the stupidity?
Right. That was Cam Newton. I mean, Cam back, and everybody remembers Cam at the end when he couldn't throw, but like Cam when he was making the Super Bowl run, like it's not like Ken Dorsey was lighting the world on fire with him. It's not like Chudzinski had everything together. Like Cam Newton just kind of would go, oh, all right, time for me to run. Okay, I'm a linebacker playing quarterback. Best of luck. Like, that's my Josh Allen problem. I don't want anybody who is associated with that offense or even Sean McDermott, because I think Josh Allen just fixes it. It's like, oh, this is a dumb idea. Fine, I'll just barrel myself forward and no one will tackle me. Let's do a 10-yard tush push. Why? Because I'm Josh Allen.
That was a phenomenal play, wasn't it? He just stayed on his feet, and they kept pushing, and he kept moving his legs, and all of a sudden you needed a half a yard, and you ended up with 9.5.
I'm going to flick my wrist, and the ball will go 65 yards on a line and hit Khalil Shakir in stride. Like, okay, that's not in the playbook.
Yeah,
That's
but
fun.
The Browns need to find their guy that's capable of doing stuff like that. And you know who might be capable of doing stuff like that?
Oh, I'm excited for where this is going to go.
Shitter Sanders.
Good Lord. Jim's in Strongsville. Jim.
Is this why I'm in the panic room?
Maybe he could. Hi, Jim.
Dan, stay in your cave. Stay in your cave, Dan. Just kidding, buddy. Listen, I'm trying to figure out what you guys are coming at, because you were talking about staying power as far as it goes with these teams that are still in here. And the biggest denominator is two well, actually, 3 of the teams just have what we would consider ridiculously good coaches. And I would put that into the Broncos, the 49ers, and the Rams. Now, the Rams are also aided by Stafford. The only team out of these 8 that are left that I would say aren't going to probably be playoff teams next year, depending on what happens, would be the Rams, depending on what happens with Matthew Stafford. I think what this tells you is you either have to have an exceptional quarterback or you have to have an exceptional head coach, which the Broncos and 49ers have done. I mean, that's what it boils down to. And I don't know how many exceptional head coaches there are out there. How many Sean Paytons are out there? How many Shanahans are out there? I just look at it and, well, I mean, you could take a flyer, but the best bet to get good real fast is to hit on the quarterback. I mean, that's what these teams have done. I think the Texans are a nice blend because I don't think C.J. Stroud's played all that well.
No, he's had a rough year, actually, compared to the past.
Quarterback's the cheat code, though. Quarterback can cover up a lot of warts.
Exactly. I mean, but that's my take. Is listen, until we get the quarterback figured out, I don't know that we're going to luck into a Shanahan or because luck into one of these wonderlink coaches. I mean, I think look, even Chicago, it was a great first year, but who knows what's going to happen next year? I mean, Caleb Williams has been good, but I'm not 100% sold on Caleb Williams at this point. I think there's so many things that go into look. Listen, the only guys, there's very few guys that can go out there and win with garbage or not win with garbage, but 99% of the coaches out there have to have good players to win. And I'm not
That's the way it usually works, Jim. You're right.
I'm not saying the Broncos and 49ers don't, but I'll tell you what, the level of production that Shanahan and Peyton get out of their teams, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But again, it's a diamond in the rough. So you either need that guy or you need a quarterback. So,
all right, Jim, thank you very much. Joe Posnanski is going to join us coming up in about 9 minutes. Joe might disagree with what Jim said there. Just a little precursor there, tease. Get ready for that, huh? Sean's in Bedford. Hello, Sean.
Hey, what's going on, Jeff? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Hey, just wanted to chime in. Do you guys think that if they hire one of the young blood candidates out there that Jim Schwartz would stay on as defensive coordinator? And last thing, my opinion, I just think they should hire Jim Schwartz as the head coordinator. If you can get Mike McDaniel as offensive coordinator, I think that's a win-win.
All right, Sean. I'm curious to see what happens with Jim Schwartz, Daryl. If he doesn't get the head coaching job, would he be willing to come back to the team that told him, yeah, we interviewed you twice. We know you've been here. You've done a great job, but we don't want you to be the head coach.
Yeah, but this time around, he's getting a second interview.
Yeah, I know, but do you think he'd be willing to come back? Second interview doesn't mean you're getting a job.
Well, I know that I was being a little facetious there.
Oh, sorry.
Because the last time he interviewed for the job, I believe he only interviewed one time.
But you know what I'm saying. If he doesn't get the job and they bring in a guy who is, they bring in 30-year-old Grant Udinsky, and Jim's going to think, really? Now, I know I make big money to be a defensive coordinator, but that means I've probably got a lot of money in the bank. Thank you, I'm done. Or does he stick around?
Come along, Cubby. I'll show you where the dry erase markers
Exactly.
Well,
don't worry about the D. I have that. Oh, wait a minute. You want to tell me what to do with my defense? Okay. Check, please. That's my second check, please, of the day.
Well, there also might be some stipulation in there that the defense is Jim's. And
stipulation in where? His contract?
No, the head coach. Leave the defense to Jim.
Yeah, and if I'm the head coach, I'm going to say, wait a minute, I'm not allowed to worry about the other side of the ball? I'm the head coach.
Listen, the Browns are the great collaborators. Okay? That's what they do out there. They're very good at defining roles. They're very good at sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. They're very good at setting boundaries. Yeah, you can do that there. They've been doing this since 1999, Jeff. Very little of what they do has been conventional.
But it's been with different owners and different GMs and everything else. It has to.
But I'm just saying,
you have to get lucky and get it right at some point.
It's possible that you can say that. To the, I mean, you're already telling the young up-and-comer, hey, Jim Schwartz is going to be your defensive coordinator. So why not say, yeah, defense is his side of the ball. He'll worry about that. All you need to do is worry about the offense. You can choose if you want to call plays or if you want to hire an off. Because here's the other part of the interview that people don't talk a lot about is the staffing. A lot of these young guys, I don't know that their Rolodexes are deep enough to completely staff an NFL coaching staff.
And what happens?
That's a big part of the interview process.
The
Who's your
GM
OC, your
helps
DC, your
right. They
quarterback
help you
coach,
staff.
your all-line coach?
They help you put your coaching staff together, and then it doesn't work, and then you change them in a year. Change half the guys. That happens often.
But if you keep Jim
NFL.
Schwartz, well, there's one side of the ball you don't have to do a lot of staffing with.
In theory, that's true. But, again, if you keep Jim Schwartz, Jim has a say in that. I think everybody needs to remember that.
100%.
So does he want to stick around if he doesn't get the gig? Joe Posnanski has written a story, and it's really good, and it's on Joe Blogs where you can read all of Joe's work. The Browns keep asking the wrong question. What's Joe mean? And I think he has a point. He's next on Basket of Phelps.
Attention 92.3 The Fan listeners. Want to see the Wine and Gold in person when they take on Orlando?
The Browns need a head coach. Browns might need a quarterback. Might need a lot of other things. And we're talking about it. We're having fun doing it. And we're absolutely going nuts doing it, as a matter of fact, because it sometimes boggles the mind. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. One of our favorite guys to talk with was born here in Northeast Ohio. He's gone on to fame and fortune as a sports writer, has written for papers, now does books, does great stuff that you can find at joeposnanski.com. His Joe blog's a must-read. He's Joe Posnanski, and he joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe, great to have you back. How are you, bud?
I am doing great. I am not buried in snow. You guys buried in snow right now, right?
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
I just wanted to bring that up. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's no snow here.
You still have relatives here?
I do still have relatives there.
Well, you should have called them and talked about the weather because we don't want to dwell on it.
And I don't blame you one bit.
Oh, God. All right, so you wrote something that if you're a Browns fan and you're willing to open your mind, I think a Browns fan should read. And I love the headline, and it said Joe Blogs, the Browns keep asking the wrong question. And I think you have to open your mind to digest everything you wrote. What's the wrong question?
Well, I think the wrong question, I mean, obviously it is going to be the only question, especially for, you guys are going to deal with it every day. The wrong question is who should be the best, who's the best coach to hire? Or the wrong question is who is the exact right quarterback for this team? Not that those are the wrong questions in a larger sense, but the right question is how do we stop being what we've been for the last 25 years? How do you change this organization so that it is set to succeed? Because what made me think of it is, look, I'm just as curious as everybody as a Browns fan of who they're going to hire as a coach. Who are they going to try to figure out what are they going to do with the quarterback situation? But it occurred to me that in 2020, they hired the right coach. They hired, Kevin Stefanski, who took the team to the playoffs right away. They had the right quarterback. He was the guy that led them to Baker Mayfield leads them to victory over the Steelers in a playoff game. They almost knock out the Chiefs in that playoffs. They made the right choices, and then they did what the Browns do, which is they started, they ran into some problems. They made a couple of bad decisions. They doubled down on those bad decisions. They did all of these things that the Browns have just been tended to do. And then, of course, they made the worst trade in the history of sports. And it's basically, to me, that's what the question be. The question should be, not so much any individual thing, but how do we make this organization successful again? Because it has been a long time.
Joe, you mentioned some of the shortcuts that the Browns have tried to take, starting with the Odell Beckham Jr. trade, obviously, the Deshaun trade. I don't think that there's any shortcuts out of the mess that they currently find themselves in, but if there are, what might they be?
Well, I mean, look, I think hiring, I know, I don't even know where everything stands as far as the coach. I mean, hiring a terrific coach, whether it's a veteran guy that's had success or whether it's somebody who's young and just has it, I mean, like, obviously you've got to make that choice. And I'm not sure the Browns are, have the capacity to do that. But if they do, and you can find that guy and then absolutely let him do what he wants to do, that's your first step. I think your first step has got to be, this is our philosophy. This is who we are. We're not gonna panic when things don't go well. We're not gonna let the criticisms, change our path. We're going to pick a path and we're going to stick with it. And we're going to go. The thing that frustrates me so much about the Deshaun Watson trade is that it was so panicky. It was such you could feel this feeling like, oh my gosh, Baker Mayfield's not the guy. He can't get it to the Super Bowl. We've got the best defense. We've got to figure out how to win right now. We've got to do it. Let's go ahead and even though Deshaun Watson hasn't played in a year, even though he's going to be suspended by the NFL, even though he's facing all of these sexual harassment charges or lawsuits, we're going to go. I don't care. We're going to, and that's what they do. They panic all the time, and it drives me, as a fan, that just drives me crazy.
Joe Posnanski joining us, joeposnanski.com, where you can go and get everything you need to know about Joe and all of his work and the books and everything else. It's Joe, POSNANSKI.com. And you can read Joe blogs, everything else. Great stuff. The Atlanta Falcons just hired 2 consulting firms. And Joe told me if this is kind of what you might be looking at. They just hired 2 consulting firms, told Arthur Blank, we don't like this about the organization, blah, blah, blah. And they hired a point man to be the head of the football operations and put it all together. And that's going to be Matt Ryan. And I think of the Baltimore Ravens after they left here, Ozzie Newsome was that guy. You had a guy who was kind of handling things, and it went through him. And one thing that you said about the Browns in your piece that's out now on Joe Blogs, avoid groupthink.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, that's because you had 3 different guys answering to ownership here. And when I read those words, I thought, God, Joe's right on the money with that. And
I think that's 100% right. I mean, it's and here's the thing that was so. I mean, for us, I mean, obviously watching the team leave in the first place and then watching the Ravens, with our guy, Ozzie Newsome, go to Super Bowls and all that was rough. But Ozzie was perfect because, first of all, he's terrific. He's calm, but he also carries weight. He's Ozzie Newsome, for crying out loud. And if it's going to work in Atlanta, that's the thing that Matt Ryan carries, right, is that he carries some weight in the organization. Mm-hmm. And what you need to have is yes. I mean, you need not just. I think, to me, I've spent. I don't know if you guys have. I've spent so much time in my mind thinking what those Deshaun Watson meetings must have been like. Like what was going on in those meetings, right? And I think those guys they talked each other into it. That's my only guess. Especially when Deshaun Watson said he didn't even want to come to Cleveland. Then suddenly they're like, oh, my gosh, we have to have him. I mean, you could just see these guys in a room talking themselves into something that was just never true, and he's suddenly their only chance to ever go to a Super Bowl is Deshaun Watson. That's the kind of groupthink that I think is disastrous. So, yeah, you've got to have that guy, I think.
Joe, is there someone you're pounding the table for? The morning show got mad at me this morning because I don't have a dog in the fight right now. I don't know which of these guys we should be pounding the table for. I think they're going to go the younger route. Do you even have a favorite amongst the 10 guys that they're looking at for this head coaching job?
I got to be – I'm with you. I don't really because I just don't know that it matters in the sense of, look, they're going to hire somebody. Here's the truth about the NFL. These jobs are so rare. They're not going to hire somebody who's like unqualified. They're not going to hire somebody who doesn't have a good, doesn't interview well, can't speak well. They're going to hire somebody, no matter who it is among them, who is smart and has spent a life studying football and can be successful in the right circumstances. They've got to create those right circumstances. That's what they've got to do. They've got to, if they hire a coach and basically put their thumb on him and have him, do basically what the owner wants or what the general manager wants, and nobody really knows who's in charge, which is what it feels like it was like for years, and has no chance of success. They could hire Bill Belichick, 30 years ago and have it fail. And in fact, they did hire Bill Belichick 30 years ago and have it fail. So yeah, to me, it really comes down to building a system that gives them a chance to succeed. That to me is so the important part of being, what the Browns need to do.
Joe Posnanski joining us, joeposnanski.com, where you can get to all of Joe's work. I want to turn the tables completely for a second. what's going on when the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are already spending money like crazy, go out and throw an ungodly contract at a really good player in Kyle Tucker, but one that just makes you think, are you again? These guys again spending that kind of money? What did you think when you heard it? I mean, 4 years, $240, is that right, Joe?
Yeah,
$60 million
a year for Kyle Tucker, who is a very, very good player.
Sure, he's really good.
But you've never thought of Kyle Tucker the way you think of Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge. I mean, he's not in that class.
Yep.
I'll tell you what I thought. There are two things that I thought. First of all, I thought, boy, this is really, really going to push the owners into fighting even harder for a salary cap. That was the first thing I thought. The first thing I thought was, we're already kind of in danger after the 2026 season of baseball kind of disappearing for a long time while everybody fights over the dollars. And this isn't going to help. That was my first thought. The second thought I had was that the Dodgers probably know that. They know that something is coming. Whatever it's going to be, that there is going to be a very nasty fight over a salary cap. The players are going to really, really fight, and it's going to be to the death, maybe to the death of baseball. I mean, for a while. And they're like, okay, well, you know what? This is going to be our last chance to really do something like this. And Kyle Tucker's the best guy out there. Money is no object to the Dodgers. The Dodgers, just on Shohei Ohtani alone, worldwide, the Dodgers pull in tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars. So for them, spending is nothing. They could spend, multiples of what they spend, and they'd be fine. And Kyle Tucker was the best guy out there, and they're like, he would look good in our outfield, and so they did it. So, it was a shock how expensive it was. I can't imagine another team even came close to that kind of money. Even the Mets, I doubt, would go that high for Kyle Tucker. So that was a shock. But yeah, that my bigger thought was the larger picture of baseball and what is this going to mean long term.
The Dodgers have 8 players under contract for over $100 million. Their television deal's worth over $300 million per year.
Yeah.
Their local TV deal.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So, and that doesn't even include any of the national revenue sharing that they get. How is this even sustainable in this sport? I mean, don't these smaller market owners, the Guardians and the Royals and the Twins, like, don't they need to kind of gang up and team up here and fight this? Because they've had opportunities to fight it before and they've caved, but I think we're getting past the point of no return here to save the sport.
It sure looks like there will be a very, very ugly fight. I mean, that looks like that's coming, and it appears that the focus is going to be on the salary cap specifically. I've been covering this game for a long time, and I've heard lots and lots of conversations about the salary cap. I was covering the game in 95, 94, 95 when the strike was going on, and I've never heard it quite so angry. I'll be honest with you. It is across baseball. There's just a tremendous amount of anger from the small market owners and the people around them. So yeah, I mean, I think the fight is coming, and I think the Dodgers knew that. I really do. I really believe this was kind of a move that you make when you're just like, okay, we're not going to be able to do this much longer. It's gonna, the whole thing is going to change, and so they did it. And let's try to win another championship before baseball goes under. So that was my thought when I saw it.
Joe, always a pleasure. New book out now. Big fan, or pre-sales going on right now. You wrote it with Michael Shore. Big fan. Joe has other phenomenal books. The Houdini book, I know, did great. I love talking to you about that, and love having you with us. Go to joeposnanski.com. It'll direct you to everything with Joe that you need to read, and you can find it all there. Joe, thank you, bud.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Joe Posnanski joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Dodgers just did it because they think trouble's coming. I think trouble probably needs to come to Major League Baseball, and it pains me to say that. we'll discuss next on Baskin and Phelps.
Some actual sunshine in baseball? AAA has the ultimate getaway. Blue
Happy to say the blood appears to be leaving Jeff's face. He's returning back to albino color rather than beet red. See you, pal.
His face matches the Batman shield on his hoodie.
Daryl's in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan's behind the glass. Joe Posnanski was just with us. And Daryl, Jeff just walked in, and he knew we had just talked about Kyle Tucker, but he was working diligently, and he didn't hear what Joe said about Kyle Tucker. And he said, I look at that guy, I don't see a $60 million a year player. And we said, yeah, that's what Joe said too. And he said, well, I'm working. I said, yeah, we know. But that's the thing here. And I loved what Joe said about it because I think he explained it beautifully and accurately. And it's this. Hey, the Dodgers know there's some labor strife coming. We got the money. Let's pay Kyle Tucker a boatload and take another shot at this and maybe win one more before we go on strike. And that's painful.
It is. I'm looking at his numbers right now. And
he's a good player.
He's a good player, but they are grossly unimpressive for $60 million a year.
Well, that's the point, and that's the scary thing.
His career high for runs batted in 2023 with Houston with 112. The previous season with the Astros, he had 107. The last 2 years, he drove in 49 and 73.
And had injuries.
Okay. I understand that. But, I can't.
There's no question. It's not a $60 million a year player, but that's where baseball is right now in the situation that it's sitting in as some labor unrest is going to happen. Dan had a thought when we were chatting this morning. The Dodgers payroll, Dano, compared to everybody in the Guardians division?
Yeah, so thanks to a little bit of math yesterday, the Dodgers payroll, and this isn't totally accurate because some of the money is deferred for Kyle Tucker, but you get the general gist. The Dodgers payroll sits at $413 million for 2026.
Unbelievable.
The AL Central will spend $573 million on their payrolls throughout the whole division.
So almost as much as the entire division.
This guy's never hit 300.
Well, but he's not the point really.
No, I understand that.
It's the big picture thing here. And if you're Kyle Tucker, you're just like, oh, is this a great country or what?
He's never hit 300.
Kyle Tucker's really good.
How are you paying a guy who's never hit 300 $60 million a year?
Because the system is flawed. That's why you're paying him. Because the system is flawed.
I don't care how flawed this system is. If you've never hit 300 in your life, I'm not paying you more than $30 million a year.
But the system is why this is the case that it is. And that's what has to get
I
fixed.
just can't believe these numbers, how low they are, and in comparison to what he's going to be paid.
I love what Posnanski said. This will push the owners even harder to try and get a salary cap put into place.
All right, so I looked this up. Now there's a couple of different categories here when you're talking about, I guess, payroll. I'm going to stick with the active payroll. I'm not going to concern myself with tax payroll or any of that kind of stuff. I'm just going to stick with active payroll. The Dodgers are projected, are you ready for this? $575 million active payroll. Cleveland Guardians are projected to have an active payroll of $117 million.
Which is what this is all about.
Right.
That's where
that's
where
insanity.
we're going to have the labor issues and where this is going to have to change.
Right. Now they have another column next to it called retained payroll. And the Dodgers are just under $400 million at $388. The Guardians are at $78.3 million. The lowest payroll is Miami by far, okay? $100 million and $60 million respectively in those two categories. The Rays are second to last. And then to the point that Joe made with us, and Dan was talking about, Jeff, the White Sox and Twins are in front of the Guardians from a payroll standpoint.
Right. The numbers back up what the issue is.
Right.
Which is you would think it has to get fixed.
The Tigers are middle of the road. The Tigers are 15th in Major League Baseball now.
But how does it get fixed?
Well, I think how it gets fixed is you just shut everything down. And
which is what no baseball fan wants to hear.
Well, but look, for all the complaining, and some of it is justified, I won't even say complaining, the frustration, I think that's a better way to put it. The frustration of Guardians fans about how they just don't spend a lot of money over there, especially in free agency. Like, I have to Google who the Guardians brought in this year because, last year
relief pitchers,
like Austin Hedges
and Carter Kieboom
was like a big move last off season, right? They brought him back. This year they brought him back again. Like that just isn't enough. But you can't compete with those larger markets.
Well, you can. Our team has shown you can.
Well, you can get a wild card. You can win the division,
maybe.
But you can't compete on the field when it comes to the nitty gritty of the postseason.
I'll differ with you on that.
It's David and Goliath.
You can, but Davey won. So will that happen in baseball?
When's the last time the Guardians won a World Series, Jeff?
No, you asked about David and Goliath. Davey won. I'm not talking about baseball here. You threw out Davey and Goliath, so Davey won. But other smaller teams can do that. It can happen. It's just not set up for it to happen on any regular basis. And why in the world Major League Baseball does things the way it does when they have the perfect example of what they need to be in the NFL and they don't emulate that, I'll never understand. Because the NFL has a much better revenue sharing situation among its teams.
But the Dodgers don't want to give their $350 million to their partner teams.
In which the two sports have had more parity.
I get that.
Baseball's had far more parity.
Which is weird because that's how Davey beats Goliath, right? You see the other teams pop up all the time, and it's weird. It is weird to me. Our team does a great job of fielding a competitive team. I wonder what Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff could do if they had a lot of money to deal with.
Yeah.
Or competed on a more financial level playing field.
Oh, you want to know? Would you like to know what the results would be? Look at the Toronto Blue Jays. They're the Cleveland Guardians North.
No, they're not. They spend a lot of money.
But they're look at all the former Cleveland Guardians that are there.
Well, and now they have some money. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're Guardians management. That's true.
And players.
Ross Atkins and Shapiro.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I call them the Guardians North, because they're run by ex-Cleveland Guardians, and they got a lot of ex-Guardians on the team. That's kind of why I was rooting for them in the playoffs.
Is there
Ernie Clement represented the U.S. at the WBC?
Way to go, Ernie.
Go, Ernie.
Is there any way...
That's still a thing, isn't it?
Is there any way that owners agree to like a floor of spending so that some of the smaller market teams have to spend more without having a cap on top of that?
Well,
the players
a couple
don't
years
want
ago
a cap
the Marlins
because
got nailed by the Players Association for not spending money, and then they had to spend some money?
I mean, if you're the players, why in the world would you want a cap when a team gives a guy like Kyle Tucker $60 million a year? I mean, why would the players ever agree to that? The only way they're ever going to agree to that is if the rank and file ends up getting paid more early in their careers and that high-end free agent contract comes down a little.
I don't think LeBron James makes $60 million a year.
He's pretty high, though.
He's around 55, 57.
I was going to say, Sportico just put out their list of highest-paid athletes, and there's the top 10 has 6 NBA players on it.
Those
guys are compensated.
I don't think LeBron ever made $60 million a year from playing basketball. Is the best in the game.
Well,
this guy isn't even remotely close to being among the best in the game, and they're giving him $60 million a year.
Which is a byproduct of a broken system. And I wonder if baseball has the guts.
The good news is I don't think they're trading for Stephen Kwan anytime soon.
I wonder if baseball has the guts to do what it takes to put it in line. I wonder if the owners have the guts to hold out for a salary cap. And I wonder if the players have the sense to think, to keep this golden goose alive, maybe we need to do this.
Here's the other question, though, that has to be asked. The books are closed. We have no idea what the only reason we have a peek into the NFL is because of the Green Bay Packers. They release the numbers every year.
It's a publicly owned company.
Right, because they're public. They're owned by the fans up in Green Bay. So we get to see what the revenue share is. We get to see what their team revenue is. So we're able to project what other teams around the league, including the Browns, are able to do, right? We don't get that in baseball. We don't have hard numbers of like what the Guardians' revenue is. I know they certainly took a hit with their television situation, which is not great, and they're not the only team dealing with it, with a local TV issue. But, you know, do the Guardians even want a salary cap? Because here's my thing, Jeff. If pro sports franchises, this isn't specific to the Guardians, I'm speaking in general, NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, NFL. If pro sports teams were not profitable, the billionaires wouldn't line up to buy them. Plain and simple.
Well,
whether you're a big market team or a small market team, if they weren't profitable, they wouldn't line up to buy them. And the question is, the biggest part of that investment comes when you sell the team. I understand that, but but
they're allowed to make money. It's a business.
I get it.
Yeah,
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, maybe there isn't a lot of motivation for the Twins or the Marlins or the Rays or the Guardians or the Pirates. Look at the Pirates. The Pirates they've been the Cleveland Browns, basically, of Major League Baseball. Actually, no, they've been worse than the Browns. They've been the Jets, right? They are the worst of the worst in baseball when you're talking about the product they put on the field, but they're profitable. So there's no motivation for them to ever get good for those fans in Pittsburgh.
I think there's always motivation, because if you're profitable, great, but if you're good and profitable, you make more money. And so I think there's more to it. It's the local, and you mentioned the local dollars the Dodgers get. The Guardians can't match that. The Twins can't match that. And market size.
And you can't expect them to.
Right. And that's where in the NFL things are different.
Well,
because they share things. And the market size for local revenues is not that big of a factor because they put it in a pool and they share a lot of it.
If the NFL had the same system as Major League Baseball, no one would compete with the Dallas Cowboys.
Without question.
Okay?
Yeah.
No one would compete.
The Jacksonville Jaguars and the Green Bay
Jones.
Packers might not even exist.
Right. Or even the Browns.
Maybe the Browns.
But I just think that, the small market owners kind of made their own bed with the last collective bargaining agreement, and it's tough for me to feel too much sympathy for the sympathy that I have, or for the fans in those markets.
I get that. Dano, all the negotiating happens after this season, correct?
Correct. December 1st, the collective bargaining agreement expires, and to all of you baseball lovers out there, buckle in.
Hang in there for that.
It's going to get gross.
It's a little nuts. That's for sure.
So enjoy your pitch clock and your
man on second base.
Your two challenges, your 2 strike challenges per game.
At least for another year. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Warning. You're running out of football. But don't panic. This radio station will remain open and full of supplies to keep your pigskin pantry stocked.
It's that playoff atmosphere right here, boy.
Hear the games this weekend. Touchdown! And get the latest news all week.
It's playoff football. We'll take it one at a time from here.
It's just football.
Rely on the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. Mackenzie taking your phone calls. 216-474-0092. I'm Jeff Phelps, and I catch a lot of grief for one thing that Dan says I do too much of, and that is looking back at things. I just like perspective, Dan, but I like looking back and seeing what could have been, what is, where things are. I like putting things in perspective.
Perspective, my great Aunt Fanny. You like to dwell. You're a dweller if I've ever seen it.
It's perspective, Dan.
You like to dwell.
It's perspective about how things work.
Wallow.
Perspective.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
So earlier on in the show, I took a look at the 8 playoff teams still in the NFL and thought, well, what can the Browns learn here? And we went over the coaching situation. 6 of the 8 teams have guys they hired who were coordinators, and they are still their head coaches, and they've done very, very well. Only 2 were guys who would coach somewhere else, Sean Payton and Mike Vrabel. And then we looked at the quarterback situation. And the quarterback situation was really pretty clear. You better have a first-round quarterback, or by God, you better get really lucky. Because 7 of the 8 teams have quarterbacks who were taken at pick 12 or higher. And 5 of the teams have guys taken in the top 3. So what does that scream? It screams, there you go. And then I took another look at the teams, Daryl. This one's going to drive you nuts. What ifs? What if for each playoff team when it comes to the Browns? Dano, you'd call this the wheel of regret.
Without question.
I'm going to call it, what if the Browns had? What if the Browns had?
Help me, Daryl.
We're going to start.
You're my only hope.
With the easiest one of the bunch. And I don't want to go Joe Posnanski here and think, and Joe Pa was just with us, does a great job. And where he said the Browns are the Browns and they're not asking the right questions. They have to fix what they are. So I'm not going to go, well, it wouldn't have worked here in Cleveland. But what if, as Dan spins the wheel of regret, line 3. Okay, we're completely derailing the segment to bring in our guest on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll get back to that after I teed it up beautifully. Brian Anderson will tell me what it's all about. Former Indians pitcher, now color analyst of the Tampa Bay Rays. Hello, BA.
No, I was locked in. I wanted to know the what if. Forget me. Go back to do your thing. I'll listen.
No, we're going to do it later. I'd rather talk to you.
Well, good. Then I'll go back and listen anyway.
Well, you'll have fun.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts.
BA, the guys are going to give me unholy grief, so it's going to be a lot of fun. How are you, man? Haven't talked to you in a while.
You know what? I'm good. I am actually getting ready right now. I am dry rubbing a 2.21 pound porterhouse steak.
Oh!
I'm going to cook on the. Oh, it looks like a roast. I mean, this thing looks like a roast. I'll take a picture and send you guys later. But other than that, I'm good. I got a little taste of home this morning. I've got this awesome little Yeti that was gifted to me. It looks like my truck. Again, I could probably take a picture of that and send it to you because it's actually worth it. But it was out in the truck this morning. I realized I'm like, I got to get out there for my morning coffee. So I run outside forgetting that we've got the cold snap that you guys obviously have a lot worse than we do. But as I ran outside to get this mug, I'm like, oh, wow, this is as cold as I can remember it down here in a long time. And so when I got back in, I checked. It was 34 degrees here in Tampa. And I know that that's nothing to you all up there. I get it.
Are the lizards falling out of the trees?
Yeah, that doesn't happen down there.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I know we've had some cold snaps before, but I can't remember it being that close to freezing down here. It was it was a shock to the system. Let's just say that I was wide awake by the time I got back in the house with that coffee cup. Really didn't even need the coffee at that point.
Wow.
What animal falls out of the trees down there when it freezes?
Are those those are like iguanas?
Okay,
yeah.
Poor little guys. Okay, so hey,
little guys.
Kyle Tucker's getting $60 million a year. What the
How
hey?
much does that increase? How much does that increase the the idea or the possibility? I shouldn't even say it's a possibility anymore. How much does that increase the thought that there's going to be a lockout next year?
Has to be, right?
Bo Bichette just got 42.
That was the first thing that I thought. Yeah, that was the first thing I thought. And I saw that even with the deferrals, it's still in real-time money today. It's an average annual value of $57.1 million a year for Kyle Tucker. Not for, he's a nice player. He's a really good player. And maybe he was the marquee guy, position player on the market, but almost $60 million a year for real. And, of course, going to the Dodgers.
Sure.
Their payroll I saw is sitting just south of $420 million at this point. I mean, it's astonishing. And I think that just will increase the calls for a cap. All of these things that the players are going to push very hard against. But I think that that's going to lead to Armageddon when it comes to the new CBA, which comes up. What is it, December the 1st at 11:59 next year?
Yeah.
Or actually, no, so I'm sorry, this year.
Later this year.
That's when the deal is up, and you have to believe that there is going to be a brawl like we haven't seen since maybe when I was around, and we walked away from the season in '94, and the World Series and the playoffs were canceled. So I think that just was – everybody thought that it was going to be an ugly fight to begin with. That was just kind of what you're hearing, boots on the ground. I think after the Dodgers went out and did what they did last night, that it's almost inevitable that's what the feeling is. At least today in the aftermath, as the dust settles, it's inevitable that it's going to get really ugly because – the Dodgers are just making a mockery of things. Now, here's the thing. They're playing within the rules, and they're doing really good business, but they have revenue streams that other teams just do not have. They just do not have. I mean, even the Yankees and the Red Sox do not have the revenue streams that the Dodgers do. You think about the Dodgers are getting $300 to $400 million a year just in local TV revenue, local. The deal that they signed, however many years ago, in 13 or 14, they signed a 25-year deal for like $8 billion. And so they are getting tons. I mean, they're getting more per year. The Rays payroll, let's say that the Rays payroll sits around $80 million. They're getting, 3 to 4 times that a year just in local TV revenue. That's without even having, opened up, the other revenue streams that they have by having Shohei Ohtani and being able to reach across the ocean, all the different things. So it's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening. But I think that just accelerated everybody's thought that this coming season, enjoy it, because who knows when 27 will start.
Well, they already say the Dodgers made their money back on Shohei for the entirety of that contract. My question to you, Brian, is these small market owners, like the A's, the Pirates, the Twins, I'll throw the Guardians in there, the Rays down there in Tampa Bay, Miami. How motivated do you think they are to level the ability to spend playing field? Or, as they have been in previous CBA negotiations, taking their ball and gone home, and they're just happy with the current system because they're profitable enough to stay afloat and just run their teams and year to year and just be happy with whatever results come their way?
Yeah, that's a great question. That is a great question because, I saw another chart this morning. I didn't really, dive into it, but how much each of these smaller market teams are getting in revenue sharing every year. And if those numbers are correct, there are teams that are getting more in revenue sharing than they're even remotely spending on their own team in any given year. So they are just pocketing money. Again, if those numbers are correct. So it's an interesting question. And I think what it boils down to is the ownership group. Are they in it to make money? Everybody wants to make money. I mean, you're the owner of something. You obviously want to turn a profit. No question about that. But then you have owners that want to win too. And you can do both. You can do both. And so how motivated are you towards winning and to leveling that playing field? And I think it might be different, from group to group. I don't really know. That is a wonderful question. I think we will see how the CBA negotiations, how that proceeds and how that ends up shaking out. And that will tell you a lot about what the true answer to your question is. But it's an excellent question, and all of that is going to come to fruition, in 9 or 10 short months.
Brian Anderson joining us, former Indians pitcher, pride at Geneva, and now the color analyst for the Tampa Bay Rays. But yeah, I keep looking at this, and I think, fellas, can you not see how the NFL shares a greater percentage of everything and how they thrive and are the top sport arguably in the world, maybe outside of the Premier League? And couldn't that work for you? Do the players see that? Do the owners see that? What am I missing here? Because it makes way too much sense to me.
It does. The problem is that baseball is, you've got a very strong players union, maybe one of the strongest unions in all of unions around, in the country. And so they don't want the cap, and they've never wanted the cap. They want to have the free market enterprise, on and on and on, because that benefits the players and allows them to pull off a contract like Kyle Tucker just did, amongst many others that are out there. And at the same time, baseball's tricky because it's a regional sport. It's tough to nationalize baseball because there are so many games in so many different time frames. Football, the schedule. You got your Thursday night game, you've got your Sunday 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you've got your Monday night game, boom. Everybody knows where those games are. You can find them, and it involves the entire league. Baseball, my good Lord, look at any given day and all of the different time frames that games are on. It's tough to nationalize that. You can't get a national audience for that. I know that Major League Baseball would love nothing more than to be able to take control of all of the regional networks. These regional sports networks it's not going very well right now, and it hasn't for the last few years. And so Major League Baseball would love to have them under an umbrella where they can then have a national package to be able to send out to everybody, streaming, and maybe over-the-air stuff, and be able to sell it that way. The problem is, if you don't get NESN, if you don't get the Yes Network, NESN being, the Boston Red Sox, if you don't get the Yes Network, the Yankees, if you don't get Sportsnet LA or whatever it is that has the Dodgers, that package isn't not going to be as attractive. It's much more attractive if you have the Yankees, Red Sox, the huge big market teams in it. Problem is, I don't foresee them here in the near future giving up their local revenue rights to make it national. And so if Major League Baseball wants to package a grouping of regional networks, the whole league, and send it out there, that's one thing. But if they're doing it without those teams that kind of drive the bus, I don't know how attractive that can be. I mean, it's really, I don't want to say it's a mess, but it's just really interesting how baseball, being such a regionalized sport, is much more tougher for them to nationalize things than it is maybe in some of the other sports. And I know you can make the argument NBA and NHL and all that, but they're not nearly on par. NBA is because of overseas, for sure. But baseball, it's just a different business model that's hard to nationalize. That's all. It's not like the NFL. And you're right. The NFL, boy, oh boy, do they do it right. And they're as big as you can, as big as any sport could possibly be. That seems like an impossibility when it comes to Major League Baseball and the way that their schedule plays out.
The NBA does it. I mean, LeBron James played with the Cavaliers twice, and let's be honest about it. Before that happened, the Cavaliers were not a worldwide brand like the Lakers or the Celtics, but they became one. So I guess, I've always criticized baseball from a marketing standpoint. They released their schedule in September, which I think is stupid. You should do that in the offseason to create some fan buzz. Free agency is usually, it's so spread out and condensed. It's not like the NFL and NBA when their free agency begins. I know they've tried to recreate, like with the draft, some of the things that the NFL and the NBA do, but I understand what you're saying, BA, and you're 100% right, but also at the same time, I kind of feel like you can do it if you really want to do it, but I just, as a baseball fan myself, there's only so many Red Sox-Yankee games I can tolerate. There's only so many Dodger games per year. You know what I mean?
Listen. For all of us, I'm for all of us. You're preaching to the choir. I get it. I think that's why you see Major League Baseball, venturing out more. Having games in Mexico City, going overseas into Europe. I mean, they're trying to see if they can globalize the brand of baseball, because for the longest time it's been the Latin American countries and the United States, and that's about it.
Right.
Japan now is obviously huge, and you're getting players from all over the world. But I think that's why they're trying to branch out more to see if that is a possibility. If they can go maybe the route that the NBA has gone, not so much the NFL, but the NBA. To see if they could go. And I think that's why you're seeing these different little series being placed around in different parts of the world to see if they can drum up the interest that they would need to be able to sustain such a model.
BA, always a pleasure, bud. Thanks.
As always, boys, I appreciate it. I will get the pictures sent off to you of
I got to see this
and truck.
Yeah, I got to see this
and
steak.
You've got to see. Yeah, it's. I'll put a football next to it, and they'll rival each other.
Thanks, Brian. Brian
Boys,
Anderson
take care.
joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Fingers crossed that there's some sensibility that comes to baseball, but it might be at a point where they have to do something incredibly drastic to make the system work better for everybody. We'll see. December 1st next year, so pay attention to that. We're going to not spin the wheel of regret, even though that's what Dan's going to call it. What if, when it comes to the Browns and the 8 teams still playing in the National Football League? Next on Baskin and Phelps. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. But wait, there's more. Now, 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It includes the 3 shows during the day. Carmen, Lima, Baskin, Phelps, Wilson, Peterlin. All of them. All 3. All the way up until 7 o'clock. Starting at 6, the whole thing. You can subscribe, do it. It's all for free. Easy. 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe, free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows from The Fan, live and on demand. You can do it right now. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. Mackenzie's taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. And Dan Menigan flying the ship today for us. Anytime BA wants to call, we're going to put him on the air. And we were hoping to have him at noon. We had a little communication thing. BA joined us after I had teed up what we were going to roll with. So I'm going to tee it up again, Daryl, shall we?
Sure. Let's hit the rewind button and roll it out again.
Which, by the way,
Take two.
If you missed a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature. Thank you, Daryl. On the Odyssey app, it's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. So there are 8 teams still playing football. Thank you. That was smooth, wasn't it?
Radio professionals.
Yep. So there are 8 teams still playing football. And earlier on in the show, looked at and thought, what can the Browns learn? Well, 6 of the 8 coaches, former coordinators, they hired them, young guys moving up, boom, there they are. And all but one of them have a quarterback taken in the first round, all in the top 12 except for Brock Purdy, and 5 of them in the top 3 of the drafts. So there's that. And I was looking at these teams, and I just thought, wait a minute, and then I just kept thinking, and then, and I felt bad, and it wasn't working, and I just thought, there's some things here that could have happened, Daryl, and had they happened, it could be a very different world for our Cleveland Browns. So with each and every playoff team, unfortunately, we have a what-if scenario.
Ooh.
We'll start with the AFC teams. Okay. Dan's got, is it the wheel of regret? Was that what you're going to do?
Yeah, what the heck?
All right, I'm just going to say, what if? This one's so easy, it's ridiculous. And, I need a little discussion here. What if the Browns had drafted Josh Allen instead of Baker Mayfield? Is that the wheel of regret? Sounds like we're playing bingo or something. Oh, wait a minute, that's not bingo. All right, there it is.
I thought we were just going to pick the Browns' next head coach off the wheel.
What?
Next time you pick the sound effects.
What if the Browns had drafted Josh Allen instead of Baker Mayfield? Instead, the Bills took him at 7.
I think, and that's assuming that everything else we would have gone through Freddie Kitchens to Kevin Stefanski. Moving forward,
I'm not assuming anything. I'm a big believer in the butterfly thing. The minute something happens, it changes everything.
Okay, because I think if Kevin Stefanski had Josh Allen here as his quarterback,
we'd be one of the final 8.
He'd still be the head coach of this football team, and they would have made the playoffs a few more times.
I would agree with that. But they could have had him. Instead, they took Baker. Baker was not the worst pick in that draft. Obviously, a quarterback. Baker's been very competent. But you could have taken Josh Allen, and the Browns didn't. And now the Buffalo Bills are one of the final 8 teams because of Josh Allen. They're playing this one was one of the tougher ones to find, by the way. The Bills are playing the Denver Broncos. That game's tomorrow at 4:30. What if, and this was one of the tougher ones to find, what if instead of drafting Zach Zinter in the 3rd round of 2024, Dan, I'm telling you, this is the weak one of the bunch, okay? I'm just telling you.
Who the Browns would have been, seemed like a team that would rather put a trash can out there before they put Zach Zinter on the field.
And I didn't go real deep on these because I didn't want to go through the entire rest of the draft because, you could find somebody. But somebody
with a good rabbit hole.
Somebody close. The Broncos took Troy Franklin, wide receiver, who in his second year had 65 catches, 709 yards, 6 touchdowns. Pretty good wide receiver.
Better year than Jerry Jeudy.
Well, yeah. And the Broncos, of course, got rid of Jerry Jeudy. But, the Browns.
I wonder why.
The Browns took Zach Zinter in the 3rd round. The Broncos, who were playing football, took Troy Franklin. and added him to a pretty deep wide receiving group. They have Cortland Sutton. They have Marvin Mims. They have some guys who are interesting playmakers, and Troy Franklin is certainly one of those.
Should we do a group sigh?
3, 2, 1.
I love the way you pick on me, Dan. What if?
You wouldn't be sitting here complaining about all the third-round wide receivers that Andrew Berry has blown in the draft.
No, what we would have said was, hey, they found a guy in the third round who can actually play.
Daryl, let me know when you need the group sigh again.
So that's one of the AFC East
just
matchups.
play it on loop.
Could have had Josh Allen. And you used a third on Zinter, who's just been ineffective, unfortunately.
This game is like a migraine. The minute you think you have it conquered, it roars back.
Maybe Zinter becomes something, but Troy Franklin already has for the Denver Broncos, and he's playing football coming up tomorrow.
I'm not overly optimistic about Zinter because, again, they would have rather wheeled out a trash can than him this year.
I don't know that this was ever going to happen. In the other AFC matchup, it's Sunday at 3, Texans and Patriots.
I think I know your Patriots what if, but go ahead.
Yeah. What if, instead of hanging on to Kevin Stefanski for another year, if you were going to blow him up, you could have blown him up after a 3-win season and hired Mike Vrabel? Now, would Mike have taken the job? I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't know. But
I think that might have been part of the problem because him and Kevin were so close.
And I know Mike was very appreciative.
And at no point did Kevin fear that Vrabel would.
And you were out there with him on a daily basis.
Yeah, try and take it from him or stab him in the back per se.
I don't.
But I wouldn't have considered it stabbing him in the back. I mean, if ownership made the determination that they wanted Vrabel to be the coach going forward, I don't think there would be anyone that would have argued with it, except for Kevin.
Kevin might not have loved it, but Vrabel never gave me the impression that he was there for Kevin's job.
No, he was here for Kevin, and also he was here to keep himself mentally sharp while having none of the pressure and obligations that came with being an NFL coordinator or head coach. And also, too, the Tennessee Titans were paying him more so than the Browns, okay?
Yep.
So that's why Vrabel came here. It was busy work for him. But what if? Well, we wouldn't be doing a coaching search right now.
No, we wouldn't. We'd probably have a pretty good coach moving forward who's going to be here for a while.
I don't know
Turn
how
those
much
Patriots around.
I don't know how much better this offense would have been this last season. I don't think that the coach kind of mattered. Just the groceries were pretty foul.
We're up against a break. Or what if for the Texans?
Shucks.
49ers, Rams, Bears, and Seahawks. Coming up, Dan, we have another segment. Spin that wheel, baby.
Should we do a group sigh?
3, 2, 1.
More sighing
When
next
there's
Sunday.
news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Darrow Ryder is on top of every.
listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. Mennigan's behind the glass, and I'm making them mad. Why? Because I'm looking at the 8 playoff teams and playing what if with the Browns. The Browns, unfortunately, have a what if with every one of these teams. You take a look at what they have, and what if the Browns had done something different? And some of them might be a big deal. Like, for instance, what if, and we did 3 of them so far, what if the Browns had drafted Josh Allen instead of Baker Mayfield? The Broncos, not as big of a deal. What if they had drafted, if they didn't take Zach Zinter in the 3rd round, instead took wide receiver Troy Franklin of the Broncos, who's done a real nice job in 2 years. With the Patriots, and we're taking a look now at the AFC. With the Patriots, it's real clear. What if the Browns had fired Kevin Stefanski a year or 2 earlier and hired Mike Vrabel?
And then what if Mike Vrabel was coaching Josh Allen this year for the Cleveland Browns?
He's still my heart. The Houston Texans. Now, this one could go a lot of ways. I just went this way with it. Oh, thanks, Dan. What if the Browns hadn't made the trade with the Texans for Deshaun Watson? And then you could do all kinds of different things, but I went this in particular. You could have used the 12th pick in the 2023 draft on Jahmyr Gibbs, who actually was drafted with the pick that was the Browns pick. Houston traded it to Detroit. You'd have, I think, the premier running back in the game. Or you could have used that pick on Jackson Smith and Jigba. Or Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers. But JSN, the clear guy there. And it's just indicative of, boy, oh boy, did you give up a lot to get Deshaun Watson without even talking about the money, and it just hasn't worked. But you could have had one of the 2 or 3, 5, 10, whatever, premier offensive players in the game, Jahmyr Gibbs or Jackson Smith and Jigba, because he went afterwards to Seattle.
So my answer to that what if is we'd be a lot less depressed than we currently are here in Cleveland.
Let's see, that's true.
Right? Am I wrong?
That's true. We look at the NFC, Daryl, and these all revolve around coaching. Saturday, tomorrow night, you have the 49ers against the Seahawks. At least most of them revolve around coaching. With the Seahawks, what if? Oh, Dan, you and that dang wheel.
Well, you told me to spin it when you said what if. So I'm spinning it when you said I'm following
Let me go
direction.
basking. Let me go basking. Oh, my God. You got to go behind the glass on everything?
Following directions. I don't want to do this. This hurts.
Now, tell me this, and I'm curious about this one. What if, and hear me out, what if the Browns had drafted Sam Darnold instead of Baker Mayfield? Because Darnold was the 3rd pick in the draft where the Browns took Baker. As Dan says about me all the time, I hope I have someone in my life who loves me as much as you love you some Sam Darnold. But there are other things with Sam here, too, that kind of
It took a while,
fit.
but it seems he's finally come around.
Yeah. And here's the other aspect about that. You could have brought Sam Darnold in 2023 as a backup. When that was the year when you went with P.J. Walker and DTR
right.
and Joe Flacco. You could have brought Sam in as your backup then. If he had been here, Deshaun gets hurt, and then maybe Darnold is actually your starting quarterback moving forward. Or you could have done the same thing the next year when Sam Darnold signed with Minnesota, and you signed Jameis as your backup. Now, Darnold went to Minnesota, and he was the starter. But would he have been the starter? Because they brought him in to be the backup up there because J.J. McCarthy. And then J.J. got hurt. Sam started. They went 14-3. And what if you wanted to sign him this year? Because they've had 3 legit shots to sign Sam Darnold and 1 to draft him. Would it have made any difference? Sam had a really rough beginning to his year. The Seahawks are now his 5th team.
I don't.
But by God, he's gone 14-3 each of the last 2 years.
Yeah, this is probably the one what if here, Jeff, that I would push back on and say it wouldn't have mattered.
You might be right.
And the reason is because he's bounced around, it has been rough for him, and he would have washed out here.
That might have been the case because that's what happened in New York with the Jets. That might have been the case. But it's interesting to me.
I mean, look,
what if they had
good for him
Darnold?
and the Seahawks for finding a way to make all that work this year. That's great.
Would it have happened had they brought him in one of the last 3 years?
Probably.
Or would he have found himself here working with Kevin Stefanski? Because you've had basically 4 shots at Sam Darnold. You didn't take any of them. You didn't take any of them. Rams are playing these.
I guess the regret would be they didn't take a shot on him.
Yeah, it could be.
Right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, too. The supporting cast each of the last 2 years has been terrible here.
Yes, it has.
So again, would not have mattered. Now, the 2023 season when you had 5 quarterbacks, it's actually 4. They made a choice to save Joe for the playoffs and
Jeff Driscoll.
Yeah, played Jeff Driscoll there against the Bengals because nobody cared about that game,
It's
including
more fun
the Browns.
to say 5, though.
I know, but I'm just I want to be fair about that situation too.
I know that's true.
You know, they were forced to play 4. They chose to play a 5th.
Yep. It's more fun to
I don't
say
know,
5.
maybe that year, maybe you didn't need all those guys. I just for as good as it's been for Sam and the Seahawks this year, I stand by what I said. It would not have mattered. He would have washed out here.
They play the Bears. The Browns, what if with the Bears? After a 3-win season, what if the Browns had moved on from Kevin Stefanski and hired Ben Johnson, who has done wonderful things in Chicago? My thought is, Daryl, what you just kind of referenced to the last thought about Darnold. I don't know if Ben Johnson comes here because he waited in Detroit for the right opportunity.
Right.
And he got it in Chicago where they had a ton of skill position talent.
Including a young quarterback.
Yes. He'd have come here, not really had the quarterback and not had the talent, but they could have made it worth his while.
See, I think that's the whole thing with this Browns coaching search right now. They don't have a quarterback that we know of, okay? And, you know, Todd Monken would take the job because it's 1 of 32. He's never gotten the opportunity. Jim Schwartz would take the promotion because, well, he's been here for 3 years, so he's familiar with how things work around here. And it's also 1 of 32. And outside of the Ravens, no one's really banging down his door to give him a head coaching job, which is, again, why I say it's going to be one of the young 3 offensive coordinators to ultimately get the job because there's nothing here. It's the great unknown, and they're going to get an opportunity to get 1 of 32. Young in their life timeline there in the 30s, and you know, get to see if they can put a little something together. But this is not an appealing spot for a guy like John Harbaugh because there's no quarterback here.
And it might not be a spot for one of the young guys you're talking about.
It'll be a spot here maybe for Mike McDaniel because, again, he just got fired by Miami and he's looking for another gig.
One of the young coordinators might pull a Ben Johnson and say, you know what, I'm good. I'll stay another year.
Hell, you might be able to hire Mike McDaniel to be your offensive coordinator.
Might be the case as the way this thing plays out. The other NFC game. What if? What if? Oh, there you go. You know, I jumped ahead on that. But Rams and Bears. What if with the Rams? What if the Browns had fired Hugh Jackson after the 1-15 season?
Well, we would have been a lot happier.
Instead of being patient to have him go 0-16, when they could have hired Sean McVay.
Oh.
Sean McVay was there. What the Browns are talking about doing now, they could have done then.
They still might have gone 0-6. Well, nah, they might have gone 1-15.
Sean McVay turned it around with the Rams at a heartbeat.
I know. I'm saying though, like they might have gone. The 0-16 season might have been a 3-win season instead, with Sean McVay.
You'd have been on your way.
And then
with McVay,
because they got Miles first.
On your way.
Miles
with
was in
Sean
17.
McVay.
Miles was the byproduct of 1-15. Baker was the byproduct of 0-16.
Could have been
Baker and Denzel.
Daryl, you need a swig of bourbon?
Yeah.
Me too.
This one's really going to get you, Dan.
Oh.
I'm going to need some counseling after this show.
Oh,
And finally,
days are here
the last
again.
what if, and this one is specifically for Dan because Dan's a fan. What if, and it's for the 49ers. What if, thank you. What if, instead of listening to Mike McDaniel's 32-point plan for getting Kyle Shanahan out of his contract, what if the Browns had read that and said, you know what? We're not letting you out of the contract. Instead, we'd like to offer you the head coaching job of the Cleveland Browns. And we're going to move on from Mike Pettin.
He would have never taken it because of all the meddling that occurred in that season to bench Brian Hoyer,
With Hoyer and
to put
Manziel.
Johnny in there. Because he had a front row seat to just what a
chaos.
complete train wreck Johnny was.
But what if they had
and he
said,
was
you know
still
what?
forced to play him? Why would you
Kyle?
want anything to do with that?
Kyle, you were right. We've realized the error of our ways. We like you. We're not letting you out of your contract, but we will promote you.
Yeah,
What if that had happened?
Dano,
you ready to put your head through the window? Dan's coming into the room. Wait a minute. Dan is slamming the door.
I think that tells you all you need to know about that one.
So if you take a look at every one of these teams still playing,
Daryl, I'm
there's,
going to go on a sad walk. Do you want to join me?
there's a what if.
Just look reflectively upon Lake Erie.
The Browns, the Browns in some way,
frozen majesty,
some way, shape, or form, either could have benefited from what these 8 teams have done or have helped these 8 teams get to where they are right now.
I don't know, but I feel like I need to talk to my counselor and get a little pick-me-up here.
Bill Bender.
The best I could give you is the group psi. You want the group psi?
Sure.
Should we do a group psi?
3, 2, 1.
Bill Bender is a senior writer for the Sporting News. He's all over college football. College football has one more game to go. It could be a biggie. Well, it better be. Will it be a goodie? I guess is a bigger question. Bill Bender's next, right here on Baskin and Phelps. Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. It'll be your Indiana Hoosiers up against your Miami Hurricanes for the national championship in college football. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. If you're looking for some great coverage of that game and everything leading up to it, read the guy who's joining us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's been with us before. He's with us again from the Sporting News. He's Mr. Bill Bender. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Jeff. Daryl, how are you guys? Thanks for having me on.
We are well.
We're a little colder than I'm sure you are. They're down in South Florida.
Yeah, where are you, Bill? Go ahead. Make me mad.
Yeah. Well, no, I was just telling Dan. So when I send these pictures of my hotel view to my wife, who is a Cleveland girl and, is at home with the kids right now, she does not share the enthusiasm for the warm weather that I have right now. Being down there in Pickerington, I get some pointed phrases occasionally.
I love the way you said that. She doesn't share my enthusiasm. Oh, that's really good. What do you think of this matchup? I think it's really intriguing and fun and interesting and disappointing all rolled into one.
You said it. Like there's a lot of this is the greatest turnaround in college football, that kind of thing, and I've recognized that. Over the last 2 years, Indiana has the second worst record among a Power 4 school ever. But it's not like here's the line I'm going to use in a column, and I'll test it on you guys. Like, we're acting like this is Hoosiers, and it feels more like necessary roughness if we're doing a movie.
Oh, I like that.
With the guys from the portal and the way that they've mixed this roster, that's taking nothing away from Curt Cignetti. He's been amazing. Amazing talent evaluator. Early in the week, I think I was thinking, okay, Indiana blowout, but maybe it's my childhood and remembering all those Orange Bowl games on NBC. I'm feeling Miami's going to put up a fight.
Well, Bill, you mentioned about what Cignetti's done with Indiana and maybe why it's not like Hoosiers. But I think for Hoosier fans, it is in the sense of they've been the doormat of the Big Ten, let alone college football, right, for years and years and years. And now they have burst on the scene. You've got an article out about how both of these teams have been put together. But take us behind the curtain how Cignetti turned them from the laughingstock of the Big Ten and college football into now they're right up there with the powerhouses.
Yeah, if you break down their starting lineups, and I threw in a second running back for both teams. So Indiana, average star rating of their starters, 2.5. Average college experience, 4.3 years. So I think that's the answer right there. That, they may not have had a star rating. They worked, and 60% of these guys came from the portal in the starting lineup. So it's portal guys that he hit with, especially the James Madison guys like Pons and Surratt. Surratt's amazing. He's probably my favorite Indiana player because I think he's going to play on Sunday and do a nice job the way that he shields off defenders and catches the football. And then Miami, you're looking at, about an average star rating of 3.1 and an average experience of 3.9. They've got a bunch of experienced guys too. I think that went into why they beat Ohio State. They had a lot of experience on defense. And Carson Beck's obviously played 6 years. And the only true freshman in this game that starts is Malachi Toney. He's pretty good, too. So it's funny. Mario said this week in the teleconference, it's ironic that we're playing a team just as experienced as us. And that's kind of polite for, darn it, these guys have a lot of old guys, too.
Bill Bender joining us from the Sporting News. During the telecast of the semifinal game, it was mentioned about Indiana that Cignetti, and they talked about the stars and, not having 5-star guys. They had like 8 5-star guys, and that was it. And it said Cignetti looks at guys who produce. And I think, Bill, isn't that the way it should really be? I mean, rather than recruiting guys on potential, especially out of the portal, did this guy play well? Yeah, he did. Well, bring him in. We want football players. And I wonder if that changes the way that some of the other teams do their business.
I do. I don't think it'll change Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, the teams that are going to get the recruits that they get and are able to develop NFL players. But I think if you're a program like Indiana, and Miami's done that to some extent, that's 4 of the 5 guys in their secondary are portal guys, and they're their secondary is really good. So I think that's something to keep in mind there. The fascinating thing with me with Cignetti, and I know you guys talk a ton of NFL too, is his name's, he's obviously, I don't think he's going to get hired by an NFL team, but we're throwing his name in there. Like what would Cignetti do with the Steelers, for example? And I think that's a tribute to how he evaluates. I think he's one of the best talent evaluators, not just in college football, but maybe across both sports. And why wouldn't you at least take a surface look at that? The only guy, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I know Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh have done well in the NFL. I think the best guy that made that transition, and again, there's some irony in this, was Jimmy Johnson. When he went from Miami and the juggernaut to turning Dallas around from what people, you guys know this, they were horrible when he got there. And then they became a dynasty in the 90s.
Well, let me ask you this, Bill. If the existing rules right now, the portal and all that, the NIL, all that, could Cignetti do for that program what he's been able to do?
I'm not sure. I don't think you can. If we didn't have the portal the way that it was, if we didn't have NIL, I mean, obviously, everybody's asking me, well, what do you think how do you think Mark Cuban contributes? Really? How do you think he contributes to the program? I can give you a hint. He has a ton of money. And that's one thing I'm worried about in some ways with college football. I'm not worried, but it's an observation that if you look at Indiana and then you look at Texas Tech with billionaire booster Cody Campbell, are those guys the owners now? You know what I mean? I know they're not, but are they? How much influence do those guys end up having? Is that like owning an NFL team to them? For a Cuban. And one of the things, our transfer portal winners and losers are up. And guess who is quote-unquote winners? Texas Tech, Texas A&M. And what do they have in Texas? Oil and money. So I think that is definitely a factor in this new world.
Bill Bender joining us from the Sporting News. Bill, is this a problem or did this just happen? First 2 years of the 12 team, the guys who had buys, the teams that had buys, 1 win, 7 losses. Indiana, the only team to win off of a bye. Is that a problem? Should they fix that? Is there anything to fix, or did it just happen?
They need to fix that. We need to start this thing sooner. Here's one of my gripes as a college football writer, and as you know, I do some NFL for us at Sporting News too. I'm kind of the help when I can, and I've always said one of my frustrations as a college football writer is on Monday morning, I'll be doing my game prep, and you'll turn on ESPN, and this isn't a knock on ESPN or it'd be any network. They're talking about the NFL Conference Championship weekend. College football's never going to beat it, not on a Monday night, not even with a matchup like this, because of that. So I think we need to push the calendar up, play these games earlier, and every former player I've talked to doesn't understand any sport, anything ever. I mean, if you go 25 days between games, there's going to be rust. It's way different in the NFL where a guy sits week 18 but they're professionals. That's even 21 days. And here's a stat that always gets thrown out to me. Between the college football playoff semifinals and the championship game, 9 NFL postseason games are played.
Wow. Bill, let me ask you this.
10. Sorry, 10. There's 6 wild card games. I can't even count. 6 wild cards, 4 divisions. 10 NFL playoff games are played in between.
Wow. Let me ask you this. The way that there's, I realize they're trying to appease the previous bowl structure by having as many of these playoff games in these bowl games, right? And they're kind of treating it like the pro ranks. Wouldn't they just be better off, though, having these on the campuses and maybe just having the semifinals and the championship game at a neutral site?
Yes, and yes. If we go to 16, and I don't think we're going to quite get there yet. I think we'll eventually get to 16. I think this might be 12. I have no insider knowledge. Just my feel is that we'll stay at 12 for at least another year. That the first 2 rounds absolutely need to be on campus. I mean, think about Ohio State, Miami on campus. That's a different. I'm not doing the Buckeyes would have won. They might have.
Right.
I mean, Texas Tech might have beat Oregon if that game's in Lubbock. So we need to have that reward for the teams that get the buys. We need to do the first 2 weeks right away. I'm a proponent of getting rid of the conference championship games. We don't do an AFC North title game after week 18. Why would we do a conference championship game? You know, I get a lot
completely.
of pushback on that.
Yeah.
You know what? Like Ohio State could argue, I know where they were after they beat Michigan. I heard the tunnel after they won. So, like, it's just tough. And that's one thing. And then I would play the semifinals and the championship game. Then we can do the bowl sites. I love the Rose Bowl. I love the Cotton Bowl. Now, think if you're Indiana, though, you've done a week at the Rose Bowl. You've done a week at the Orange or the Peach Bowl. And you've got to do all those things, those events that they do. You know, the Bears aren't spending 4 days, you know, hosting media events for the Rams this week.
And these college kids, they can't afford that kind of travel. Like I realize
Parents
that in a lot of respects, the college game is now pro football, but like you're taking the college out of college football, in my opinion, with all this stuff.
Oh, and then there's the line. Look, I am a traditionalist in nature. I loved college football as a kid. I know why we all got into it. I've struggled with the meaning of the regular season being different, and I'm not one of those guys that does. I know there are people that college is so much better than the NFL and vice versa. I love both. I mean, why wouldn't you? But I think the things that were special about college football have changed a little bit. The playoff is a good thing. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, I hope we figure out everything else so it's not a turnoff for people and there's not a breaking point. And you fix the travel. You've got to fix that. Oregon, if you really think about it, didn't have much of a chance in the Peach Bowl. And I didn't think about it till it was too late because, you know, they'd gone all the way to Florida and played, gone all the way to Georgia and played in a stadium that was probably 90% Indiana. One of the more interesting things I am for Monday with these ticket prices is what is the percentage in this stadium going to be? Is it really going to be 50-50 in Miami with the Indiana fans? If it is, it'll have, you know what the feel of that'll be? I was just talking about this. I was at Game 7 between the Cubs and Indians. That was the coolest atmosphere for a sporting event I've ever been to, ever in my life, because there was enough Cubs fans there to make it really interesting. And that's not a knock on Cleveland. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you have that kind of atmosphere with a winner-take-all setting, it's going to be amazing. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Even though Cleveland lost the game, I still wish they would have won the game.
Bill, give about 30 seconds. Who wins?
I got Indiana. I got them like 31-19 initially. I think that could be more 27-20. I do think Miami's going to put up a fight. It's going to be fun. But Kurt Cignetti is going to hold up that trophy, and we're going to all try to figure out how. But I think that's what's going to happen.
Bill Bender, senior writer for the Sporting News. You can follow him on X at BillBender92. Still correct, right, Bill?
That's right. Thank you so much for I love our hits, man. I love being on in you guys' area all over Ohio, and I can't apologize for the weather down here. I'm going to enjoy it before I get back up there.
Get out there in the sunshine. Wear sunscreen.
I will. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bill. Bill Bender, Sporting News, and a guy who lives here in Ohio, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan and I are working on Monday. We're going to go in depth into this, and I can't wait. It'll be a fun game to watch, and we'll see where Ohio State falls into place.
Big Ten
down the road,
continuing their reign over college football. The Big Ten's the new SEC, right? I mean, the SEC used to win the national title every year. Well, now it's the Big Ten.
Guess who's not the head coach of the New York Giants yet? We'll explain coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, who sent me a text today, and the guy sitting to my right, Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app, and you can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on 92.3 The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Daryl Ryder. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN was on with the morning guys today, and he had some things to say about the Browns coaching search. We're going to get to that in just a second. But right now on Pro Football Talk, top story, Giants' John Harbaugh haggle over contract language. Mike Florio writes at some point they have to get it done. And Florio, who's been on our show numerous times and is always great, on his second headline on a previous story about Harbaugh, said they still don't have a deal, and then said, and until you have a deal, you don't have a deal. So they're going to get it done.
Always check that fine print, Jeff, before you sign on the dotted line.
Absolutely.
That's what they're fighting over. That old language can get a little tricky.
Yeah. Well, John,
who's got authority over what?
They took John to a great Mediterranean restaurant in East Rutherford, and maybe he's looking for like an expense account.
Well, they said language, not money. So,
language. I get 5 meals every month. Nope, we want to give you 4. I don't know what it is.
Listen, at $20 million a year, he can afford to pick up his own check at the Mediterranean restaurant.
Right now, they don't have a deal, but I think that'll get done. And then maybe by Monday, there's somebody else involved. And again, the Browns interviewing coordinators, Jesse Minter today. Nate Scheelhaus from the Rams.
Who I, by the way, believe will be a finalist for this job.
And then tomorrow, Grant Udinski from Mike Pettin's alma mater and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Who I also believe will be a finalist for this job.
Jeremy Fowler was on the morning show today, Dano. Did he shed any light on exactly what the Browns are thinking?
He shed some light on a lot of different things that were going on involving the Browns coaching search for sure, including how many phone calls they're making all over the place to really do all of their background on that. But we'll start with Udinski, who you just brought up. Jeremy Fowler had this to say with the morning show.
Talked to some people in Jacksonville this week who work with him and say he has a way of utilizing the next level offensive thinking that he has, but then also being able to dumb it down to the other coaches and players. He tends to see the game a different way, and he's in the weeds with it as far as how he learns it and eventually teaches it. But some guys struggle with relaying that to the players. I'm told he's very skilled at keeping things simplified
even if he's trying to do next level stuff offense. The stuff about smartest guy I've ever met and all that, like you do hear that from people. I think that is legit. It's just a matter of the fact that he's 30 years old and probably not ready right now as we speak to be a head coach, but that depends on what your style is, right? If you're trying to get ahead of it and you see a guy who in 2 years is going to be a superstar, that's sort of the thought with these things. And the Browns are in position to take that sort of swing on a Shieldhouse or a Udinsky or even like a Dan Pitch. I would not discount him at all. In fact, I know there are people with the Browns who have looked at him as a future head coach, and not just right now, but before this cycle.
Well, remember, Sean McVay was 30 years old when the Rams hired him.
I'm telling you, he's going to be a finalist for this job. I think there's a good chance he ultimately will be the one to get this job. Whether or not he's ready, it doesn't matter. If the Browns think he's ready, or if the Browns think that they can put him in a position to be ready, then they will. But I know that they're going to talk to Jim Schwartz a second time. Probably going to talk to Todd Monken a second time, but
expected to happen next week.
I'm telling you, I think that one of these young, as I like to call them, the young whippersnappers, Jeff, the offensive geniuses, I think that that's the direction they're going to be heading.
So you guys brought up Jim Schwartz having a second interview with this that came out earlier today, along with Todd Monken as well. But Jim Schwartz part of it continues to be interesting. I know a lot of fans think that Jim Schwartz should be able to take this over. Jeremy Feller had this to say when it came to the possibility of Jim Schwartz being your head coach.
It's going to be fascinating with Schwartz being in the mix here because you have obviously the option, which I reported on earlier last week, that Browns have thought long and hard about having him as the D coordinator for the new head coach who would be offensive-minded and can grow in the role and would have Schwartz to lean on. I think that's a model that has been discussed. They have not shot down that model or put water on it, so it tells me there's something to it. However, I do think he has a realistic chance at the head job too. And if he doesn't get the head job, does he want to stay here and do that with somebody new that he doesn't have a relationship with? If the guy they pick as a head coach, does he want Schwartz, as good as Schwartz is, does he want that? Or maybe he's green enough where he doesn't really have a DC and needs that. The Schwartz domino here is fascinating. And I see a world where he stays either as DC or head coach, and he's under contract. Like that's what was stressed to me. It's not like he can just leave for the Dallas defensive coordinator job. Like I don't think they want to let him do that unless the new head coach doesn't want him.
Or unless he says, thank you, I'm done. Now he is under contract. He couldn't just walk and go work for another team. But, you wonder what I do, what's in Jim's head. If I'm going to get 2 interviews for this job and not get it, do I really want to go back and be a defensive coordinator for whoever it is they hire? And I think he has every right to answer that question, however it's going to please him.
Well, and he interviewed in Baltimore, too. Let's keep that in mind. The Ravens are still going through their coaching process. So even if the Browns were to hire their head coach, right, and it's not Jim Schwartz, but he agrees to stay on as defensive coordinator, but then after all that takes place, the Ravens come calling and, hey, Jim, we want you to come to Baltimore and coach the Ravens. Yeah, so there's
can't imagine that happening, can you?
No, but you never say never, Jeff.
No, it's exactly right.
You never say never.
Exactly
and they were interested enough to interview him.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it was the same day we were having the conversation about, well, hey, nobody's exactly knocking on Jim Schwartz's door, blowing up his phone, asking him for interviews. And then lo and behold, the Baltimore Ravens are like, yeah, we'd like to interview Jim Schwartz to replace John Harbaugh. So you never say never.
Or to maybe be somebody else.
You know who I'm surprised hasn't called him?
Who?
The Arizona Cardinals.
He'd be a nice fit there.
I'm a little surprised by that.
Calm that down.
Thought maybe the Cardinals would.
Although they had Jonathan Gannon as a defensive-minded coach, and maybe they think they want to go the other side of the ball.
Well, the other problem, too, you got to remember is that there's a lot of ties to Kevin Stefanski when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals and what they did. I mean, their former tight ends coach Drew Petzing was there as their offensive coordinator. Jonathan Gannon has ties as well, so those guys might be talking to each other. And maybe they have called, and Jim Schwartz and the boys are like,
no, we're good. Well, it's the one team Kevin hasn't interviewed with.
Mm-hmm.
And the Steelers.
And maybe Kevin would like Jim Schwartz to come with him wherever he lands, assuming that he lands one of the head coaching jobs.
And there are many folks who have predicted Baltimore as a landing spot for Kevin. I don't see that myself.
Another thing I'm surprised by, Kevin has not been tied to the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator job. I mean,
I saw a story about that the other day, though.
Yeah.
And it said, would that be a good thing for him?
Mike
I don't
McDaniels,
think it would be.
In between his head coaching interviews, he's interviewing for coordinator jobs right now.
Yeah, interviewed with the Bucs.
I kind of feel like with Kevin, he's either going to be a head coach or he
sits out a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, because you're not hearing a lot of buzz about Kevin taking coordinator job interviews right now.
He could live here in town and join us on a regular basis.
You know how many former Browns head coaches still live around here? Or former Browns employees, I should say.
Employees, well, they're hundreds.
Well, there's a couple other things going on with the Browns building as well, and one of them being how much impact Shedeur Sanders may have on the head coach. Jeremy Fowler had this to say.
I would be highly surprised. Now, maybe in a second interview setting, I think they'll talk about Shedeur, certainly, and the plan at quarterback and the guys that are on the roster. But I would be surprised if Shedeur is on the whiteboard drawing it up with Udinski on a Tuesday. Now, if it was the number one pick, like Cam Ward in Tennessee right now, I could see that. Even though I don't even think they'll go that far, because these teams, they want to make their own pick. They don't want to give players power in that. But they do want input. So I think Cam Ward will have some level of input in Tennessee. But this is just different. Sorry. Fifth-round pick, played okay, But I think he could be a bridge potentially, but I don't think he's the answer. I think he'll be another quarterback next year.
Another quarterback next year.
Another quarterback next year, gentlemen.
Well,
he didn't say 2027.
No.
He said next year.
Next year is 2027.
Is it next season?
My assumption would be next year is the 2026 season.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That would be I will say that is an assumption.
I'm assuming the same thing. We could be wrong.
See, I always confuse myself and catch myself because I always say next year, and I'm like, it is already next year. It's 2026, so it's next season. Because when you say next year to me, I'm thinking 2027 now because that is the next year.
Gentlemen, do you believe that's the right mantra for the new head coach?
What?
To not have
wait till next year?
No. The Shedeur Sanders part of it.
There's no way they can tie Shedeur to the new head coach.
No, it's got to be an organizational decision with the head coach having input as to where Shedeur fits in the existing picture. Which I'm of the opinion he fits as follows: he gets a chance to compete with whoever is here and healthy.
Agreed.
And if he's good enough,
and that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And you give it, and here's the thing:
Dylan Gabriel the same chance if he's still here.
The competition is different than what it was last year. Okay, Shedeur's not throwing to the ball boys; he's getting first team reps.
Oh no, one of those kids had really good hands.
Yeah, well then they should have had him run routes this past year.
Well, I was pushing
during
for that.
games.
I was pushing for that.
For the ball boys to get signed to the active 53?
He had better hands. You saw the guys.
But in all seriousness, though, it's got to be he gets first-team reps during the offseason program and the mini camp and training camp. You give him a tangible opportunity to win that job because he didn't have – that was a three-man competition last year. I know they said it was four-man. It was really a three-man.
Well, until they started trading guys. That was Jeremy Fowler. He was on the morning show. And if you want to go listen, you missed a moment in our show, any of the shows, use that rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
You can find it on our YouTube channel as well.
There it is. Latest on the Browns search. We'll set you up for the weekend and get you all fired up. I'm fired up. Daryl's guys are coming into town, baby. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan. So get ready for the young guys. Jesse Minter interviewing today. Nate Scheelhaus, the offensive passing guru guy at the age of 35 for the Rams.
I love how
interviewing
you put that.
today. And then tomorrow, Grant Udinsky, boy wonder.
It's a youth movement.
Hey, I'm truly all for it. When this whole thing started, Dan and I said the exact same thing. Perfect world, you find your guy, young guy, you grow with him, and he becomes a star coach. You find Sean McVay, and you find Kyle Shanahan. And I hope they can do that. The question is, do we trust the guys? It doesn't matter if we trust. If they hire them anyway, you just keep your fingers crossed. But can they identify that guy? You could say they got it right with Kevin. Now, they pulled the plug after 6 years, and maybe they should have.
Right.
But Kevin's likely to have a job.
Daryl, correct me if I'm wrong on this.
Okay.
Is it bad I feel terrible that we keep lumping Jesse Minter in with the rest of these guys as being the young up-and-coming guys when he's 42?
He's still young up and coming.
I think he's still younger than me.
Sean McDermott was
okay.
McDermott was older. He was in his 40s when he got hired, but he was the hot coordinator. And Jesse Minter is the hot coordinator.
Then I will do what everyone has been asking me to do for many a year. I will sit back here and hush.
I didn't ask you. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Jeff, did you hear me tell Dan to hush?
No.
Okay. Did I insinuate it?
Good thing you didn't. He'd have punched you.
Well,
Nate's
it's okay.
in West
I'm just
Salem.
back in my panic room.
Hello, Nate.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Okay, a question. And I brought this up years ago at either the previous coaching search or the one before then, and my idea was soundly panned, so I expected to be soundly panned again. But
good.
If we keep Jim Schwartz, we're basically telling the next head coach that Jim is his, he handles his side, and the whoever the head coach is cannot sort of touch that defensive side. Is that correct?
I would think that that's the only way Jim Schwartz would stick around.
Okay. So that de facto means that Jim is the defensive head coach. Why don't we just hire an offensive head coach and have an offensive head coach and a defensive head coach? What's wrong with that?
Nate, I think you pitched that idea earlier in the week. I remember there was some UFL team or something like that did that. And then there was somebody else who decided
I was going to say, that call sounds awfully familiar to me.
I think you said that earlier.
And that's not how it works. There is no defensive head coach, offensive head coach. No. You have a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, head coach, and sometimes the head coach doubles as the play caller for one of those. But yeah, you don't divide the team in half.
You could make the argument that John Harbaugh has that type of a situation when he was in Baltimore because as a coordinator, he didn't coordinate either side of the ball. And
he was a special teams guy.
Right. Well, but
when he got that job.
When he got that job, but he operated as a head coach, as the CEO head coach, and ran the team as a head coach, which is just great. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to run the offense. You don't have to run the defense. So, but somebody has to make those ultimate decisions.
And then that's what Kevin Stefanski decided to do midway through each of the last two seasons, right? He's like, Ken Dorsey, it's all yours. You can deal with this slop. I'm not wasting my time with it. Tommy Rees, you got to learn how to call plays at some point. This team's in the tank. Go ahead and call plays for these rookie quarterbacks. Have at it.
I think it was a big downfall, actually. Kurt's in Columbus. Kurt.
Hey, Phelps. Daryl, Phelps knows my background. 72, Dolphins, Browns, Phipps, Warfield, all of that. Talk about what if, huh, Phelps? Wow.
There you go.
Anyways, I have the plan for the Browns. I'm going to call it Operation Dome. And what I mean by that is over the next, 3 years, we gradually get to at least a wild card. So when we hit the dome, we're up and running. And the coach that I want to lead us, proven developer of talent and culture builder. And I don't want any of these coordinator young pups. I want a guy who's developed a program, and I'm going into the college ranks. Mario Cristobal developed Miami, developed Oregon, FIU, coached under Saban. He's already coached a lot of guys who are in the pros. He is a Dan Campbell mini.
Yeah, he's kind of a tough guy. He doesn't mince words.
Secret Service background. He is a run game believer, and he's going to have his hands full Monday night with Indiana. Everybody's focused on Cignetti. Cristobal, though, could be the guy. And it's interesting, there aren't any college coaches being talked about, but you look at his background, it's fascinating. And I think he would be the guy, by the time we hit the Dome, he will have built the culture and the roster. What are your thoughts, guys? I'd love to hear them.
All right, Kurt, thank you very much. Daryl, I always am leery of the college coach getting the pro shot because it's a different world.
Yeah.
And it's an even more different world now. Maybe it's closer to the NFL since you're dealing with the incredible turnover and paying guys like crazy. But I'm always leery of a college coach. Maybe I shouldn't be.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns didn't talk to someone in the college ranks, and it's been kept quiet because you don't want to disturb the portal.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is just wrapping
But
up.
it wouldn't shock me if we, at some point, hear that they spoke to somebody that is a current college head coach.
Ryan Day. Jim's in Independence. Jim.
Hey, guys. Well, I've been listening. Boy, you guys went over a lot of subjects today, but I'm going to give you my opinion here. And I'm going to give you my guy, the name of my guy, who you guys never mention. He is the best opportunity for the Browns to win. And I could tell you, for every Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, there's a bunch of Chris Palmers, Butch Davises, Romeo Crennels, Pat Shurmurs, Rob Chudzinskis, Mike Pattons, Hugh Jacksons, Freddie Kitchens, and even Kevin Stefanski's learning on the job. The Browns don't just have a young team. At least the ownership says, he thinks they could start winning soon. The guy out there who's got a better resume and probably a better coach than Harbaugh is Mike McCarthy. And everybody laughs. Go look up his resume.
Not me, Jim. I've mentioned Mike for a long time, and every time you just said everybody laughs. You're right. Everybody laughs.
You have. You're actually, in a lot of sports and a lot of things, you go counter to the media swimming pool. And the media is just following along. And I'm looking at all these guys. Jesse Minter, Nate Sherhouse, Grant Udzinski. They're all, other than Todd Monken, these guys are all learning on the job. Either, if you're not going to go with Jim Schwartz, go with Mike McCarthy. And I think I can personally sit here and guarantee you that Mike McCarthy will probably at least win 8 games just by putting him in there. He will likely want to keep Jim Schwartz because, and listen, those two guys are Cleveland guys. Look at Mike McCarthy. He's from Pittsburgh. Look at him. Put the orange hard hat on.
What are you saying about talking about his waistline, Jim? Come on, Cleveland guys. Wasn't nice. All I know is McCarthy was terrific in Green Bay for a long time, won a Super Bowl, went to Dallas, and in 3 of the 5 years went 12-5. I'll take that. Moment of the show, Mackenzie.
Okay, moment of the show comes from our buddy Joe. Joe blogs on Substack.
Joe Poznansky.
Yes, he was kind of just, I think, talking about today how every Browns fan feels.
It occurred to me that in 2020 they hired the right coach. They hired, Kevin Stefanski, who took the team to the playoffs right away. They had the right quarterback. He was the guy that led them to Baker Mayfield leads them to victory over the Steelers in a playoff game. They almost knock out the Chiefs. Then they did what the Browns do, which is they ran into some problems. They made a couple of bad decisions. They doubled down on those bad decisions. The question should be not so much any individual thing, but how do we make this organization successful again? Because it has been a long time.
It was Joe Poznansky. He joined us at 11:20. BA, Brian Anderson was with us today. Bill Bender talking college. We had some great guests today, and you can go back and listen to those on the Odyssey app. Why Are We Smarter After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps with Ryder. Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Daniel.
All of our social media mentions are powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Smarter Today, courtesy of Joe Posnanski. I'm always smarter when I read that guy. I'm always smarter when I talk to that guy. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast. Radio Rewind app to 1120.
Mackenzie.
I'm smarter after BA, giving us kind of a look into where the MLB is now and where it's headed with the lockout.
Mr. Ryder.
I'm smarter after spinning the wheel of regret for 2 segments. And the deep sighs that just follow.
One of them was a shorter segment, though, because BA was with us, and we went a little long with BA.
2.5 seconds.
Watch the playoffs this weekend and think about what could have been, folks. Because
Hey, here's something that could be joyful that we can make depressing. Yay.
Yay. Why am I smarter today? Because I know that the young guys are coming in for the interviews, and Daryl's pumped up about it.
Can't you see the excitement on my face?
Well, ideally, that's what I'd like. Ideally. But can you find the right guy? I don't know. We'll find out, won't we? I would hope that somebody gets hired to coach an NFL team by Monday. Dan and I will be here, and we'll talk all about it on Monday. Daryl, thanks, bud. Appreciate you stepping in for Andy. He's Daryl Ryder. I'm Jeff Phelps. Nick, Jonathan coming up next right here on The Fan.
Can we do a group die?
3, 2, 1.
And that's the show.
Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and this is a Football Friday. This is an FL Friday. Glad tidings to all in Cleveland and in the greater outreaches of Northeast Ohio. That opened, courtesy of Mac Robinson. On the board, yes. Sorry, I'm 40. You can't go there all the time, all right?
What happened there?
I need some of that Blue Chew to truly get where I need to be today.
Gave him a nice compliment on his hair before the show got underway.
And he didn't hear it.
Well, I know. It was like I was going to say the one nice thing you've said about Mac, but
you
don't just throw compliments around willy-nilly. You gave him a nice compliment, and then he's like, what?
Yeah. It was very upsetting.
What?
We got Jake Murren.
I think he just wanted to hear it twice.
On the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Don't forget to like our video. We like to be liked here. And, of course, you can subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. I'll see you in the chats out there. Drop those corn emojis.
Suck it, Cornlito.
Somebody's got to tell you, Cornlito. That's how it's going to go. Jake also doing the producing. We got Mackenzie Flume Dog Millionaire on the 2020s until 6. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
I'm ornery.
I know. You've been tweeting a ton this morning. You told me you're up since 3 a.m. Like you're on one today, which really has me worried, not for the first 4 hours. It's when the 6 o'clock hour happens.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought you should be worried for this hour.
No, we'll navigate all of it.
Okay.
And I'll be here, and you can be as ornery as you want. 6 o'clock is when it seems like, especially on a Friday, it always seems to kind of, that's when it really goes. When it goes, it goes.
I just want to be clear that if I am a little short with anybody on the show today,
this doesn't make up for it. No. We're not doing this. No. This is not a preemptive
apology. It's a blanket apology.
Yeah, I never buy it.
That covers 5 hours.
It does not cover 5 hours.
I'm going to
You
put it
still
out
are
there.
responsible for your thoughts and your opinions over the next 5 hours, despite what you say in the next 30 seconds.
Nope. I'm very sorry if
I come
I'm
up to you and
short
say,
or curt.
I'm sorry. I'm about to kick you in the stones. It doesn't then make up for me kicking you in the stones.
That's physical violence. This is emotional and spiritual violence that I'm about to. But again, I'm not certain it's going to happen. I think you might be okay. Mac, sorry, buddy. It might not be your day.
I know the crosshairs are coming.
It's still the McCorkle thing that is irritating me. Jake's safe in his cubby back there. Mackenzie, she's not even come down here, so we're going to be fine. It's really just a little bit of you worry and me. Because here's the thing.
A little bit of me worry.
But a lot of Mac.
We can both handle ourselves. We'll be fine.
Because Mac and I'm looking right at you
here. We'll be fine. But also in that same vein, when you do a preemptive apology, there's got to be some awareness attached to it.
No, that's why I'm doing it.
No, I'm telling
so that
you,
I can stop the awareness right here.
It doesn't take you off the hook.
I think it does. I think it just did. I'm off the hook.
You're
I'm no
not
longer on the hook. It does
Zero
not span.
Peterlin passes given out for the next 5 hours.
The weight limit
if
is...
you want to be ornery,
I'm in
you get to be ornery at everybody in the world except for me and Mac. And when it comes to me and Mac, then you do what you got to do, but it's not going to take you off the hook.
Okay, what if I apologize after, too?
Well, that usually goes a long way.
Beginning and after.
That usually goes a long way.
I'm officially annoyed at nobody in this room, but I am officially annoyed with this coaching search. I am. And I want to be clear. I'm not annoyed at the Browns at all.
They're doing their due diligence.
As of right now, the Browns have done relative what I've asked them to do, right?
Casted a wide net, brought some names in there that not everybody was thinking about.
Brought some names in that we were thinking about. I think Jim Schwartz has a decent chance at this. I think that's something we asked for. I think looking for experienced coaches. They have brought in at least one or two of those guys on interviews. So it's not about the Browns. It is about the way this head coaching search is being talked about and the way people just can't say the words, I don't know. For instance, there is no earthly freaking reason on the planet that anyone should be proclaiming themselves a Grant Udinski, Nate Scheelhaus, or Dan Pitcher guy. Not in Cleveland. Pitcher I maybe can get away with because he's been in the division and he's been in Cincinnati for a decade. Maybe. But there is no reason that a 30-year-old that was the assistant quarterbacks coach 3 years ago in Minnesota, the assistant QB coach and assistant OC in Minnesota last year, and then it's basically just the guy, the AVP, the game planner but not the play caller for Jacksonville this year.
Yeah.
There's no reason to stump for this guy. There isn't. Nate Scheelhaus has spent 2 years in the NFL, and at best, either Scheelhaus or Udinski are 3 steps away from power. Because they're not the play caller, they're not the head coach, and I know Udinski's the offensive coordinator, but If you listen to somebody from Jacksonville from it, he's a very neutered offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Liam Cohen does a lot of the heavy lifting there.
And so listen, I don't have a problem. I get it. We all have to have a guy. We got to plant our flag, and I get it. This isn't that search. And there is no earthly reason why Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhaus should be the next Browns head coach. 2 years from now, it's a different conversation. 3 years from now, it's a different conversation. They do not have the requisite experience. We can talk about Kevin Stefanski and how young he was. Guys, he was an assistant on every part of the offense up until 2 years before he became the OC, and then he called plays in the final year he was there.
Well, and even like I know somebody's driving around thinking to themselves, well, Sean McVay was 30 years old when he got the job. And yes, that's true. He was the OC in Washington, but he was a more hands-on OC than what Udinski is. I think that might be some of the differences there.
But let's just face the truth on this real thing. If the Browns want an offensive-minded head coach who can call a hell of an offense, an offensive wizard, there's one guy they've interviewed to this point, and also we got to throw in the young modifier in there. There's one guy that fits it, and he's a former head coach in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Grant Udinski. If Mike McDaniel was not on the board, Grant Udinski and Nate Scheelhaus might seem like they make more sense.
And Mike McDaniel might end up not being on the board by the time this thing is done.
That is also fair. He's interviewing in Baltimore, which is
Exactly
something we're
right.
going to get to. But there is no way that you can put up what Mike McDaniel's done with a decade-long run in the NFL as an offensive coordinator, as an offensive assistant, pass game coordinator, wide receivers coach, and then 4 years as a head coach and play caller. You cannot stack up Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhaus on that level. So if the Browns are going relatively young or young, offensive-minded, genius, wizard, whatever the hell you want, no real – Todd Monken is older than sin. He's 59 years old. That shouldn't disclude him. But if you want young, it's not going to be Todd Monken. And oh, by the way, there are a lot of people that debate what kind of offensive coordinator he is, considering he just got John Harbaugh fired effectively in Baltimore. But I digress. If it's defensive coordinator, well, then Shula's got a spot. Dirty's got a spot. The Dirty Bird, as we're going to call him, has got a spot. There are plenty of names that all of a sudden become more a part of this conversation. But for the love of God, I've already heard people today on our own station. I've heard people say they're going to get this wrong. You have no earthly freaking way of knowing that. We do not need to be cynical. I get it. They just won 5 games, and cynical's in. I do.
Well,
but for the love of the sweet Lord in heaven, can we let this thing breathe a little bit?
Are they saying that they're going to get it wrong because they just don't like McDaniel then? And if they don't like McDaniel, then they got to be going towards one of these young offensive coordinators? And as you laid out, they don't have the experience?
No, they don't like it. Because it's either not Kevin Stefanski, which is fair if you didn't want to fire Kevin Stefanski. If you were on record of that 3 weeks ago.
That's one thing that I keep going back on now because I feel like so many people are trying to make that case, and it's like you guys were the same people saying you wanted him fired. You don't get to run that one back.
But that actually is revisionist history.
Yeah, you don't get to do that.
Maybe we shouldn't have done this. Now, okay.
I fired him 7 times. I'm happy Stefanski's not here. I'll stay happy Stefanski's not here.
But I understand. So that's one thing of the cynicism about this search. Nothing has changed. The job's been open for roughly 10, 11 days. Nothing has changed. Oh, you don't like the candidates. They're the same candidates that you looked at on a piece of paper when they fired Kevin Stefanski. The names of the list has not changed relative to 1 or 2 names. But then to come down to it, and it's like, listen, I can give you the best case for Grant Udinski. Coaching trees. Right, he comes from the right coaching trees from Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, and now Liam Cohen is well thought of after what he did in Tampa with Baker and Jacksonville.
He starts from the Matt Rule coaching tree.
Nobody needs to talk about that.
Did you ever see him when you were in Carolina? By the way, you guys should have crossed paths.
No,
right?
because he was no. I don't want to say nobody.
No, it wasn't that long ago. But
he was like a
that's
OQC
kind of the point.
guy.
But but it was like that was when you were in Carolina, correct? I mean, I get it. There's a lot of people that work for the Browns that I've never come across that are in that building that 5 years from now will be going for a job, and I'm like, I don't know, guys.
But I promise you, nobody heard that name outside of like maybe Matt Rule's office.
Because that wasn't a long time ago. Yeah, he worked under Matt Rule at Baylor, and then Matt Rule takes him with him to Carolina, and then obviously he goes from Carolina to Minnesota, and then in a 2-year stretch with Minnesota and now Jacksonville, he's basically made a massive name for himself somehow.
But do you know how I know? But again, coaching trees, even with Scheelhaus, Matt Campbell at Iowa State, Sean McVay. Okay,
that's really good.
I can kind of get around with that. They've also had multiple stops with multiple head coaches. But when it comes down to everything else, I have not heard, and we're talking about guys that cover the NFL that talk with these guys. Jeremy Fowler was on with the Morning Boys today. I've heard Albert talk about this. when they can't tell you definitively, like when they're like really smart guy and can explain very complex things in like a simple way.
And like make everyone be able to understand it. It's like, who can't do that? You're supposed to be able to do that.
That's like bare minimum for the job.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's really smart. Also, bare minimum
Again,
for the job.
A thing that a lot of people in that job usually are.
And what does that tell you?
Sometimes there's some dodos in there.
When nobody can point specifically to why a guy should have a job beyond he's on the right staff or he's been on the right staffs, do you know what that tells you? He shouldn't be the head coach. And I want to run this back. I have no problem with the Browns talking to these guys. I have no problem with the Browns bringing these guys in for second interviews. And I can, if they hire him, I'm going to be all ears on why they hired him. But I need something concrete. But we got people taking sides in this entire coaching search where it's like, do you just not want to say you want Mike McDaniel?
So here's the thing.
Do you just not want to say Jim Schwartz? Is it too passé to say a popular
name? It
name?
might be they don't like McDaniel, and it might be they don't want to do a retread, and that's just not where I'm at. I want McDaniel, but so like when Mike Tomlin got the job in Pittsburgh so many years ago, there's not a Pittsburgh sports talk radio host that could have been like, I want Mike Tomlin, because it would have been insanity. They didn't know enough about Mike Tomlin, and then you find out after the fact, obviously, that he blew him away in these interviews, and they thought that this was their guy, and so we're in that stage before that. Like if they go with Udinski, then we're going to have that press conference, and then it's going to be on Andrew Berry to explain all these reasons why. The part that's falling short for myself is I don't know how any fan listening right now, how they can stump for that. Because they're not stumping for Udinski. They're stumping for the idea of what Udinski represents.
Yes.
And that's where there's a difference here. And so I get it. If like in your mind, you're like, I don't care. Hiring young offensive coordinator, that's the way that you always end up out of your mess. Then okay, then that's your philosophy on it. But attaching Udinski's name to it, I think, is just really interesting.
I think when it comes to fans, I think these are all just names. Like we were talking,
and their names 3 months from now, 99% of the fans aren't going to be able to say back anyway.
100%. And so, like, I never hold it, guys. I don't put it on the fans to know what Grant Udinski is here for, or what Mike McDaniel really did in Miami.
No, because all we got is like 3-minute presentations from the Rams and what they want to put out, where they have lasers and zaps every time he clicks a mouse on his little mouse board.
If you like Grant Udinski because of a video you saw on TikTok, as a fan, I really cannot jam you up. But as media members, just say it. If that's all you got on Grant Udinski is a TikTok video, please, for the love of God, just say it.
They like the idea.
That's more genuine than, well, he's had a lot of success with this. No, he hasn't. You can't give him credit for Sam Darnold. He was the assistant quarterback coach. You have to give that to the quarterback coach.
Well, I want to know what is so different than, like, because if it's a philosophy, it's like, I want young offensive coach, then wouldn't you have a really hard time differentiating between Dan Pitcher, between Grant Udinski, between all these guys?
I could get you anybody on anybody's staff. Clay
it's like,
Kubiak,
that's all,
why not him?
That's all, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it all fits these same little boxes that it seems like the fans want checked. I think a lot of people are happy that Andrew Berry is trying to find his quote-unquote next Sean McVay. That makes a lot of people happy to hear that, even if the reality is that we've run out of the next Sean McVays. But it's all about just checking boxes. It's all about getting them to fit in a profile that they want.
So listen, the cynicism is driving me crazy. Jimmy Haslam was a bad owner in a lot of people's eyes 3 weeks ago. He didn't suddenly get worse. Jimmy Haslam was going to be involved in this search 3 weeks ago. This didn't change. Nothing has really changed here. So between that, and here's the thing. I think what you're hearing people say, I'm a Udinski guy, I'm a Shieldhouse guy.
But at least they're not cynicism when they're choosing guys.
I'm a pitcher guy.
That's something.
Well, no, but while also predicting it's going to fail. Not everyone's doing that, but we're getting a little bit of everything.
That's a little weird, by the way. If you're like, I'm a Udinski guy, but then I think Udinski's going to fail. That's a little weird.
But like when you're doing this, what's killing me about all of this is you're just trying to be right. There's a lot of people lining up to try and say, I'm not surprised by this hire. You don't have a crystal ball. This is a search. And I think when I hear people say, I hate this search, it's because you haven't been able to get to a point where when they say whatever name it's going to be, you can go, I knew it. I had it. Guys, who gives a rat's ass? There are too many people in the Cleveland media trying to say, I was right 2 weeks from now, instead of just honestly looking at any one of these coaches and making an educated opinion. But you cannot make an educated opinion on Grant Udinski because there's no facts.
Yeah, you can't. There's nothing you can go off of. That's the problem within this. And that's where I think some fans are just starved for more information because they want to make an educated opinion. They want to be able to have all the facts. But what's funny about it is if I've heard one person mention the same story about Udinski, I've heard it 12 million times because everyone goes and reads the one article that the Vikings put out like 2 years ago. And it's like, so we're all recycling the same stuff. We all have the same info because it's not casted to a wide net. It's really tough for people.
I'll just say this on air,
it's really tough.
Because, again, I want to be very clear. My frustration right now...
It comes from a good spot. When you say it that way, I feel empathy there because it comes from a good spot. They just want to know more about this process, but the problem is that that's not how these processes go. The Browns don't let you in on more.
Right, and by the way, I do think that this is a good sign that the Browns are not leaking a lot of stuff because
we have nothing coming out.
I'm hearing a lot of the same things.
Kind of makes you wonder if maybe the only time we got something was that just Stefanski and Paul DePodesta telling the media.
And in fairness, like this search specifically is a really bad game of telephone. I know because I'll be on a phone call with somebody that I know knows somebody else. And then I'll hear that person's opinion, that other person change their opinion the very next day on air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, and by the way, it's not just one person or multiple shows. It's everybody. And it's just like, guys, I want Mike McDaniel because I think his running game here would be a lot of fun to watch. He's consistently creative. And from an offensive efficiency side of things, every year in Miami, with Tua or with a backup, he had a top 12 offense. If I pair that with a great defensive coordinator in Jim Schwartz, all right, I didn't get my leader of men, but at least I can tell you, hey, I've got a top 10 offense potentially and a top 10 defense. That gets you into the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot do that with Grant Udinski. And if you are, and this is another way of looking at this, if you are saying Grant Udinski, it's just saying you really want the unknown. Well, Mike McDaniel is just the known version of this without the extreme fail rate of Udinski, pitcher, or God, I'm just saying I'm saying a law firm at this point, Shieldhouse.
Udinski, pitcher, and Shieldhouse does sound like someone injured in a car accident. Call Udinski, pitcher, and Shieldhouse. They'll get you right.
I feel
All right,
better.
you good?
I feel better.
You good?
I feel better.
Not as ornery as I thought you were going to be.
No, because I don't want to crap on anyone. I really don't. It's just it's not even about the last 24 hours. This whole week, like, so many people with the way this is playing out are sucking the fun out of this coaching search.
Yeah, no, that part's 100% true. Like, I like this stuff. I think this stuff is fun.
Yes.
I don't understand the people that are bothered by this.
And I just can't hear another person be like, one, they're going to mess it up, or two, oh, this is just no fun. Go to accounting. Find a different career. This is one of the 4 things that is incredibly interesting that happens when the games aren't being played. 216. Now that was a little heavy-handed. 216-474-0092.
It was the right amount of handed, I thought.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Nick Wilson says, you're getting on my good side. I like this.
Oh, here we
buttering
go.
me up a little bit.
Here we go.
Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We do have quick hits coming up at 2:40. Leroy Horde, WQAM in Miami. You remember the name, former Browns running back as well. At 3, we'll talk a little Mike McDaniel with him. We've got Danny Cannell coming up, college football analyst, former NFL quarterback at 5:20. The playoff eliminator at 6:20. Is it time to face the truth about the coaching search? Which is, it is a fine search, but it's not a sexy search. And I just want to know, if you've got a defense of why you want Udinski, from the fan perspective, I am willing to hear it. More on this and the potential nightmare scenario involving the Baltimore Ravens in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. up in just about 15 minutes here. All right. I think my blood pressure stabilized. I think I'm okay. I think I'm done attacking people that do the same job as we do.
Okay.
And the other Cleveland media members. Listen, there are good hires here. I think Mike McDaniel is one. I think Clint Kubiak has done enough in the NFL and has had enough time across multiple jobs that I think Clint Kubiak would be a good hire. I kind of like Jesse Minter, even though I know what that would mean for the defense, because I think Jesse Minter has had, I think it's like 6 or 7 years as a NFL head coach. He has been a defensive coordinator at college and the pros. Okay, that's another guy. Comes from a football family, which I think is always like a bonus as well. Another thing for Clint Kubiak.
Sure, yeah.
And again, the Browns might hire somebody that I look at and go, I don't think this is a good hire. That doesn't mean it's fated to fail. But I do think, and you said something I thought was so key about this, which is, all right, if you're trying to hire an archetype, just be honest about that. Well, we think he might be Sean McVay. Well, Sean McVay, okay, I can kind of see that. I understand it. We think he might be Kevin O'Connell. Well, Kevin had multiple, but okay. If you're saying we're looking for these 3 traits, they being the Browns,
yeah,
these 3 traits, and each one of these candidates had these 3 traits, okay, I'll listen to you. I really will.
That's really how it feels like it's going.
But it just feels like a weird weird kind of forced job of a fair amount of people in the media of being like, all right, the job's going to stink. This job is doomed. I like Grant Udinski, but also he's going to fail. And I'm
that part doesn't make sense
I
to me.
don't think all 3 of these things, and again, by the way, some people are doing 2 of these 3 things. Some people are doing 1 of these 3 things. But almost everybody's doing at least 1 of these 3 things where it's just like, all right, I get it. Let's just chill, okay? This is not the worst job in the NFL. I don't care if Bill Simmons agrees with you. I don't care if Nick Wright agrees with you. They haven't paid attention to what's going on here, and they've discounted the defense, which is by far one of the goofiest things. They say Jimmy Haslam's a bad owner and then negate the conversation about Tennessee or Miami. They're clearly just anti-Jimmy Haslam.
That part's weird.
And maybe the other part of this is, even on the national media, I don't think they know what to do with these coaching searches. It's a lot of disingenuous commentary across the board.
It's a lot of retread, first off, is the other side of that. Like, if you're talking like Tennessee and Atlanta, it's a lot of people that have had these jobs, and like the Matt Nagy's of the world. And then the other side of it is trying to identify that up-and-comer. And do we give credit to Andrew Berry for even taking a swing? Because what he's doing, if you go for the younger guy, if you go for the Udinski, if you go for the pitcher, if you go for any of those type of guys, what you're doing is you're trying to find the big rock band before they're the big rock band.
Mm-hmm.
You're almost turning into like how there's always like the hipster fan with music. You're always trying to turn into that, where you're trying to identify the person that isn't Taylor Swift already before they're Taylor Swift. Do we give him credit for taking that big swing in the position that he's in, or is that not his job right now?
I kind of struggle with that because I think like Jeremy Fowler on the morning show today was like, yeah, they can risk it. No, they can't. It's kind of a pivotal moment in where they are. I think.
Why does Jeremy think we can risk it?
Pete Schrager kind of said something similar on the Bill Simmons podcast.
If Andrew Berry gets this wrong, and I know we don't know truthfully how loyal at this point Jimmy Haslam is to Andrew Berry, and so maybe I just have this wrong because he's going to be with Andrew Berry for the next 5 years no matter what happens. But the way I see it, if you don't get this hiring right, you should have been fired already, but you're definitely fired after this season if you don't get it right.
It's not even that. I don't want to waste a great defense that is plug and play a good offense, and you can win. I don't know that you're going to win a championship with this team and Miles is constructed in the next 3 years, but do I think you could make the playoffs multiple times in the next 3 years? And that's where we are. We're not in the swing for the fences and get a home run higher, because, by the way, Mike McDaniel or Clint Kubiak, one of these guys could also still be a home run higher, just so we're clear.
Yeah, definitely.
But, I look at this and go, no, it's the same thing with the quarterback spot. No, we need competency. We need continued competency. Kevin lost that at the end. And we need to get back to the point where you're when I say competency, I'm talking 7 to 10 wins every year. That's the sweet spot.
Well, and then the young guys that we're talking about, we can't guarantee you that in any sort of way.
Yes, and I think
you just can't.
I just think the unknown in football is always so sexy, and it's one of the great drugs because it's hope. That's all people sell you with Udinski or Shieldhouse or any of these guys.
And the sad part about hope
in
football.
The problem is, more often than not, hope turns into crap.
Well, but there's that idea. We talked about this with quarterbacks the same way too. The sad part about hope with football is that you have just enough examples to tell you this can be me, and it's almost like going down and it'd be different. If I went down and I was playing scratchers every day, but I knew 2 people that hit a $300 million lottery, I'd be like, oh, I just got to keep on playing. And that there's enough cases around the NFL between LaFleur, between Zach Taylor, between Kevin O'Connell, between Sean McVay, between there's enough examples of this where they have turned young coaches into something. And so there's just enough there that keeps some guys like Andrew Berry going back. Same thing with quarterbacks. There's enough Drake Mays out there that keep these guys going back.
I think you can hit a home run while appearing to hit a double. And again, I don't like safe. So safe there's no such thing as safe because, quite frankly, the only safe thing in sports more often than not is continuity, which they decided against and I was not in favor of with either Kevin or Andrew, and then they kind of split the difference. So there really isn't a safe here. But do I think there is more do I think there are more knowable things about Mike McDaniel? Yes, I do. And I think it's the easy I'll be honest with you. When I heard that the Ravens had just finished conducting their interview with him, I clenched so hard. I don't really fear Kevin's offense in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. I don't. I fear Lamar. I mean, that's a hell of a football player, right?
Right.
I'm curious to see what Kevin could do with that kind of speed in Baltimore as well. That kind of speed that actually performs, unlike Anthony Schwartz. That was unnecessary. And I think Kevin would have success in Baltimore. I think Mike McDaniel scares the crap out of me there. It's not even about Derrick Henry and Lamar, but those guys in this run scheme with a guy like Keaton Mitchell, with a guy like Justice Hill. Guys, this defense is the one weak point can be the run game in the wide nine. You hand Mike McDaniel to Baltimore, right? They're going to run all over your ass for the next couple of years. I'm so much more afraid of Mike McDaniel in Baltimore than I am Kevin Stefanski, even though I think both guys would have success.
I think he's a better coach than Stefanski. That's kind of been the point we've been making. Like I think he's better at this than Stefanski is. I think he got a raw deal with Flores, who's supposed to be this leader of men. Talk about the culture he had in Miami that he gifted off to Mike McDaniel. Like it was non-existent, and like nobody got that thing right in Miami. And maybe that's a Tua problem. Maybe that's some of the other guys that they had around there. Maybe, spoiler alert, maybe Tyreek Hill, a little problematic. I don't know. You tell me. But I feel like there's a lot.
Report out there about that?
Yeah, like 25 of them. I feel like
I'm not on the internet
lot
much.
with Miami is going to age really well for Mike McDaniel. And I think you get him in a new spot, new situation, whether that is Baltimore or here. I think he's going to thrive.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the worst case scenario for me. Mike McDaniel not being the guy here, going to a guy who, again, might end up being a good coach. I'm going to give any coach they hire a chance, even if I tell you why I'm concerned about the risk being taken or whether it'll work out. Anybody they hire is going to be somebody that eventually, within the next year or two, would have been hired, right? But naming a Udinski, a Shieldhouse, or a Dan Pitcher the head coach, and then watching McDaniel go to Baltimore, that feels like another coaching deficit you're going to have to overcome, at least in the interim, until you see something proven out of the new head coach.
So this part sucks about this job interview process is that more likely than not, people we've interviewed are going to be going and being the Ravens head coach and the Steelers head coach. And so, like, if you have a favorite in this, if Udinski's your favorite and then he ends up being the Steelers head coach or something like that, or Shula, let's say, because that seems more realistic at this point, there's going to be all sorts of people coming back and being like, why didn't you do this? Where were you on this one? And it's not necessary for right now.
And by the way, just so I want to prepare all the fans out there, because this is going to annoy me and I know it's going to annoy you. It does not matter who the names are in those three searches. The media, and that includes some people in town, but mostly national media, are going to like who the Steelers and Ravens hire more than who the Browns hire. Just like clockwork.
Oh, the
just
Steelers.
Get ready
Listen,
for it.
If the Steelers hire Shula, it'll be looked at as, wow, geniuses.
Yep.
That's the type of, you know what, that's a great move. If we did it, it'd be like, all right, they took a chance.
Yeah, Jesse Minter. And I actually think Jesse Minter's going to be the guy in Baltimore. There's just so much there.
And there's a better connection there, obviously.
But, like, that'll be looked at as had to be. The only way you could replace Harbaugh is with another kind of Harbaugh-adjacent person, whereas in Cleveland it would be like, well, you got to fire Jim Schwartz, and who's going to be your OC? Let's just prepare for that. They're going to love what the Steelers do. They're going to love what the Ravens do. And you could hire Art Rooney II as the Browns head coach, and somebody's going to hate it. 216-474-0092. There's a lot we can get to here, but I guess we'll get to what's the best pitch for Udinsky, Shieldhouse, and pitcher. Pitch for pitcher. We got quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time. And if you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for my friends. Joey Horde coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk Mike McDaniel with him. We'll also talk about his thoughts on this Browns job. We'll get maybe a little NFL talk as well, as we've got the divisional round of the playoffs coming up. Of the 4 games, only 1 game is a spread beyond 3.5 points, so should be a great weekend. But as it's a football Friday and an F-off Friday, let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Kind of a loaded day today. I do want to start with this, though. It happened late in yesterday's show because of when their press availability came out. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold, questionable for Saturday night matchup with the 49ers with an oblique injury. Now, he said there's a 0% chance he's missing this game. However, that is a really tough injury for a That's a tough injury for a football player at all, but specifically as a quarterback with all the twerking you do. Almost said twerking.
No.
Is this injury enough to swing this game to maybe a closer game than the 7-point spread?
Unfortunately for Sam, nobody cares about your injuries if you're playing in this game. He's going to try to use this as an excuse after like a 3-interception game. It's like, no, it's because you throw interceptions. Mm-hmm. It's not because of the injuries. I did find it interesting. A lot of the Seahawks coordinators were only talking about Drew Lock today. They wouldn't bring up anything with Sam Darnold. They wouldn't even reference or acknowledge Sam Darnold's existence. Everything was redirected to Drew Lock. That's a little wild.
I don't think there's a chance in hell Drew Lock plays on Sunday, and not at least starts. Here's what I'll say. If this was based off defenses, if the rest of the playoffs was based off defenses, I would say the Super Bowl is going to be Seattle versus Houston. Unfortunately, the quarterbacks have to matter. And Sam Darnold, of the remaining quarterbacks, this really is the game of quarterbacks I believe in least in the playoffs, of Sam Darnold versus Brock Purdy.
I can't let the 49ers limp into another conference title game. This was not that 49ers team.
They're not good.
They're not good.
No, that's not fair. They're not that good.
They're not conference
they are a playoff
title
team.
Yeah, they're not conference title team good, though.
But they should have lost last round.
Should have easily. And so I will have a hard time, and history will have a hard time if the 49ers once again make it to another NFC title game. Shanahan's great. I get it. I understand it. But Sam Darnold, get your act together.
Also, Mike Macdonald, their head coach, is one of the few defensive guys that has the number of Shanahan. Schwartz is the other. But if you look at what they did, what was that, 3 weeks ago when these two teams played? I mean, they made Brock Purdy look like Spurgeon Wynn. I say Spurgeon Wynn a lot, but in fairness, he was awful.
Sometimes Brock Purdy is just awful, too, though. That's the other side of that. Brock Purdy's weird to me. He's a much better player than I think a lot of people ever wanted to give him credit for, but he's
also not that good.
It's
how are both things true?
Yeah, I know. All right, Boomer
He also
Esiason.
looks like John Harbaugh's illegitimate son, and I can't unsee it.
Okay, fair take.
Yeah,
fair take.
Boomer.
Boomer Esiason. He was on the Dan Patrick Show talking about Dante Moore heading back to Oregon and what it means for the Jets, a team that he covers. Here we go.
I think the Jets lucked out, and I think Dante Moore is making a $50 million bet. That would be hard for me to do that, but I had advised him on our show here in New York, please stay in school. You need more playing time. And I think he made the right decision. And I'm sure he's going to get a nice paycheck from Oregon, but he's making a $50 million bet on himself, which is really quite amazing.
There's a couple things here. Obviously, I want to talk about if the Jets lucked out, but the idea that Boomer is also taking credit for Dante Moore going back to school is kind of fun.
So I like the point where he said, I wouldn't do this, but it'd take a lot of stones to do this. Good job for him.
Yeah.
How did the Jets luck out, though? Does he just...
Well, that's the weird part, is he's trying to call and say that Dante Moore wasn't ready and it wasn't going to work. And so, the Jets are basically dodging a bullet. But then he couched it with the idea that, well, I talked to Dante Moore. I told him what he should be doing.
Also, who's going to start... you can't run Justin Fields back.
So if Dante Moore ends up being great, won't Jets fans come after Boomer? Being like, you were the one that convinced him to go ahead and go back to Oregon, I guess.
No, because what he'll say is, well, it would have been different if he had come out a year earlier.
Yeah, I guess you can always hide behind that.
Yeah. But no, I don't know. If we were the number 2 pick in this scenario, if this would have felt like a nightmare scenario if Dante Moore went back to college. So and I know he doesn't work for the Jets, but as a member of WFAN, enjoy Malik Willis. Enjoy Kirk Cousins, Kyler Murray. Enjoy that next year.
Yeah, that's not enjoyable, and he knows that.
I actually think Kyler Murray should be the guy for there because it's not my problem.
You know, within the context of Dante Moore staying at Oregon, we didn't talk enough about the idea that the Browns, instead of having what would have been your 6th overall, the 4th best non-quarterback, we now get the 5th best non-quarterback. It's one more quarterback that's not. The jet spot is open up now for anybody.
And the Giants are going to have a great chance to take the first tackle off the board.
For sure.
Now, in fairness, this is a great draft for right tackles early. Left tackles, there's like a guy, I think. But, like, yeah, if you have a strong preference between Mauigoa, which I'm saying the name wrong, I'm not going to do it, or Fano,
you can
Giants
try.
are probably going to take him first.
I'm just trying to figure out why you'd have a kid named Francis and have another kid named Francisco.
Because you want to live. You want to live real.
That is a little bad by his parents.
Only if you're like trying to call out which one. I do. My kids' names aren't similar, and I'm like my grandmother when it was like 9 grandkids at her house, where it's like Veronica, David, Nick, Kristen. Like I'm like I start with the oldest and just work my way down.
It's like I got it. We'll add a CO on the back of it. Brand new kid.
Francisco.
And they'll both end up playing college football.
Francisco.
For the same team.
Cubs outfielder Kyle Tucker has made his decision in free agency after a strong week of Mets rumors. He, of course, signed with the LA Dodgers, as everybody does, on a 4-year, $240 million deal with over $30 million in deferrals. Noted New Yorker and Yankees fan and Mets hater Nicholas Turturro, actor, brother of John Turturro, took to social media for his reaction.
You gotta be kidding me. Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers? I thought he was gonna be a Met, of all things. What are we looking at, a three-peat now? What's going on? MLB, do something. Enough is enough.
There was another expletive at the end of it. You know it's bad. You know it's bad in baseball when Yankees fans are mad at the behest of Mets fans not being able to sign players.
Yeah.
Like Nicholas Turturro will actively talk.
Why is it I never knew that him and so John is like, I mean, Joey Knish in Rounders. It's like one of my favorite characters ever of all time. Didn't know they were brothers. Like the last name should have been the
NYPD Blue?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Never. Why, did they reveal that in NYPD Blue or something?
Well, no, that's just, I knew Nicholas Turturro. No, I knew him right about the same time because mid-90s was Big Lebowski.
I mean, it's an abnormal enough last name. I probably should have connected the dots at some point.
And they do look relatively similar.
Oh, no, I disagree. I don't think they look anything similar.
Is it because Nicholas is a little chunkier? Because that's not
great.
Yeah,
a little bit.
That's not great.
Well, I mean, they don't.
My brother weighs 150 pounds.
They're
just
not
so
a dead
we're clear.
ringer. Yeah, and I wouldn't be like you guys look very related either.
Yeah, not the milkman though. We got to talk about this Kyle Tucker thing at some point because as bad as it is for baseball, the general reaction to it could not have been funnier to me.
Well, people finally freaked out about the sport.
Yeah. But no.
Well, I can tell you why. It's because everyone thought it was between the Mets and the Blue Jays. And nobody really had the Dodgers on their radar. And for it to then turn around and last night be the night that it ends up being the Dodgers, you just had this reaction of like, of course it's them. We didn't even see it coming, and of course it's them.
So the same people, when it was 8 teams in baseball spending more than everyone else, said, suck it up, this is how the sport is, all that other stuff doesn't matter, are now pissed that it's one team. And that's why I think it's funny.
I actually kind of like the idea that it's one team against everybody. I think baseball needed a true villain, somebody to really latch on to and hate, because the Yankees thing was getting stale for a lot of people. And so the idea that you could just hate the Dodgers more than anything, because it feels like they're just cheating their way to championships, while, by the way, playing 100% in bounds, they just have owners that are willing to spend a bunch of money. I don't think it's a bad thing from that perspective.
We'll have more on that, but Leroy Horde of WQAM in Miami and former Browns running back talking Mike McDaniel, the Browns coaching search, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Afternoon drive on a football Friday on an F-off Friday. Nick and JP with you. We've got Danny Cannell coming up at 5:20 today. Talk a little college football, a little quarterback talk as well. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. But we've had many discussion about who's going to be the Browns' next head coach. There will be many more before this whole thing is over. To continue that conversation, our next guest used to play for the Browns back in the day. And, of course, now you can find him on WQAM in Miami on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Leroy Horde joining us now. Leroy, welcome to the show.
What's happening?
Dude, we are knee deep in this coaching search. I know Miami is as well. It seems like some media members are just downright negative because there isn't like a big sexy name left in this search. What's the word on the street in Miami with how Dolphins fans are feeling about that Miami search?
I think what happens with fans is that they don't want the guy they have so bad that they haven't really figured out what the solution would be. And they don't care. You know, it's like, I'm more than sure the Browns fans that got tired of Kevin Stefanski just wanted a new coach. And sometimes you have to look at, you know, all the things that have happened and to determine if this coach is really doing a poor job or are his circumstances part of the reason why the results aren't what you expect. More than not, most of the time, they're just ready to move on and get a new guy.
So was that the theme with Mike McDaniel then? As a lot of people here, by the way, are getting pretty excited about McDaniel, myself included, Nick included as well. Was that what you think happened with Miami and McDaniel? The fans they got a little impatient and that was it?
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with they think that Mike really wanted Tua Tagovailoa, and that didn't work out, and so it all fell on him. I don't know, like in a lot of these decisions about players and what the organization's going to do, we don't know who's responsible for that call. You know, when you talk about Cleveland, who was responsible for Deshaun Watson? Was it Kevin Stefanski? Was it Barry? Was it the owner? Like, nobody really knows except that front office. And so when you go back and you want to blame somebody for it, the only person that's really there is the coach that you have interactions with, that you talk to, that you question every week and every day. And so a lot of times they take the fall for a lot of decisions that they really didn't make. The thing with Mike is he's a hell of an offensive mind. My only problem that I had with him was, if you notice with the Dolphins the last couple of years, things have been great the first half, every game. And then it's almost like they go into halftime and they figure they can do the same stuff without the other team making adjustments, and didn't have any adjustments to counter what they did to defend you. And then a lot of times in the third and fourth quarters, they got ran over because it didn't seem like they adjusted well to teams adjusting to what they were doing successfully in the first half. And I had been complaining about that for 2 years because in the first half, they'd been in every game and it looked good. And a lot of times they get up on teams and sometimes 2 touchdown leads on teams. And in the second half, the offense just stopped. Nothing happened.
Leroy, what would your reaction be if Mike McDaniel was the next Browns head coach?
Good luck.
To Mike or to the Browns?
Okay.
Here's what I would say. I would say, is he a good football coach? Yes. Is he's the opposite of Jim Schwartz, right? Being that Jim Schwartz is more of a hard ass, a defensive guy. Defensive guys are usually a little bit, they depend a little more on accountability. Guys where they're supposed to be very, very, very attentive to details and stuff like that, and they're harder on their players. Offensive-minded coaches are kind of more laid back and go with the flow and let's figure this out and stuff like that. So Mike McDaniel is going to have the ear of the team. They never stopped playing for him. He did things a little different, and that he wasn't that guy that was going to get in your face and do things that way. He was a very positive guy, and I think players appreciated that. I hope, for the sake of whatever job he gets next, the head coaching job he gets next, is that he's learned from, what wasn't I good at my last coaching job? What do I need to get better at? And try to do things to do that, because I think he's very creative and he can do it. I just think that with the injuries and sometimes things happen that are out of the coach's hands. Like the Deshaun Watson debacle, I mean, who would have been the coach that would have worked out? I don't know. And so, I think he'll have to learn how to kind of learn from his mistakes. Hopefully he takes it with him and owns it and says, I got to be better in these areas. And then with the new team, he is better with it.
All right, so Mike McDaniel comes to you and he says, Leroy, I love you at QAM. I've listened to you for years. I'm going for all these jobs. Give me the self-assessment. Tell me what I need to be better at. You followed me closely. The only time I've ever been a head coach. What are you telling him that he needs to get right?
That football is not stagnant. Don't just assume that if you're having success at something, that you're going to continue to have success with it forever. I would say that when you design plays and you design an offense, you have to keep in mind, what are my contingencies? What are my adjustments for plays if they defend that? For example, teams that jump the slant, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get a slant and go, right? It's just fundamental football of having an adjustment for teams that defend something really well. I would say, be more physical. Be more physical inside. Lean on your play action. He really does like to run the ball. When it comes to running the ball, he designed some plays where they've always had success running the football here. And that will work great in Cleveland. And the other thing is, get you a big, strong quarterback, because you're going to be in the cold. And you're going to have to deal with it, and you're going to have to power through, and you're going to need somebody that can sling that ball under all conditions. And that's just a Cleveland thing. That's an up north thing. And I think he can do that. I really do believe that he can do that. I just think that sometimes, we all get caught up in success, and then when it fails, we act shocked, like people aren't going to do things to defend it. And I think it caught him off guard a lot.
Leroy, I feel like I called what happened in Miami to a T. I think Stephen Ross saw John Harbaugh get fired and thought, you know what, maybe I don't need Mike McDaniel. And then inevitably, John Harbaugh didn't go to Miami. Where does that leave the Miami Dolphins head coaching search?
They're going to hire another Mike McDaniel. They're going to hire another new coach, another young, up-and-coming coach. But I would say this. When you think of the John Harbaughs, when you think of, say, the Mike Tomlins, okay, you think those guys are going to go into a situation without a quarterback? There's no way. There's no way they're going to start without a quarterback. And I think one of the things that John Harbaugh looked at is, look, I never thought he was going to come to Miami, simply because of the quarterback situation. And they're going to be in cap hell for a year or two. And what coach that has done what John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin has done that want to rebuild for 2 years? right? Rebuild for a year and a half while you sort all those things out. And so I don't know if Miami thought he had a chance of getting John Harbaugh, but at no point in time that I think with the quarterback situation, the cap situation, that at any point in time that John Harbaugh was going to Miami. I would say the same thing about John Harbaugh going to Cleveland. Like, these coaches go to situations that they can build on, but they have certain things in place. Number one, a quarterback or a high draft pick where they can pick the quarterback. That's the other situation they'll go into. So I don't know if that firing had anything to do with John Harbaugh, but I do believe here, understand this, they hired a new GM about a week and a half ago. And maybe they were going through that process with the GM, and maybe they asked the GM. I think before they hired the GM, what do you think the first question had to be? What do you think of the coach? What do you think about the quarterback? Right? That's the first questions that you have to ask. And if there was an issue there, now it's just a matter of getting through that. Okay, are we going to rip the Band-Aid off with Tua and take the hit? What are we going to do with Mike McDaniel? So I think the conversations that Stephen Ross had with the new GM maybe had a lot to do with why Mike McDaniel was let go.
When we asked you about McDaniel, you'd mentioned you had to get like a big, strong quarterback if you want to play AFC North football. You know a lot about AFC North football and Browns football in general. Is Shedeur enough of a big, strong quarterback for you to satisfy those needs, or would you go elsewhere and get a different quarterback this offseason?
I would like to see two things. I would like to see if Shedeur is going to put the work in to be that guy. I was a little turned off when he said, just imagine if I had a whole off season to get ready to play. And I'm like, I can think of a bunch of situations in the NFL where that guy didn't know when that opportunity was going to come and he was ready. Right? Mm-hmm. And so from that standpoint, I was a little, I didn't really like those comments. But then I tell you, when I saw him play and I saw him throw the ball, and he threw the ball sometimes with timing, he moved around a little bit and made some plays. I would have liked him to have a better grasp of the offense so he didn't have to run around so much. But he made a ton of plays. Here's the problem. And for me, here was the hardest thing for me to get around. And you guys can tell me how you felt about it, is that when I watched Shedeur play, and I watched every game, he looked like he was playing better than Dylan Gabriel. Definitely. Then I look at the numbers. Then I look at the numbers, and he wasn't. How does that fit in your mind when you see the numbers and you watch him on the field? And the only way I could say it is that if you see those things, you got to have somebody that can work with that and see if we can get him to play more on time, if we can get him to read the defenses a little bit quicker and get acclimated to the offense, and then see if he still plays that way. Because if we can get a lot of that scrambling when you shouldn't scramble and running backwards and get him more comfortable in the pocket to read defense and stuff like that, I think he could be really good. I mean, he made some tremendous throws that, we really were glad to see. But I don't know. It's probably the most baffling thing that I have come across in recent history, in that I'm looking at somebody, I think that person is better, and then I look at the numbers at the end of the year and they weren't better. I don't know how to receive that information.
Leroy, great stuff, man. Really appreciate you. A lot of people in this town got a lot of love for you to this day. We appreciate you, buddy, and enjoy that coaching search as we'll enjoy ours.
All right. Have a good one.
Leroy Hoard there, WQAM, former Cleveland Browns running back. He's also one of those guys that also played fullback, so he did both. God, Give me a little Allstott in there, but better. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say, and a name that just doesn't really feel like a candidate. That seems like it is a candidate in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
he's the opposite of Jim Schwartz, right? Being that Jim Schwartz is more of a hard-ass, a defensive guy. Mike McDaniel is going to have the ear of the team. They never stopped playing for him. He did things a little different, and that he wasn't that guy that was going to get in your face and do things that way. He was a very positive guy, and I think players appreciated that. I hope, for the sake of whatever job he gets next, the head coaching job he gets next, is that, I think he'll have to learn how to learn from his mistakes.
Leroy Hoard, former Browns running back, an offensive player stumping for defensive coaches. I've never heard of such things. I saw it in the chat and on social media while Leroy was saying this, and a lot of the things that people heard him say about Mike McDaniel were several of the criticisms people had about Kevin Stefanski here.
Like which ones?
Like the not a leader of men, which I think is what Leroy was pointing to there. Like good in the first half and then bad second half, so adjustments.
And I checked that, by the way. I as we were doing the interview, I checked that because I was like, was that accurate? Is that a thing? Because sometimes you watch these games and it was not accurate. They were the 12th best scoring team in the first half this last year, and so that's closer to middle of the pack than anything. Mm-hmm. And they were the 23rd best first half scoring team in 2024.
Okay.
So I just made that up. I don't know where he got that from.
So overall, though,
I get where that concept comes from, right? It's usually with scripted plays in the first 15.
Yeah.
It does make a lot of sense for a lot of these coaches, right? And a lot of these very technical coaches, you see them have a lot of success very early on, first couple of drives, and maybe that's where Leroy got a little confused. Maybe he's very good in the first couple, and then it kind of tapers off a little bit. But he's hung up on the first couple. If I'm trying to give him some credit for getting that completely wrong. That sounded harsh on Leroy there.
We're going to send it to Leroy.
Sounded a little harsh
That's
on
Leroy.
Leroy.
Big dude. I would not be.
I know. I don't like that because it was just clear. It was just wrong. Is all it was. But the point is that sometimes that happens with offensive-minded coaches because they get the first 15 so right, and so it does skew that way or seems to skew that way.
I didn't expect a guy who covered 2 straight losing seasons in Miami to come on and say the most positive things about Mike McDaniel. So, I do think there are probably some Browns fans that maybe were more in the McDaniel camp, heard that and said, nope, no thanks for me. But it's like, I guess my thing is I don't expect him to hire a leader of men. When I say leader of men, a leader. When I say leader, I'm talking like a tour de force personality that is captivating. Mike Vrabel, if you're in his presence, has some sort of weird machismo charisma that guys respond to.
Yeah.
That without leadership, meaning ability to communicate and ability to follow through and relate to people, means nothing. Mike Vrabel has those things. When we say leader of men, we're talking Mike Tomlin has those things. Where TJ Watt was blubbering in the corner because Mike Tomlin was leaving the Steelers. DeMeco Ryans, I think, is another evident of this because I think DeMeco is one of the best coaches in the NFL, and it's time we start putting him in the top 5. Like what he's done in Houston, I know he's got C.J. Stroud, but he's
C.J.
done,
Stroud is the problem right now.
Yeah, what he's done has been fantastic.
At some point, we're going to wake up and have that conversation. Why in the past 2 years, C.J. Stroud is getting worse and worse. But they're obviously getting. I mean, they're hitting the same marks they've hit as a team every year. But they're winning a playoff game and they're getting bounced in the second round. Like it's still very impressive. Just C.J. Stroud just keeps fumbling. It's just bad.
But I don't believe they're going to hire that guy. And by the way, even if they were, I don't think Jim Schwartz is the archetype for that either at 59 years old.
There's so much about that, though, that I do wonder if he got put in an awful spot. I mean, Flores left them. It's supposed to be, again, a supposed leader of men. Flores left that Miami team in such an awful way, and that culture was absolutely shot. And McDaniel had to try to pick up the pieces and go from there. And I just don't know if he ever got it right because of that. It was off to a really bad start, but it's not like he's going to be off to a great start here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not that troubled about the cultural stuff just because it seems like they being Andrew Berry and the analytics folks, they don't seem to care about that. And by the way, I do. I think there's a reason why Mike Tomlin won every year. I think Mike Tomlin's a big reason. That leader of the men thing that I just explained is a big reason of that. But in the same vein, like Sean McVay's won a hell of a lot more than he's lost in St. Louis or in LA. I don't necessarily consider him a leader of men.
So
he's a mini Gruden.
So
without maybe with the cursing, I don't know.
Maybe with the only hang up I had from what Leroy had to say, and tell me if you agree or disagree. He really went down that it was McDaniel and it was his fault for why Tua continued to exist as a quarterback, essentially. Like, he hung on to Tua for way longer than he should have, was one of the blames that he had. And I don't know how fair that is, because they were having a lot of success with that offense for a while with Tua, but it became painfully clear to a lot of Miami fans that Tua was not the answer, and McDaniel hung on to him for a little bit longer than maybe he should have, or at least what Leroy thinks he should have. I don't know that that's a bad thing, though, and I don't know that I look at a guy like Mike McDaniel. All these coaches that are great like that are going to think they can do something with a guy.
I mean, theoretically, McDaniel was the coach when they paid him. So McDaniel, in the same way of Kevin Stefanski didn't stop the Deshaun Watson trade.
Or in the same way like Kyler Murray, for instance, in Arizona.
Yes.
Like Jonathan Gannon got him after Kingsbury had already done everything he did.
He was a part of paying him. At the same point, like, what options did they have at that moment? Like, it's in a weird way, it's like the Deshaun thing, but the reverse Baker thing. When they paid Tua, Tua's coming off a season where he looked like a franchise quarterback.
It's the reverse Baker. I like that, yeah.
It becomes, or the Daniel Jones, where Daniel Jones stunk for 3 years. He had one good year, and all of a sudden the Giants paid him a huge contract because of one good year, and then that somehow Brian Dable's ability to have success with Daniel Jones bit him in the butt because he couldn't do it again.
Yeah, it's a good point, though. Like, at what point did Dolphins fans want to cut bait with Tua? Was it 2024 when he led the league in completion percentage? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe he didn't throw for enough yards that year. Maybe that was enough of a reason you could have cut him. He didn't throw for enough touchdowns that year. But, like, I don't know when the right time would have been.
It's just weird to me. Like, again, like, I think whatever criticisms Leroy had, he watched him. Like, he did watch him as a coach. Mm-hmm. And I think I have heard can he grow as a leader? I think that's a fair concern to have. But if I'm choosing between offensive head coaches, I'm going to go with the guy who I think has constructed an incredibly efficient offense over all his 4 years as a head coach, and hope I can pair him with Jim Schwartz, and that will balance itself out in the wash. Like, the guy I can't believe that's getting a second interview is Todd Monken. And the only thing I can figure, and Daryl and I talked about this off air, I know you were as part of that conversation.
I was in the room, yeah. I didn't really do much for the convo.
Neither did I. It was a lot of Daryl, as some conversations tend to be. But the only thing I think of is they're trying to get Monken here as the OC, so maybe Schwartz is the head coach? Like, maybe that's the contingency? I cannot believe that Todd Monken will be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, no matter how well he interviews.
That doesn't seem practical at all.
And again, he's the offensive version of Jim Schwartz, minus the head coaching experience in the NFL. Like, I liked when he was on Ryan Ripken's podcast. Random, he was on Ryan Ripken's podcast, and I thought he came across as a good dude. I think he came across as a guy who knows some bit of football. But it's like, all right, the only real success he's had in the NFL as a play caller has been with Lamar Jackson, which, we had Lamar Jackson. Like, yeah, I struggle a little bit with...
It's the Dan Pitcher Cincinnati story.
And can we just...
You have Joe Burrow. What do you think's going to happen?
Todd just got John Harbaugh fired. Like,
because he couldn't get along with players.
Yeah. Like,
it's not because of it's nothing offensively that they did. They were good as an offense. And actually, you can make an argument that Lamar, in many respects... Lamar looked really good with Monken there. Like, he did something for that offense. It was what he couldn't do with the players.
So while everyone's assuming...
They didn't like him.
While everyone's assuming Todd Monken is going to go to New York with John Harbaugh, it was actually Pete Schrager who came up with getting another interview here in Cleveland on the Bill Simmons podcast.
Mike Kafka, who was the interim coach and the offensive coordinator last year, like, I got it from pretty good people. Like, he's still in the mix as an offensive coordinator for the Giants. That the rare, like, all right, so I was offensive coordinator, new head coach, and I was the interim head coach, but I still might be the OC because Dart actually showed a lot of flashes with him. Everyone in the morning was like, Todd Monken's going to be his offensive coordinator. Well, Todd Monken is interviewing for the Cleveland job on Tuesday, I believe, for the second time, and might be the Cleveland Browns head coach. So slow down with putting in who's going to be the coordinators.
All right. I understand that him getting a second interview does place him in the job. I don't know how to say it too many more ways. This is just a bad idea, and it needs to be out there. It's not a good idea.
We just want the world to know we don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, I'm not saying it won't work out. I'm saying it's unlikely it'll work out.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we would follow up. And it's not about the ties to the Freddie Kitchens era.
No, they do like people that are in the building that they've been around.
But you had him in the building enough to have some sort of an understanding of the things that ended up not working out in Baltimore and why it didn't. If you're going to go with if you want a contemporary offense that is on the heavy on the ground, that is built off a great offensive line and can pair well with this defense. The name is Mike McDaniel. It is not former Southern Mississippi, I think it's just Southern Miss, head coach Todd Monken.
Agreed. Monken's it's not any. No one wants this. I'm trying to figure out what they'd be setting this up for, though. You said as Jim Schwartz as the head coach, and then Monken as the OC. That'd be the idea. It's because as if Schwartz couldn't find his own OC,
or it's one of just the kids.
Also, then what happens to Tommy Rees? Wouldn't Schwartz want Tommy Rees in some capacity?
Well, my thinking is, or it could be they're going to hire Grant Udinski or Nathan Shieldhouse, and they want an experienced offensive coordinator to go with an experienced defensive coordinator, so that the baby coach can really just kick his legs up and
understanding that Grant Udinski knows like 3 people in the NFL.
I think that's about it.
That is one of the things with like Udinski and some of these other guys. It's like, how are they going to fill out these staffs? You're going to have to basically do it for him. In many ways, you're going to have to do it for him.
I think what you got to do is you just got to call who was ever on that 2020, 2021 Panthers staff.
Yeah.
Because they just had
so much
success.
Don't you know everyone on that staff?
They had so much success.
Who are we plucking from that staff?
Well, I mean, Joe Brady's already got a job, so we can't pluck him.
You should have some deep connections. We should be rooting for this. We should be rooting for this. You should know everyone on that staff.
No, I want to root for them to be good.
Oh.
I want to root for success.
Oh, okay.
That's where we're at.
I was rooting for the contacts for a second there. I got lost.
No, I think we can get some emails regardless of who's going to be the head coach here and who's going to be on the staff.
We can get some emails.
I did see somebody saying that Deuce Staley is going to go rejoin Andy Reid in Kansas City. Obviously, they have the Philly connection. It made me sad. I think Deuce Staley should be the running backs coach here. And yes, I have an opinion on running backs coach.
That's fine. I was trying to figure out how we get Danny Smith here, the Steelers special teams coordinator in a Brown special teams role. He's been there for he's the crazy old guy you see watching Steelers games that are always losing it on the sidelines. And I guess with the Tomlin change, they're like basically everyone on the staff is gone.
All right, bring Danny Smith.
Let's get him here.
If nothing else, he's just a crazy bastard.
He's insane.
Yeah.
He's a certified nut.
But different insane than like a Greg Williams.
Like a fun insane.
Yeah, it's like he's a Greg Williams without the ego.
Like Steelers fans legitimately think of him as part of the whole everything within that team. But like even from like a comedic standpoint, he just loses it, and I love it. He's very intense human.
Big Mickey from Rocky vibes.
That's it. That's exactly it, though. That's
even
exactly
looks like him. Looks like Meredith Burgess.
I mean, it's a beautiful thing. I want him here.
If he only talked like him, man, I would really. That actually would just be the next Hard
He's
Knocks.
also such a badass that you can't even get mad if special teams sucked. You'd be like, all right, he's got it. He'll be fine.
You wouldn't want to
yell
tweet
at him. I'm not yelling at him.
Hey, also, you wouldn't want to tweet it because he'd find out.
I'll yell at Bubba Ventrone until the cows come home.
He's not on Twitter, this Danny Smith.
No, because
but he's told about it.
Yeah.
And that's even worse because that's just a bad game of telephone, kind of like the head coaching search in Cleveland. All right, great stuff there. Pat on the back.
We're just finding we're rounding out our own coaching staff.
That's true.
That's all we're doing.
We're doing a better job than anyone else, and you're welcome, Cleveland. The favorites have become the underdog. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
end of the day, they deserve credit for the baseball moves they're making, but do they have a huge advantage financially? Yeah, of course they do. But they also have the baseball minds that are matching it, and that's what's been scary for the sport. And they're putting together one of the greatest dynasties in the history of Major League Baseball. This is incredible what they're doing. And it's also going to lead to a CBA that might cause a work stoppage, or at the very least is going to cause a salary floor and a salary cap. It's probably that tip of the iceberg that's going to change everything going forward for the entire industry.
Former MLB GM Jim Bowden on the Foul Territory TV show talking about Kyle Tucker signing with the LA Dodgers. And obviously we don't talk a lot of baseball in January, but this was such a significant piece of news where, last week it is, well, all right, is he going to go to Toronto? Is he going to go to the Mets? And everybody had kind of said, all right, well, there's no real place for that team out west with the Dodgers to go to. And yet the Dodgers once again pull off a contract that they can kind of stretch out long-term with deferred money, lower the kind of immediate cap hit and the damage it does with their luxury tax, and still get one of the 50 best players in baseball in the door.
And unlike Daryl, I was very surprised. And that's why it hit people a certain way, because I really did. And I mean, I thought it was going to be the Mets all day yesterday. I kept saying to myself, it's going to be the Mets, and it'll have the same second-year opt-out, third-year opt-out provisions in there. And then I was like, all right, we'll see if the Blue Jays can come up and maybe put something in. And when you see Steve Cohen, by the way, the amount of money that he was willing to do $55 million AAV. Like, it's insane that the amount that he was willing to go for a guy that was a 4-win player the last 2 years and is probably worth somewhere around $35 million a year. So it was the shock of it, and the once again, he's going to the Dodgers, that I think took people by storm.
Also, why can't Cody Bellinger get one of these real contracts? It's just the weirdest thing in the world. Like Cody Bellinger and Kyle Tucker, they're not the same player, but they have a lot of the overlap here.
I think the bet with Tucker was that he got injured 2 years ago, and then last year he was playing with a broken hand since June 1st. Mm-hmm. So like there's reasons for why his wins above replacement and some of the value isn't where it should be. There's obvious reasons why. He should have been. He was on pace really the last 2 years before the injuries. 8-9 win player, but you don't get paid off of what should have happened.
Yeah,
but here he is getting paid off of what should have happened.
There's a part of me, and maybe this is like the jaded baseball fan, that I kind of am drinking up the crocodile tears of Yankees fans, Mets fans, Phillies fans.
Oh, you see, no, it's
Blue
tough.
Jays fans.
No, this one's tough for me.
Not here. Can I give you the reason why?
Yeah.
The rebuttal. For about the last 30 years, when 8 teams in baseball have signed any free agent of any value, of any real consequential value that can swing a team in an offseason, it has been, well, your owner just needs to spend more. Bleep you. There's been no sympathy, no empathy to how broken this game has been financially for 30 years since the last strike. So the idea that it's now happening to the Yankees, the Mets, and all these other teams where the Mets have to sign, was it 3 year, $140 million for Bo Bichette, who, again, very Kyle Tuckery in the injury history and some of the problems
the Mets, who, by the way, are already over $300 million in payroll.
So, I guess there's a part of me that says, oh, yes, this does suck. Yes, it does. But I'm jobbed either way as a Cleveland fan. Milwaukee fans are jobbed to some degree either way. So you know what? Sit in it, spin. I don't care.
It's interesting. I was seeing people question how many years they would willing to do this lockout that's going to hit in 2027 in order to get baseball on the right track. How many years of baseball are you willing to just completely wipe out in order to have baseball come back in 2028, 2029, 2030, whatever you decide, where it's got the salary cap, it's got the salary floor, and it seems like a fixed system?
I can't, because I distinctly remember 94. And again, that one happened in the middle of the season, which just should never happen again. And teams like Montreal, Cleveland, Atlanta, Seattle, everyone was left with that was our year
Chicago.
Kind of thing.
I mean, I grew up with the White Sox.
That was a hell of a team.
I mean, everyone in my life, until I moved here, everyone in my life lived with the idea that the White Sox should have won the World Series that year.
Cleveland fans do not remember that the White Sox were ahead of you in the division that year when baseball ceased. So, there really is no amount of time I'm willing to give up. And I guess there's also, maybe this is the cynical part of me, I don't think I actually, if you listen to Manfred is trying to talk about the value of 30 MLB teams' fan bases know that their team could win a World Series, but he also kind of strikes it from the standpoint of, but you could also add a Fernando Tatis or a Bo Bichette or a Kyle Tucker in free agency. That does not exist for all but 6 teams now in baseball. So I think he understands the value. Here's the problem. At the end, what's going to happen is the 7 to 8 owners right now, including Steve Cohen, including the Steinbrenners, including the Ricketts, who are just furious about the Dodgers' success. They're going to fight hard to make sure they're made whole in this. They're not going to fight for the smaller market owners. And no offense to the smaller market owners, they're the guys who can afford to lock out the least because they're the guys who don't have the net worth to handle all the financial strain of a lockout. So this will go just enough to clear the Mets, the Yankees, and teams like that. And then teams like Cleveland are still going to be left with their you-know-what in their hands, even if you get a cap and a floor.
I mean, I'm hoping we get something, though, because it's got to be something different than what we have. Like, it's kind of wild to think about how baseball has just been the wild, wild west our entire lives.
I need it all. I really do. Like, if you're going to miss
take a lot. It's going to take a lot. And the odd thing is I've never been pro-owner in any of these lockouts or anything like that, but you'll probably end up being pro-owner in this because the players are the ones that's going to be disgruntled. The players are the ones that's going to say, wait, hold on one second. What are we going to do with our contracts, our existing contracts, to try to make this right?
That's actually what kills me is you're 100% right that the owners we're going to end up being pro-owner here. And the reason why we're pro-owners is because the players are so jaded for how just corrupt and inept these owners have been for and it goes beyond before the strike. I mean, it's been 100 years in baseball of really crappy, curmudgeonly owners who will not who just to get an inch for players, the players have to go a mile, right? Like, so that, but yet again, somehow we've come back around and made this circle where you almost have to root for the owners, even though the players are just going to, well, we're not going to give you that cap because it hurts us most.
Well, and the hard part, and the NFL came across this too, like the hard part in trying to get something truly changed that helps out the betterment of everyone is that, like, the real fight has to start with how in baseball you own a player's rookie scale for 6 years. Like, and they make pennies. I mean, they make nothing for so long in what should be real earning years. And it's like, but if you're a 5th or 6th year baseball player or 7th year baseball player, you're not going to fight for that system to be fixed. That's not your fight anymore. You're in Major League Baseball. You're about to get paid that big money. That's not what you're going to fight for. And so it's hard because you need somebody to really kind of say this is going to be for the betterment of the future.
So I think it's almost like you need a cross between the NFL and the NBA models. Like you need the shorter contracts that the NBA has, like a 4-year max being as far as you can go, because otherwise what happens is you get these super loaded rosters and then a lot of teams basically becoming the feeder systems. But I've seen people argue you don't need a salary cap. And the reality is the reason why the NFL is so good is because the cap and the floor, it's not a small percentage, but there's a percentage between the most you can spend and the least you can spend. A salary floor without a salary cap is effectively meaningless. Because even if you make the Dolan spend $200 million a year, if the Dodgers can spend $500 million a year,
there's still a big difference.
That's a huge difference. And so you asked how much. There's no part of me that can say I'll take a year. Because I
saw all sorts of fans offering up a year, 2 years, all sorts of stuff, and I'm like, I can't lose baseball.
I don't want to
lose baseball.
I remember what that strike was like, and it was absolutely, and that wasn't even a full year. It was miserable.
Well, but people said we're already headed towards a lockout before this. They've already been bracing us, and now after this, I mean, this hit people in a different way. It hit me in a different way.
If you told me though, hey, half a season, but for the next,
we come out of it
for the next 20 years.
We come out of it with what we were supposed to have the entire time, essentially.
Yes, and again, salary cap, salary floor, and the difference between those two things is 20%. That's as much of a variance as you're going to get from the highest spending team and the lowest spending team. I can deal with that. That to me would be worth it, but it has to be for Cleveland. If it's just for the Dodgers and Yankees, I got a very graphic language to respond to you, but that ultimately, I have to say it, that ultimately is my fear. In the end, the rich will be served again, and the middle class or the lower class in baseball ownership are going to be jobbed
And what's
again,
funny
and that's
is
frustrating.
Baseball almost got what ultimately the networks would want, which is it's killing people like us, teams like the Pirates, all these other teams. But they had last year. You had both Yankees and Mets playing, pivotal primetime games. You had L.A. mattering in that, Chicago mattering in that. Like, the big markets were all very well represented the past couple years in the postseason. Like, they got what they wanted. They had the spot, but pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered.
216-474-0092. Do you think the Kyle Tucker – actually, I like your point. How much baseball would you sacrifice if it meant at the end of that rainbow – you would get a true financial parity in baseball? As a Cleveland fan, there's almost not. I mean, again, I don't want to give up a single day, but a half a season, which is a lot for me to say. Yes, tomorrow, like snap your fingers like a genie and make it happen. That and Jimmy Haslam's involvement in the Browns coaching search in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an
Danny Canal coming up at 5:20. It's a football Friday. It's an F-Off Friday. Nick and JP with you. We're going to talk about Dane Brugler's latest mock draft. Could it be the perfect scenario? I do like that it doesn't really matter what's in the draft. There's just going to be a certain amount of people that go, is it an offensive lineman? Is it a wide receiver? That's an A+.
That's me. You're describing me.
But at some point, don't you have to land on like the receiver that works best?
Yeah, no,
okay.
well, yeah, we'll
All
get
right.
there. We'll get there.
Like right now, if it's just one of those two things, and I'm like, guys, there's going to be a different...
I'm always going to have a favorite.
Yeah.
You know, that's how this works. I'm always going to be able to pick something I like the most. But ultimately, there'll be no reckoning, no day of disappointment, no how did you screw this up, as long as you go lineman or wide receiver. I think you'll be in my good graces either way. If you go defense, I might have a little issue with that.
It just would be great if
I
it
don't
was
care
like
how great you think the defensive player is. I'm going to have a problem with that.
Reuben Bain comes to Cleveland, 6th pick, becomes a Hall of Famer, and for the first 3 years, JP's like, should have been a right tackle.
Doesn't matter. Yep, should have been a right tackle. Listen, Mason Graham, I let you guys all have it. I let you guys take your defensive player last year at number 5 overall. That's fine. You had a plan. You have a vision. Your vision goes out the window now. You put too much on the defensive side of the ball. I need some offense.
You needed a quarterback and offensive lineman last year, and Andrew Berry went defensive tackle, running back, coverage linebacker, and second tight end. And by the way, those players are awesome.
It's great.
But the point is...
But also, we need some offense.
Man,
yelling at Coach Riz about this like a month ago was one of the funnest things I've ever done. Because it's like just trying to get everybody on that same page. We need to think offensive lineman. We need to think wide receiver. And then everything else is white noise.
I think here's the problem is I also think that was partially my fault because I was the one
I
saying
yelled at him
Caleb
before.
Downs.
I yelled at him before.
Did
you
he
ever
have-
did that.
Okay,
You
good.
unintentionally walked into what had already been
The
me
aftermath?
yelling at him and telling him, Coach, no, we're not doing this. And him being like, wait a second. What's going on here?
All right.
You and Coach Riz were simpatico.
Oh, that's...
You guys were simpatico.
I like that, except unless it's on like a burger, because then I win. We'll get to the Jimmy Haslam thing in a minute, because we might as well just tell you the Dane Brugler mock. Before we get to it, though, can I just say, there is free agency.
Yes, there is.
So when it comes to, you could find 4 starting offensive linemen in free agency. You could do that. Just so you know.
Bears did guard, center, guard last year.
So
they addressed 3.
Like
it's a heavy ask, but they could.
You're gonna take like maybe a risk like an Elijah Vera Tucker who didn't play last year. Maybe you take like a guy that's like a swing tackle, but like a Max Mitchell. I'm just mentioning Jets offensive lineman right now, but Max Mitchell was another kind of zone blocking guy.
Well, you're going to, in addition to also taking one of these guys at number 6 overall as well.
But no. That would
like lineman
alleviate
or wide
you
receiver.
of having to do.
There's too much work to be done here.
Yeah, but you shouldn't draft a guy at 6 if he's not going to start, right?
Why is he not going to start?
Well, because you can buy a left tackle, a right tackle, and a guard or two, or a guard.
You can also buy whatever position you want on the defensive side of the ball to be filled as well. We can reverse do this, whatever this is.
What's more affordable, a elite edge rusher on the open market, or just starting offensive lineman?
Well, the starting offensive linemen are going to be more affordable, but that's not the point. Hold on, we're not even drafting an elite edge rusher anyway.
You could. Miles is 30.
Aren't you trying to draft a safety? Aren't you trying to draft Caleb Downs?
Yeah, I could draft Caleb Downs as well. Yeah, the point is, you're right in theory today, without knowing what those other pieces are, or if they want to be that aggressive, that's another part of this. But if they want to be aggressive and sign 4 starting offensive linemen, then it becomes wide receiver and best player available.
I was going to say, great,
and
we
then,
take a wide receiver then.
And then from the second round on is when I need to start signing developmental guys on the offensive line.
I'm cool with second. You do whatever you want in the second round. I'm talking first round. I'm talking pick 6, okay?
I'm talking pick 6. Either
if you go defense, I riot.
I don't think that's...
You go defense. I go to Andrew Berry's doorstep, and I say, what happened to you?
But that's not how the draft lines
up. What happened to you? You used to be cool. What happened to you?
He drafted a coverage linebacker when he needed a quarterback last year. That's not cool.
You used to be cool. What happened, man?
That's somebody well-actualling you and saying, well, quarterback's important, but we really need
It is important. We just had a great defense that did nothing for us. It is important.
I understand it's important, but you shouldn't...
One of the best defenses in the NFL, and we got nothing.
You're yelling at me, and I get it. I'm simply here to say... Free agency is where you fix the now, and draft is usually where you have more of a 2 to 3 year outlook. That's a more of a prudent way of looking at it, because the draft doesn't always fall your way when your eggs are in the basket.
Tate McMillan looked really good right now. You know what I mean? He looked really good right now.
Who?
McMillan.
Oh, I
the
thought you
Panthers
said
wide
Tate
receiver.
McMillan. I was like, Carnell Tate? Okay, no,
I confused you for a second.
Yeah.
But, like, you can do this, but they also look really good right now. And I'm going for them to have the – yes, obviously it's pie in the sky. Everything comes great. But, yes, that's what their job is. Their job is to find me the wide receiver, find me the offensive lineman, find me something that is going to work instantly. Make it happen.
Yeah, and they have the free agency to do it as well.
Do both.
Yes.
Both. Don't go defense in number 6 overall.
But why?
Because you're gonna drive me insane.
You should draft the best player available at 6.
No, you shouldn't.
Yes, you should.
They need more help than they don't have the luxury of a Caleb Downs now.
That's not a luxury.
They're not in the spot to take Caleb Downs. It's 100% a luxury.
No. If 2 years from now Caleb Downs is the best safety
we
in
have
football,
more than enough linemen and wide receivers that are at the top of this draft board. You can pick one and
then
find
guys
one.
hit free agency a year from now, and then a year after that. Like I'm here for this idea. I understand everybody's just locked in with I want offensive lineman and wide receiver.
Good. Stay closed-minded, people. Stay closed-minded. Eye on the ball. Don't take your eye off the ball. We got a mission here.
Enough offensive linemen for me, but there is free agency.
You can't draft enough safeties for me.
No, you can't. Not elite players
for me.
Or the kid from Toledo who's awesome, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who is getting a lot of love right now.
I don't need the 85 Bears.
Now that's not.
I need an offense.
Yeah, but.
And we're going to do this is going to be a multi-attack plan. This is not just a simple, we just do it in the draft and act as if everything's awesome. This has got to be a draft and free agency multi-attack plan.
I understand what multi-attack
means. That leads to an offense that doesn't look like it did last year.
But a singular
that leads
result
to an offense that makes us competitive.
24.
Because I can't have the defense carry us, or at least attempt to carry us, because we just tried that last year, and it left us as a 5-win team, and we got lucky to even be a 5-win team.
You can do both. You could draft an edge rusher or a safety at 6 and still fix the O-line and wide receiver.
You took your defensive piece last year at number 5 overall in Mason Graham. Okay?
That's not how team building works.
That's how it works here now. Until you get an offense, it's how it works here now.
Are you going to turn this draft around?
Until they have an offense, I don't want to hear about a defense.
Have you heard enough from the back seat here?
We're in the NFL where offense reigns supreme. I'm sorry we have a defensive team. We need to fix that.
But that's just not how it works. You do have to stay open-minded to...
No, I don't. I keep telling you this.
Okay,
no, I don't.
Andrew Berry does.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't.
Especially
I don't.
if it's a premier position.
There's more than enough wide receivers and offensive linemen. Find one you like and take them there.
Yeah, but they're also going to be there at 24.
It's not as if we have no one in this draft of value.
Justin Jefferson was the 22nd pick in the draft.
Yes, you can find. Great. Take 2 wide receivers. What's the problem? Take as many as you want. I'm not going to have an issue with taking too many.
If it's a premier edge rusher or a premier corner or a premier, safety's a little different because that's considered a luxury position, which it's not. An elite safety is not luxury. A okay safety is a luxury in the first round. But like Kyle Hamilton is not you didn't need him. But my point is, if it's a premier position, that's what you're trying to find with the top 10 pick. And a premier position, if let's say somebody takes...
So they screwed up last year with Mason Graham then, because that's not a premier position. Interior D-line, isn't that? Okay.
And by the way, it's pass rush. That's not just... What was that?
You had half a sack all year. Okay, let's not...
Are you going to be the sack rate guy?
You're
going to be the sack guy?
Where's
pass rush win weight, you
rush
bastard?
is all pass rush. I get it, but come on. Unless your interior defensive linemen are not making edge rusher money.
Actually, only 1 sack. The analytics community says a pox on you, sir.
Yeah.
You've been excommunicated.
The analytics community.
It's like what happens when the Amish
points
housekeeper
out there were wide receivers.
tells Uncle Zebekiah she wants some of that Peterland. That's what's going to happen.
I didn't tell you. She dumped us.
What?
She dumped us.
What happened?
We got a text, and she was just
because
like...
of that last sandwich
she
you
was
made
like,
her.
I told you it was a weird vibe the last time she was out there, as if she was hiding something from us. She's like, I got to give you to my sister because I have too many.
Puff,
I have too many clients, and so now we're getting her sister.
You gave your sister a succulent?
I know.
For her birthday.
Well, and that made us feel good too, because if she had just straight up dumped us and be like, "We can't come here," we'd have a real check in the mirror as to what happened. But she's putting her sister on.
Younger sister, older sister?
A year older is what she said. I don't know why she was so descriptive in the details, but she did. She's like, my year older sister is going to
also. She's got a C cup. She likes men, particularly from Chicago.
Yeah.
The more Catholic, the better. She's kind of a. I'll be honest with you.
I'm worried she heard this. She got wind of this on somebody went on Rumspringer and was like, "We heard We heard on 92.3 The Fan they're talking about you. I don't know what's going on.
It's always Rumspringer.
No,
That's where they
on
get
this,
you.
though, I got a clean break with the sandwiches.
So
for those that don't know, I make my Amish house cleaner that comes once every 2 weeks. I make her sandwiches because that, like in the beginning, that was just,
he's a
it was
kept
like
man.
the understood thing is that like she had like it's just what you do. I don't know why or how it became about, but anyway, we got in the habit of that, and so then I started making her sandwiches
She
every time
trained
she
you.
came. Her sister's not getting any sandwiches out of the gate.
You have to.
I'm no.
You don't
no.
think they've talked about your sandwiches?
I'm sure they have. I'm sure
You
they've
don't
even
think
raved
they've
about my
corresponded?
sandwiches.
Like, oh, we used Dijon the last time.
I'm resetting the market.
I don't think you are.
I'm resetting the market.
You're
I'm
about
gonna
to get dumped by an Amish girl
I'm
for
gonna do a no sandwich
2
the
times in
first
2
go.
weeks.
I'm gonna do the no sandwich the first go and just see where it goes. See if she makes a statement, makes a comment. If she makes a comment about it, I'm back in on the sandwich game. But like,
now they're going to hear this
if
on
I
Rumspringer.
get, I know somebody's
going to know how to manipulate the game.
Somebody's really killing me out there in the Amish community.
They know because you call her Anna de Amish.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
So we'll see how this one
I
plays
was
out.
hoping for an Abella Danger comment, but an Ana de Armas one isn't too bad, my friend. 216-474-0092. Should JP just stick with the sandwiches here with the new Amish housekeeper? A little bit older, a little bit wiser. She is on Rumspringer, and she is on JP. If that's what she's into, you're not. You're good fit.
I'm not.
You're going to have to, it's like.
Not my type.
You have to say.
Doesn't matter anyway. I'm married. Nothing's my type.
Yeah, that's right. Good save.
It's truth.
Good save.
Hell of a backpedal.
It's just truth.
There's no backpedal. How dare you? Mac, you're not married. You don't understand the danger water you're swimming in here.
Mac, if you want to come over and make some sandwiches, I've got somebody we could hook you up with.
Mac as an Amish would be the funniest thing.
They won't know it's not normal to have the producer of the show come over to make sandwiches.
Hey,
we'll just tell them it's a radio thing.
Hey, guys, where's your PS5?
Shut up. I like that. That's become one of his favorite drops now.
Hey, Zebekiah, can me and what was the first one? Anna. Can me and what's another?
No, you made
Amish
up
name?
her names. I never told you their names.
Can me and what's another Amish woman's name? Debbie. I don't know. This is not going anywhere. 216-474-0092. Ryan, Gabriel, Davis, Anthony. We do want to know from you guys here in a minute. JP has said it will be an offensive lineman and a wide receiver.
Close-minded.
Are you close-minded with the 6th pick? The argument continues in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Danny Cannell coming up in just about 60 minutes. JP is out on drafting anything other than a wide receiver or offensive linemen with the 6th and 24th picks. Mr. Shavocado agreeing with JP on the old Twitter machine, saying drafting for need is what's gotten us to this point. You should draft BPA in the first round. I would argue, even though he's on my side,
he's on your side. Yeah, definitely. The BPA thing is your side.
No, it's drafting poorly is what's gotten us here.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if your evaluations stink, it doesn't matter what you do. You're going to end up screwed either way. But normally in life, it's like be open-minded, hear out other people, do all these. No. Not with this one.
If you've been open,
never. I want linemen. I want wide receivers. I said as a general advice to other people. Yeah, as a theory, not what I practice in. Not what I practice in, but like as a general. Hey, this might do you well in life.
I've heard a priest say this, and it sounded right when he said it.
Yeah, it's usually a thought like 99% of the people can do. Not me in this, and not me ever, but not me in this in particular.
So
we are locked in offensive lineman, wide receiver.
April 26th, April 27th. I don't remember the first night of the draft.
And I would tell him, figure it out. Yeah.
It's David Bailey of Texas Tech, edge rusher. What's your response?
Big mad. What do you want from me?
What's
my response?
How far are you going to go
I think last segment I was going to Andrew Berry's house and going to his front door, and I was going to knock on it and say, why do you suck at this?
I think you just scare a lot of kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's not trick or treat this time of the year, buddy, and like just shoo me away. Yeah, obviously. I listen. I see some of you guys out there too. You're like, oh, but defense wins championships. All right, great. The Texans are the best defense in the NFL. They're 3-point underdogs in the divisional round. We're not even at conference championships. What are we doing here? You had a great
just
defense.
So pissed about something that they go into free agency. They could change your opinion on this with 5 signings.
That's a lot of signings.
That is a lot of signings.
That's
I'm not saying it's not a lot of signings. It is, but they could change your opinion of what to do with the number 6 pick.
I have talked about the guard center guard thing ad nauseum that the Bears pulled off, but like in thinking about that and going in depth more on that. You know those circumstances they had to even have those players become available? Like, Tooney only became open because the Chiefs became very poor when it came to the offensive line. Like, those guys, that's not a normal offseason that you get to snipe off 3 guys to fix your offensive line. Nonetheless, for now, we're making 5 total signings?
Well, no. Again, that was a trade. Thank you very much. You could make a trade or 2 and then 2 or 3 signings. It's actually,
you can.
There's a lot of really interesting.
I hope they do. I'm not holding out hope for it.
I'm just enjoying. You're like so over the top expressive with it, and I just keep wanting to press the button and say they should draft Caleb Downs at 6. No, you're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. It's Ruben Bain, edge rusher, Miami.
Don't do this to me now.
No, I think
supposed to be a nice Friday. Don't do this to me now.
That's a 10-year starter.
Don't do this
edge rusher.
Nope. I was already a wind-up doll for 25 minutes. Let me be for a second.
Explosive first step.
No.
Can you imagine
what makes me mad about this is you believe
Myles
it.
Garrett?
What makes me mad about this is you believe it.
I mean, Myles.
That's the part that makes me mad.
Myles finally has that push up the middle.
We need an offense.
We finally are getting push up the middle.
Nick, I don't need a defense.
Now you get another edge rusher that can get home quick.
Your luxury picks were last year.
That's not a luxury pick. An edge rusher, that's a franchise cornerstone.
You got to go ahead and take your pick in Mason Graham last year.
But now you have another one.
I need offense.
Now Mason Graham, Ruben Bain,
very broke offense.
The defensive line for the next 10 years.
This is like, both sides are, they're both competitive and they're just a couple years of development and all this. That's not the situation the Browns are in. They are so obviously.
Can't draft a quarterback.
The flaws on this team are so obvious and they're right there and they're all in front of you. Go address those.
Jordan Tyson's got injury problems.
It's a great defense. Defense is the problem.
You take a right tackle with the 6th pick. Come on now.
I need an offense.
That's where you're going to go. You're going to go right tackle. You're going to go maybe a guard. Maugoa, the thought is he could be a guard. You want a right guard with the 6th pick? You want a little Chance Warmack?
What's wrong with a right tackle?
I'd rather a left tackle. There's like one in it, and he's probably not going to be a top 10 pick.
I did see that about them talking about switching him to the right guard spot too, by the way.
You're talking about Maugoa?
Yeah.
Which, again, I'm saying this name 3 different ways. It's Mauignoa. That's how you say it. But we're all going to butcher it because it's been said 3 different ways on the internet there. 216-474. How do you guys feel about pairing Myles Garrett and Mason Graham with this kid you're going to see in the national championship game? I mean, explosive first step.
Yeah.
He's about 275,
37 sacks next year. It's great. We're going to have the worst offense 12. In the NFL again.
No, they'll have 80 sacks.
Yeah, Myles is going to break the sack record. He'll break the sack record 2 times over, and we're still going to have the 3rd worst offense in the NFL. Great.
No, maybe now. Well, by the way, you haven't even factored in the idea of just regression to the mean. this offense could regress to the mean simply because it was so bad last year.
Are you Myles Garrett? Is that what this is? Are you Myles Garrett?
I think we both know I'm not.
Myles is only happy right now because he understands that last year was all about getting him another DPOY. That was the effort of last year. Is that like if he thinks the rest of his career is just so he can win more Defensive Player of the Years? I got another thing coming. We'll be nice to the defense. We're not being that nice moving forward.
I just want to draft winners. That's all. I just want to draft a lot of guys that are just good at football wherever they may
we can
play.
Find them. And offensive linemen and wide receivers.
Let's go.
A lot of winners in those spots.
Let's go with Ryan in Akron. Welcome to the show, Ryan.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
I agree with you. I think that the only person you take at 6, and this is going to get on JP, is Caleb Downs. And if you don't take Caleb Downs at 6, because I don't think he'll be available at 6, then you can trade to the Saints or the Commanders, who are right below you, for their first-round pick next year, drop down a slot, and then you can get a wide receiver. You need tackles, obviously. You need a whole line. That's just my take on it. I think that I think Tate's going to go too high, and I think Surratt from Indiana is better than Tate. And then to address the Ruben Bain thing, big prediction, he's a huge bust.
And
I'll tell you why real quick.
All right.
I don't want to hold you up.
I want to hear it.
He was gassed during that Miami game in the second half because they were going full throttle the whole time. And I don't think that he's as good as he looks, because you can bully offensive lines in college, but you can't bully them unless they're like ours in the NFL.
I think there's some sound evidence, Ryan, we appreciate. That's some good ball talk right there.
Mel Kiper Jr. has Bain going 13th overall.
All right, so then it's David Bailey, 13th. Edge rusher out of Texas Tech, that can be the 6th pick. How about this?
Yeah.
Let's meet in the middle here.
Okay.
What if, because we had somebody on the station, I can't remember which guest, suggest that this week you just trade down with Dallas, maybe get their pick this year.
Yeah, they have 2 picks, right?
Yeah, right. 2 picks this year. And then with that first of their first-round picks, that's when you take Ruben Bain.
You're not hearing me.
No, because we've traded down.
Or you're choosing to ignore me.
We've added more value.
I can't decide which one in the moment. It's offensive lineman.
But you got 2 other picks.
It's wide receiver.
And then maybe you get a wide receiver, O-lineman, and then maybe a nice cornerback.
Wash your hands clean like you're the dealer at the blackjack table, and we all go home.
I didn't know which dealer we were talking
about. It's offensive lineman. It's wide receiver. You do the little, all right, good, hands, everything, all good? Okay, good. And then I'm out the door. Okay, or like I'm a magician just finishing up his big trick. I'm out. I'm going.
So you're
That's
out
it.
on trading down?
No, take a wide receiver, take a lineman.
Why not trade down?
I don't want to trade down.
What if you get a future first-rounder for
now,
2027?
If we're talking, how far am I trading down for that?
And then you get Caleb Lomu, the great left tackle from Utah, future Jordan Gross, by the way.
Listen, we got enough picks we can play with. If all of a sudden, if you have 2 picks in the first round, and then let's say you trade out of one of them to get another 2 pick scenario set up in the following year, but then you'd only have pick number 24.
Oh no, you would trade.
Or you get there first as well.
Yeah, you would trade for the 6th pick to, let's say, somewhere in the teens and a future first, and so then you can take your left tackle there. Or Ruben Bain.
That's fine.
There.
That's great. You go fine. We can do that. We can play with this idea.
So you're cool with trading down and taking Ruben Bain?
I don't love it. No, not Ruben Bain. You didn't say Ruben Bain. You said left tackle.
I did just there.
You said left tackle.
Well, the left tackle or Ruben Bain.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
let's go with.
You're an unreal human.
I'm quite real. I'm a real boy. Let's go with. Why is this so hard for me now?
It's hard
Will,
to see.
in Medina, welcome to the show.
You got lights in your face.
All right, what's going on, guys? Let me ask you this, and I know these are unrealistic, but if you need to tell me that if Barry pulled off his typical yearly wide receiver trade for like a Marvin Harrison, a Tyreek Hill, or even somehow got DK Metcalf on the scrap heap at the end of this year, that you wouldn't be willing to take a guy like Ruben Bain or even Downs to really just be a playmaker on the defense in addition to what we have?
Yeah, what if you got A.J. Brown for like a 3rd and a 5th or something like that, huh?
I mean, it's hard not to say, like, that's a way to build the team quicker and try to put something on the field worth a damn on the offense.
See?
So wait, so we're getting A.J. Brown in this process? Is that what you're saying?
I believe that is one of the scenarios.
Why don't we get A.J. Brown and then also get something on the offensive line?
No, well, because that's what the second first
we could still do that with the later first and the early second.
Why do we
right?
we don't need Ruben Bain the way that people think we need Ruben Bain, though? Ruben Bain's nice. We need an offensive line.
Well, you need everything.
We don't need Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain's like, no, our defense is great. We have a great defense.
It could be better.
We have a lot of players everywhere on the defensive side of the ball. We have a lot of players nowhere on the
Hold
offense.
on. That's like saying you need chocolate cake, but you don't need the ice cream to go with it. Yeah, you don't need it, but it makes it
on
better.
one side you have chocolate cake, and on the other side you have a steaming pile of trash. I'm trying to upgrade the steaming pile of trash right now. Great, we have chocolate cake. That's still going to exist. I don't need that. I don't need to make it a la mode. I don't need ice cream on top. I need to make the steaming pile of trash edible on the other
But
side.
we're talking about a top 10 pick, which should be an elite player, and I'm not sure that Tate or the wide receiver from Arizona is going to be that.
He's got
and I'm
some
not even
injuries,
sure that
Jordan
tackle
Tyson does.
from right, and I don't know that tackle from Utah. It's not like he's a bulldozing, amazing. I mean, he plays at Utah.
You're not sure Ruben Bain is going to be that either.
I don't know. You see Ruben Blaine just basically
called him
destroy the
Blaine.
Buckeyes by
What are you
himself.
talking about?
Because he was making your offense at Ohio State a disappearing
There
act.
we go. Good job. Yeah, there we go. I was trying to see how you turned it into it. I kind of wanted him
He
to.
nailed it. He nailed that landing.
Unbelievable.
He did not nail Ruben Bain's name.
No.
Ruben Blaine is an interior designer. You're hearing a lot of people really be open to what this offseason can be. I think this needs to open up your cranium a little bit and just be a little open. That this could be a really great offseason for you could set yourself up for the future quarterback while also setting yourself up to win, building that O-line in free agency, finding A.J. Brown in a trade, and all the while really supplementing this roster in the draft.
I like that you at least have us trading for A.J. Brown and then still beefing up the offensive line. That's
on the
nice.
cheap, too.
That's nice.
3rd and a 5th rounder.
That's great.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that idea.
Oh, he's coming around. Kid's
I don't
coming
like.
around.
No. I remain as close-minded as close-minded
Well, but
gets.
you would get your number one wide receiver.
Yeah, that part's great. But then you still need to draft offensive linemen and you still need to draft wide receivers.
Well, that's what the second, first, and the first, second is
Then
about.
let's get it done.
Yeah, by taking somebody at 6. Or, sorry, by trading down. And
That's
then
fine. If you
taking
told me that was the
Ruben
end
Bain
result,
at
if you
13.
told me that was the end result where we have an answer at all the offensive linemen are fixed, all the wide receiver situations are fixed. Like when we do the ESPN rankings and it comes out and wide receiver is better than 15th and the offensive lineman is better than 15th, congratulations. You did it. I don't care how you got there. I don't care how you solved the puzzle. You solved the puzzle. That's all I'm asking at the end of the day.
Anybody hear the flip-flop
Solve
that just
puzzle.
happened on
That's
air?
not a flip-flop.
You flip-flop.
That solved the puzzle.
You acquiesced to my I came up with a scenario where you're not taking a wide receiver or an offensive lineman at 6.
We got us trading
and you
it for
agreed
A.J.
to it.
Brown.
No, not the
That gets you my
pick.
wide receiver.
No, but the 6th. Okay, but
That
yes,
was the
exactly.
idea. You traded
Yes, but
A.J.
I
Brown.
found
You
a
traded
loophole.
our pick to get me
I
A.J.
found
Brown.
a loophole.
You got me my wide receiver. You just
Yes,
used
I did.
You used the 6th pick to get me my wide receiver.
No, I didn't. I used
That's
the
all
third
I
round
asked you
pick
to do.
to get you your
that
wide
gets me a
receiver.
wide receiver. That's all I asked you to do.
Even better, I traded the 6th pick so I could get a quarterback next year, and then got A.J. Brown with a 3rd round pick.
Fine, then we're all eating at the same table.
Bang biscuit.
That's all good.
Bang
You got me my
biscuit.
wide receiver. You got me my
You
offensive
opened your
lineman.
cranium.
You
I'm
got
proud of
me
you.
to a spot where I get you at least something on the offensive side of the ball. That's all I'm asking for.
I'm proud of you.
You went a little too hard on the paint on the defensive side of the ball. Let's focus on the offense now, Andrew Berry. Let's just focus over there.
Once we trade down, you still take Ruben Bain, and then with the second first-round pick, that's where you get my boy Caleb Lomu. We agreed. In unison.
We have these whole conversations, and then he just turns it on at last second. He just turns on it.
I never turned it. It was
always,
you
always
turned.
turns on it. We got it.
You
We got it
were
right there.
turned, and
we're
we
sitting
agreed.
there. We're at the table.
You
we're both
gave
eating.
leeway.
Everyone's eating. We got appetizers flying around here. Everyone's having a good time, and then at the end, you just throw a stink bomb in the middle
you
of
went
it.
a la mode.
You just throw a stink bomb.
Are
in the
you
middle
a
of it.
hardliner like JP? What about my A.J. Brown trade down for the future and everybody gets happy? Come on now, right?
We still talking football?
Yes and no.
There we go.
Yeah. Hey, live your life a la mode. You know what I'm saying?
Get happy.
Because I don't really know what that means. A big weekend of the NFL. We'll get to it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So
Now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
The Lead coming up in about 15 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. We're going to find some safe ground here, right? We had... people were accusing me of rage baiting you simply for, saying, let's keep an open mind. Let's think Caleb Downs at 6. Let's think of Ruben Bain at 6 or David Bailey at 6. Just good, solid American-born football players here. And now, by the way, it's Keith that is rage baiting me in our
I like this.
exchange.
It's a good
there
turn of events here. Yeah.
About Grant Udinsky, which is a creative coach.
That's not. He's a creative.
Yeah,
coach.
that's like he just graduated college. It's the kind of thing you would do if you could create a coach in college football, NCAA 2010.
His face does kind of look like a sim character.
It really does. So we're all kind of rage baiting each other. So let's get on the same page. It's going to be a good weekend of football. This is, and it's not just because Vegas says that 3 of the 4 games have a spread of 3.5 points or less. I even think the 49ers-Seahawks game is going to be closer, given I think that Seahawks defense is going to go ahead and do a number on the 49ers offense, and a hurt Sam Darnold really is going to impair that Seattle offense as well.
Oh, it's funny because that is actually the game I'm the least interested in.
I agree, by the way.
Okay, all right, good. We never know what Brock Purdy's going to show up, though, so there's always some intrigue attached to that.
It's Brock Purdy versus Sam Darnold. We can't spin that one.
Well, and that's what's hard, too, is that then so that we know on the NFC side of things, there's a real likelihood that it's Brock Purdy representing the NFC side, and that's not good, and even if it's Sam Darnold, that's not good either.
Yeah, it's so funny.
The excitement level just sinks.
If we talked 6 weeks ago, I would have said, I think the champion is definitively coming out of the NFC. And now these are the 4 teams left, and it's like San Francisco is injured incredibly on the defense, but even the weapons around Brock Purdy. Seattle has Sam Darnold as their quarterback. The Bears are a team that I thought of as a really good regular season story, but probably not ready for prime time. And then the Rams cannot help but blow a lead any chance they get it.
They have 3 special teams losses this year, just losses that the special teams unit just failed them. The Panthers game, the fact that they lost to the Panthers and then had that game so close in the playoff game, I think it shook a lot of people. It shook myself, if I'm being honest.
I still think the Rams could end up being.
They're supposed to be awesome, though. I think that was not awesome last week.
If we just took away the special teams things, I would say the Rams are going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. You can't, and I can't, and but that's the team I want to say. They've got Stafford, they've got McVay. They do have some incredible defensive players, even if they've got some incredible holes on that team. So I want to pick the Rams.
What's in this cold weather too? The same type of cold weather that the Bears-Browns game was in, to the point where if you saw this story, Matthew Stafford is wearing a scuba suit under his uniform for this game. I'm not lying. That's not a joke.
Losing.
He's legitimately wearing a scuba suit.
They're losing
for this game. That's his big trick.
The weather's already in your head before the game kicks off.
Weather. Yeah, he's so scared by the weather. That was his big way of trying to make this all work.
Can someone tell me
still look like Scuba Steve out there?
Can someone please tell me doesn't play for the Detroit Lions anymore? Detroit Lions.
So I like this because I heard Brady yesterday do an interview and he was talking about how with the Patriots he was always outside and he was always doing all this cold weather stuff and you became used to it, right? And you got hardened by it. And then he went to Tampa Bay and he just became soft.
Yep.
Soft as mush, and it's just how it goes.
That's not even just a football thing; that's a real life thing.
Well, and definitely. When you went to the South, when I went to the South,
everyone that's lived in the South says when you come back, those first 2 years are brutal,
and it definitely was. It
100%.
Definitely hit in a much different way, and so there is a thought that I'm living with and existing with right now that all the Matthew Stafford used to play in Detroit narratives we need to throw those out the window.
Now on the AFC side of things, I think the only thing I'm really rooting for is Buffalo because Denver's got a great defense, but Bo Nix is Bo Nix, and Sean Payton is just – how is he a bootlicker and an a-hole? He did both things this week. He insulted a reporter who wanted to try and, ask him a football question, and then
What was the question?
It was something about trying to get your linebackers downhill.
Okay.
And Sean Payton's like, oh, you know a lot about that?
That is a D move.
Yeah, well, but then
that's so unnecessary.
Then he was asked about the Walmart ownership of the Broncos, and he's like,
the Walton Penner
these
Group.
people, they want, once you stop being a Bronco, they want you to remember there's a relationship for life. And it's like, did you not know the previous ownership? Because that was totally their vibe too.
Yeah.
Like, that's just good ownership. But it was just such a bootlicking move. I was like, I thought you were above bootlicking.
I don't think he is.
Makes $25 million a year. They kind of owe him.
Yeah, I find myself rooting for Denver, and that story's not changing it right
Why?
now. I don't like Bo Nix as a quarterback. You know that about me.
You're rooting for them, though?
Yeah, I want to see Josh Allen fall. Consistently.
You're going to be the first person to bitch if the Super Bowl is...
Yes, you're right. If it's Bo Nix versus Sam Darnold, I'm complaining.
Or Brock Purdy versus C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. You're right. I'll be the first one to complain. But with Josh Allen, I like Buffalo. I do.
What?
I
Do you think
the
he's got
run
it too
defense
good?
stinks. I know. You know what it is? It's not Josh Allen that I want to have fail. That's not
Haley Steinfeld.
That's not true. No. That's not truthful. I want the Buffalo, not even ownership. Let's just take it even for. I want Brandon Beane to fail for not giving Josh Allen a good enough team. You need to be punished. The same way I constantly believe that the Chiefs need to, and they're being punished right now and having the season that they had. You got to be punished when you have a great quarterback that way, and you give them that lousy run defense that they have. You give them nothing to work with outside of Cook. They have failed Josh Allen, and I think they need to reach a bottom in order to truly figure out that they can't just keep taking away weapons and acting like that's an okay thing.
Their bottom is losing in the divisional round?
Well, their top is one AFC title game, so I don't know that that's even fair to say the bottoming out, but this will be a wake up.
This is not going to be like the great humiliation that makes Brandon Beane change his mind and change how he operates. So,
we could still have jobs fired after this.
Well, but you were the 6th seed. They're not firing the GM. They might. I don't even think they're firing Sean McDermott.
It's on the table. This team's supposed to make it to the AFC title game. This is Josh Allen without all these other great quarterbacks in the AFC there. Joe Burrow's not there. Mahomes isn't there. Lamar's not there. There's nothing standing in his way. Bo Nix, losing to Bo Nix.
They're his own team.
Losing to Bo Nix hits differently than losing to Mahomes or losing to Lamar. Like they consistently been doing, losing to Burrow, Lamar, and Mahomes, that's acceptable. They've given themselves the old Peterlin pass when it comes to that. This isn't acceptable.
Peterlin pass.
Losing to Bo Nix is not acceptable. That's a wake-up call in a large way.
They're going to say you lost to the 1 seed.
No, I think
that's
they're
what
gonna,
the Pagulas would say.
I think they're gonna look at it and they're gonna say Brandon Beane didn't get them nearly ready enough with the wide receivers or lack thereof, and the defense wasn't nearly good enough.
I don't think the Pagulas want to break that band up. I think they think that band is still cranking out hits every given year.
One AFC title game with Josh Allen as your quarterback, that's not a hit to me.
They don't look down upon Bo Nix the way you and I do. 2 years with Sean Payton.
But he's certainly not elevated to be Mahomes, Lamar, or Joe Burrow.
But he's still a top 10, top 12 quarterback.
They kept giving themselves passes
You're
based
not losing
off
to
of
Snidely Whiplash.
I mean, it's Bo Nix.
You kind of just went Adam Gase there.
It's Bo Nix.
You looked in every direction.
Well, I can't believe you're trying to make a defense of Bo Nix right now.
No, my point is,
losing to Bo Nix is embarrassing.
No, it's
not. If you're Josh Allen, it's embarrassing.
You lose to the number 1 seed. You're losing to the Denver defense.
But Josh Allen losing to Bo Nix in a year where all these great quarterbacks isn't there, that's not good for Josh Allen.
Stop pointing at him, Mac. No,
he's bringing up a good point. The last couple of years, there has been more pressure on Buffalo to win.
Why is Buffalo ownership going to look down on Bo Nix? Why aren't they going to look at the number 1 team and one of the 5 best defenses in the NFL?
It's not about Bo Nix. It's having the best quarterback in the playoffs.
You just said it was about Bo Nix.
You've been talking about Bo Nix. That's why I brought it up.
He's been talking about Bo Nix. I've been saying Bo Nix is a defensible quarterback to have, and he wouldn't be losing to Bo Nix. He'd be losing to that defense and Sean Payton.
Stop it. He's losing to Bo Nix.
You're the 6th seed.
When he loses to Patrick Mahomes, no one's like, you lost to the Chiefs defense. You lost to Patrick Mahomes. 13-second game, it's a loss to Patrick Mahomes. You go up against the heavyweight quarterbacks, and they've always given Josh Allen the sense of, well, you're up against some of the game's greats. Bo Nix is not a game great.
Will the divisional round live up to the wild card round? The spreads say it likely will. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com.
Breaking out coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick and JP back on a Football Friday on an F-Off Friday. If Bo Nix wins the Super Bowl, will you throw down your arms against Bo Nix?
No, Josh Allen's a much better quarterback. It's still embarrassing.
That's not the. But will Bo Nix be a top 5 quarterback if he wins the Super Bowl this year? He's not going to.
No.
If you think Josh Allen's the best quarterback or second best, so what does the Super Bowl do for him?
Well, I just said that he has a really great defense. If not only a really great defense, one of the best defenses in the NFL. He's got a top 5 offensive line in the NFL. Like, he has a lot of really good pieces around him, is what it says.
Generally, great quarterbacks do.
He's getting the Brock Purdy treatment in many ways. He's better than Brock Purdy.
I was going to say that is.
We know he's better than Brock Purdy.
You're putting me in a position.
But he's getting the Brock Purdy treatment.
You're putting me in a position where I never watched Bo Nix in college and thought franchise quarterback in the NFL. But now I have to defend Bo Nix because Josh Allen losing to Bo Nix is not a slight on Bo Nix.
One of the best head coaches in the game, one of the best defenses in the game, best offensive lines in the game. Like, he's got a lot of pieces around him.
You know what? That's why I've said Pat
Mahomes
Mahomes is not a franchise quarterback, because he has Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, and Chris Jones.
He does not have a great offensive line in the slightest bit. The offensive line's been a huge problem for them.
But he did that first year they won the championship. Eric Fisher, Mitchell Schwartz, bunch of dudes in the interior I don't remember.
So wait, so Bo Nix is now Mahomes? Is that the?
No, I was just saying.
Is that what you're doing? Comparing Bo Nix to Mahomes?
In the same way that if you want to say Shedeur didn't have any, I'm not trying to do that because I. Okay, in the same way, it's fair to say Dylan Gabriel didn't have a lot of help, and neither did Shedeur. You can say I was trying to do it in a way that didn't start a fight because I'm trying to just make a point.
Did Bo Nix have some advantages in his NFL life? Yes, he has.
Yes, he does.
And has he taken advantage of those? Yes, he has.
But if he wins a Super Bowl, that should elevate him, especially because he's a traditional pocket
elevates
passer.
him, but not to a top 5 quarterback.
There's
you asked him top 5. You said top 5.
What
was
about
your
top
question?
7? Can I get top 7? I'm just trying to build a bridge to Trust Town because you've turned him into Brock Purdy plus.
No. Somewhat close, but no.
Let's get to the lead here. NFL analyst Peter Schrager. I don't know why that's
Why did that seem funny to you?
I don't know. Because he's a grown man going by the name Peter. He's not a psychologist. And he was on the Bill Simmons podcast and said that Todd Monken will get a second interview for the Browns early next week.
Mike Kafka, who was the interim coach and the offensive coordinator last year, like, I got it from pretty good people. Like, he's still in the mix as an offensive coordinator for the Giants. Like, the rare, like, all right, so I was offensive coordinator, new head coach, and I was the interim head coach, but I still might be the OC because Dart actually showed a lot of flashes with him. Everyone in the morning was like, Todd Monken's going to be his offensive coordinator. Well, Todd Monken is interviewing for the Cleveland job on Tuesday, I believe, for the second time, and might be the Cleveland Browns head coach. So slow down with putting in who's going to be the coordinators.
I might be. He's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I feel like he used the Browns to go ahead and just prop up a different thought that he had. That's all that was. He just wanted to get the point out there that Harbaugh's OC might not be Monken, and then he was using the Browns to go ahead and prop up that and make that more of a valid thought.
There's plenty of coaches, and I went through a little bit of a list. Mike McDaniel would be a really good hire for the Browns. I think Clint Kubiak would be an interesting hire, and a good hire for the Browns. Jesse Minter. Even though it means changes on the defensive side of the ball. Good hire for the Cleveland Browns. You and I agree they should have a lot more interest in Mike McCarthy. Good hire for the Cleveland Browns. Todd Monken is older. Todd Monken is the reason why John Harbaugh is no longer Baltimore's head coach. I don't even know I want him as my OC, let alone my head coach.
Yeah. I wish Schrager would have done what he's doing online in the past hour and a half, which is really go hard with how great McDaniel has been in the interview processes. Like, his response to everyone talking about Monken has been to go online and be like, hey, McDaniel has been killing it in these interview processes. I want more of those type of stories.
I'm really trying.
Less Monken, more McDaniel.
I'm trying really hard not to just be a one-candidate guy. I try really hard to be really, really open-minded because fit matters, and I can't judge the fit for them, meaning like what's going to work best with Andrew Berry, what's going to keep Jim Schwartz here, what's going to make Jimmy Haslam happy. But I just continue to look back to if you want some iteration of Stefanski, but somebody that's maybe a little bit better than Stefanski, I think it's Mike McDaniel. He has experience play calling. He's run an offense. His offense is while he's the head coach. Remember, our problem with Kevin Stefanski is he had one top 10 scoring offense in 6 years as a head coach, and he's an offensive head coach.
And it was number 10. It wasn't even like it was number 2.
With Mike McDaniel, the guy had, the number 2 scoring offense in the NFL his first or second year as a head coach.
In 2023,
and his offensive efficiency was top 12 in every single year. That's an offensive head coach. And then you pair him with the defensive head coach, meaning a head coach of the defense in Jim Schwartz, and that's the pairing you want.
And he did that with Tua as his quarterback. ESPN senior NFL reporter Jeremy Fowler joined the morning show today. He talked about Grant Udinski and the other young offensive-minded candidates that the Browns have shown interest in.
He has a way of utilizing the next-level offensive thinking that he has, but then also being able to dumb it down to the other coaches and players. He tends to see the game a different way, and he's in the weeds with it as far as how he learns it and eventually teaches it, but some guys struggle with relaying that to the players. I'm told he's very skilled at keeping things simplified, even if he's trying to do next level stuff offensively. The stuff about smartest guy I've ever met and all that, like you do hear that from people. I think that is legit. It's just a matter of the fact that he's 30 years old and probably not ready right now as we speak to be a head coach, but that depends on what your style is, right? If you're trying to get ahead of it and you see a guy who in 2 years is going to be a superstar, that's sort of the thought with these things. And the Browns are in position to take that sort of swing on a Shieldhouse or a Udinski or even like a Dan Pitch. I would not discount him at all. In fact, I know there are people with the Browns who have looked at him as a future head coach, and not just right now, but before this cycle.
I don't love the Browns' job being pitched as make a big swing because, who cares if it fails? You'd be wasting a great defense here further by not finding the right head coach. The Browns aren't in a position. There's no franchise in a bleep it, let's see what happens position. Certainly not the Cleveland Browns.
Well, that's people that give advice on a team that doesn't have to live with the day in, day out consequences of it.
Yep.
I always hate that. People, they always give the worst advice when it comes down to them not actually having to live through it and be there every day with it.
Also, he sees the game in a different way as such a word salad. What does that mean? Because here's my experience. There are a lot of brilliant guys who also see the game the exact same way. Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, and Kyle Shanahan are all guys who have very similar philosophies. They don't see the game. They might deploy things different ways. They might be different suited in different ways. They see the game the same way, and they just happen to also be really smart at football. So listen, as I will not shame fans for liking Grant Udinski, Nate Shieldhouse, or Dan Pitcher. Because as a fan, quite frankly, you're just hearing names. You're not going to see a difference between Mike McDaniel because you can go on his Wikipedia, but there's no difference between him and Grant Udinski. When I hear a media member in Cleveland say, I want Udinski, Shieldhouse, or Pitcher, or Aiden Dirty, I hear, oh, you just don't want to say Mike McDaniel. Oh, you just don't. You're either trying to be different, because the truth is, I've not heard one Cleveland media member say something, and I'll say outside of the show, because I actually thought you brought up a good point earlier, but nobody's made that point about you're just looking for this clone and here's why this makes sense. But most people are like, well, I'll call Ken out on it, not in a mean way, but Ken said today, he's like, well, he's been around quarterback success. Yeah, as the assistant quarterback coach, not the quarterback coach. But it's been a part of culture change. He was the offensive coordinator, not the head coach. The head coach does the culture change. The offensive coordinator comes in and says, is that okay, coach?
Yeah.
So,
we doing all right here?
Again, I'm not, Ken was just one of the people doing this. So I'm not trying to dump on Ken. I hope that's not what he hears or what you guys hear. Because when I take that on Ken, I want to. But this is not one of those cases. A lot of people are trying to sell candidates, and it's like, he's third in power at best. He's got no tangible responsibility that you can hold him accountable for.
Yeah.
So what can I say you see other than he done interviewed real good?
The only thing I can think of is I almost wonder if they're trying to... I was thinking about this with Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's getting in this feud right now with Matt LaFleur. It's been an ongoing thing. And some people have suggested that the feud stems from the idea that Matt LaFleur's got all these people with Sean McVay and Shanahan and that whole crew. They all just kind of hang out together, and anytime there's a head coaching thing, they're all there. But Ben Johnson comes from his own planet, right? He's just off that. And I almost wonder if they're trying to find that with Grant Udinski, someone that isn't from that McVay, Shanahan, that little clique that's circulated, and trying to find their own guys that are like Ben Johnson that very, in many ways, were what Kevin Stefanski was 6 years ago, where it's like he's got his own identity, his own different thing, and it's going to be a zig when everyone else is zagging while still doing the young offensive mind thing.
I think this is a coaching job, or this is a coaching search from the Cleveland perspective, because you don't have that ready-made quarterback option, because you need to find the offensive linemen and wide receivers, and you need to make sure to try and keep Jim Schwartz. Do not overthink it. The two things you can do is try and hire somebody before you're ready to make a hire because you get skittish about times. That, like the Dan Quinn, Mike Pettin thing, that's a mistake. The other one is just go, I'm going to galaxy brain this and try and some sort of logical engineering that plants a candidate that isn't ready to be a head coach. If Mike McDaniel wasn't there, it'd be different. You have a guy that fits everything you want, that's better at the things that you just fired the head coach for not being good at. And listen, if they were more open to a quote-unquote leader of men, a DeMeco Ryan, a Mike Tomlin, a Mike Vrabel, well, that's a different conversation for me. They're not. They want an offensive head coach who can go ahead and do all the creative wizardry. That's what they want. Danny Kanell, former college quarterback, former NFL quarterback, and college football analyst joining us. We'll talk this quarterback class in the NFL. We will talk the national championship game and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ready for some actual...
P with you. We've got the playoff eliminator coming up in about 60 minutes. Unlike the quarterback Deadpool, we have a definitive way to score.
We got a point system.
We came up with it. It's very basic. It's very easy to follow.
Hey, you won't be impressed.
Should be noted. Well, okay, let's
the
sell
point,
it a little better than that.
The point system. Well, I mean,
don't give it away. If you give it away now,
the segment's got some juice to it.
Okay.
The point system, maybe not so much.
Man, way to land the plane there, DB Cooper.
We got there.
That being said, off Mary Kay's tweet earlier today that Jim Schwartz will be getting a second head coach interview with the Browns on Monday, Albert Breer, our good buddy, who will be joining us on Tuesday next week, quote tweeting her and saying, "I would not sleep on Jim Schwartz in the Browns search."
Just rage baiting you now. Albert found out what you did to me last hour, and that was his vengeance.
All right, phrasing. I don't love that. But to talk about coaching searches, the quarterbacks, they're going into this draft, the national title game, which is coming up next week, we head out. We welcome on Danny Cannell on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
And Danny's coming on courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff championship game lines and props.
Danny, welcome to the show, buddy.
How we doing, gentlemen? Fired up, man. Should be a fun weekend. This is the best time of year. Like last year, we had the college football games Thursday, Friday. Then you had NFL Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Now we got NFL Saturday, Sunday, college football national championship Monday. It's a great time of the year, man. I absolutely love it.
I do love the way this is set up this weekend. It's interesting. We've had a couple college football guests on. One of them, our buddy Pete Futek, who's kind of a Debbie Downer about this Indiana-Miami game because he thinks Indiana's just going to steamroll them.
Oh,
and,
boy.
I think it's going to be a little bit more competitive, as do I think the 4 playoff games this weekend in the NFL.
Well, that's why we have companies like BetOnline that allow you to put your money where your mouth is, right? Because I am not so sure that is going to happen. I'll give you the other side, which is great, because I think we're at the point, and I've seen this, I've been around this business long enough, where you start talking about teams as all-time great teams. And you're like, oh, is this the greatest team that we've seen in the college football playoff era before they've actually won the game? It's like we've just christened them the national champion already. And meanwhile, Mario Cristobal and his Miami Hurricane squad are just sitting there listening to all this conversation, getting up into a frenzy, looking to prove the world wrong. And I will remind people, because I know Indiana has been awesome, and they blew out Alabama, and they blew out Oregon, and those are super awesome games. But it was just over a month ago in the Big Ten championship game when they were playing Ohio State, and it was a dogfight, and it was 16-13, and Ohio State had a chip shot field goal to potentially send it to overtime that they missed, and Indiana closes out the game. Like, that was not that long ago. Like, it's not like they're unbeatable. Iowa played them close to a one-possession game. They needed a 2-minute drive to beat Penn State. Like, they are gettable. No one is untouchable. So I think Miami is the better value. I mean, especially if you look at some of the public money, everybody and their brothers on Indiana thinking, oh, they're going to waltz in there to Miami and run through this Hurricane team. I like playing the role of contrarian, but I also really do like this Miami Hurricane team, specifically their defense.
All right, so how did we get here, though, with Indiana? It's been a weird 2 years, but is it just Cignetti getting a bunch of 23 and 24-year-olds, or is it just about the money that Mark Cuban's putting out there? Like, how do we get to a spot where Indiana is a football powerhouse?
I'm glad you gave both of those, because those are both the answers. Like, it really is. And it's been a perfect pairing. Because and I do not want to diminish Kirk Cignetti, because I think he's the greatest coach in college football at this moment because of the job that he's done. But he's not doing it with just a bunch of, guys that are walk-ons and got cut from everybody else. They have invested in the roster, and they brought 14 players with them from James Madison, which helped the winning culture, which, by the way, they were paying some of those players. Those players were sought out by other teams, but they were able to bring them. Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner, probably the number 1 overall pick in the draft, he was bought, and paid for. Pat Coogan, their center, was at Notre Dame. He was bought and paid for. And I'm just giving you a few. Like, they have players that are getting paid as well, and a lot of that comes from the investment of Mark Cuban and others. He's not the only one. There's been a lot of investment made in this program, and it has paid off. there are other programs that have invested and it came up just short. Texas Tech. They have a billionaire booster named Cody Campbell, who's a billionaire multiple times over, bought one of the best defenses out there. The problem is he just forgot to buy a quarterback, and so now he's went out and he bought that this year, going to get Brendan Sorsby from Cincinnati. So it is both of those things coming together and it all working. But I think it does, and it should bring a lot of programs hope that if you get the right coach, you invest the right money, you don't have to be Alabama, you don't have to be Georgia, you don't have to be Ohio State or Clemson. This really is wide open now because of the rules allowing everybody to have a seat at the table as long as you're willing. You got to pony up, but if you're willing to pony up, you can get competitive really quickly.
Danny, one of my great dreams in life is I'm a BG guy. I failed out of there in just a real fireball of misery, but I do love the school. And I would love, if I ever became a billionaire, I'd love to go full Cuban. If I want to turn Bowling Green into the next Texas Tech, how much money are we talking per year over the next 3 years?
Ooh, Bowling Green has some unique challenges, right? Because I do think there is a difference in the Power Four and the Group of Five. And that we saw that disparity in the round one and some of the conversations. But I do think they'll always get a spot in the college football playoff. You would have to run the table, which if you pay the money, you absolutely would. I also think you might have to pay a little bit of a premium, but I would guess the top rosters, and Miami is one of them too, are probably between $30 to $35 million a year. So, you're looking at over 3 years, given, let's just call it round numbers, say $100 million, that's probably what you would look at, 30, 35 million a year, and it's going up quickly. Like, you better be ready in years 2 and 3, maybe to bump it up to 40 and potentially 50, because all you have to do is look at the quarterback numbers in the last 3 years. Cam Ward, when he signed at Miami, it was like a record-breaking deal, and he got $2.4 million. Last year, Carson Beck signed with Miami. It was a record-breaking deal. It was $4.3 million. You're looking at some of these numbers now. The top-tier quarterbacks are getting $6 million. Like, these numbers with no cap in sight, no rules in sight, they keep escalating because everyone's hungry to get and chase that national championship while you can buy one. So I said $100 million, but it might be closer to 125 for that 3-year window.
Done.
Yeah. Oh, just
and
easy.
By the way,
easy. Yeah.
I didn't get your coach.
That's Eddie George. I'm still Eddie George.
Oh,
still
yeah, actually, you know what? I like that. Eddie probably could do something with the roster with $35 million. I bet he could win a championship. I like Eddie.
Yeah, Danny, he's winning the Powerball tomorrow too. So this is happening right away.
Well, but then it's got to take some time to invest. So it'll be a year or two.
Yeah, but they're right there. You're knocking on the doorstep. All right, Danny. I'm glad you brought up the quarterback salaries though, because it's been a weird thing. We've talked a lot about Dante Moore staying at Oregon. And on the other side of it, it's like, all right, well, that's great for college football. Everyone likes that. That's good. And these kids can stay longer in school and they can develop and they can get better and better. And then on the other side of it, there's guys like Ty Simpson who seem like they would be perfect staying in college football and getting more, but then he still bolts for the NFL. Has this idea been shaken at all with all the money that's thrown at these quarterbacks? Or is it still, if you're ready to go, you just go and you don't even worry about it?
Oh, it's a financial decision for sure. Dante Moore was a big surprise, and I think it's a financial risk for him to do so. I don't know how much the Jets played into it. There was some rumblings he didn't want to play for the Jets. There's also all you can do is go by what you hear. And, whether you're a reporter, whether you're an analyst, whether you're a radio guy, whatever it is, you can ask around, but no one really knows what the Jets are going to do. So there's a chance that Dante Moore, maybe he heard the Jets weren't going to take him and he was going to drop a little bit lower. But Dante Moore going back was a surprise because I do think he probably would have been top 5 pick at worst. So we're talking guaranteed money of 1 year's probably signing bonus is probably 12 or 13 million. The guarantee is probably 30 million, and he's not going to get anywhere close to that at Oregon. So he's probably going to get 6.5 at Oregon, maybe 7, and it'll be the highest paid in college football. So I think it's great for him because I think he'll be more ready to go to the NFL when it is his time. You know what I mean? So I think he needed the development. I think it's a good investment in himself. And if it doesn't work out and he drops to the second round, he's still got $7 million in his pocket from this year. And sure, he would have lost a lot of money, but ultimately I think he'll be more prepared to succeed when he gets his opportunity in the NFL and then can get closer to his second contract and actually having sustained success where I was a little bit worried about him if he did come out this season. Ty Simpson's an example of somebody who I think was reading the tea leaves and said, all right, I'm going to be a late first-round pick, which was Jackson Dart. And Jackson Dart, I think he got around $9 million to sign, and then he got his guarantee was $20 million. No matter where Ty Simpson goes, he's not getting that money, and he may never see that again. So if he's getting projected that he's a first-round pick and the quarterback class stinks, he's like, oh, I'm going to take my chances now and try to get that payday because he's already developed. I don't know if there's much more development from Ty Simpson, so he's more striking while it's hot. So ultimately, a long way to answer your question, I think it's just each case is individual, and there'll be some examples where NIL is good because you stay there. Others, you're ready for the pros, you make the jump.
Danny, many smart people in this town agree with you on Dante Moore, so it's good to hear another very smart person talk about it. So I guess I know Mendoza is number one pick. There's just no use for us to talk about him because he ain't coming here. But the Browns do have 2 first-rounders. They've got the 6th pick and the 24th pick. They also have a high second-round pick, and they don't have a starting quarterback as of today. So when we look at Ty Simpson, when we look at Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Allard, Cade Klubnik, Carson Beck. When we start talking about that next class of quarterbacks, what guys do you like that might maybe be that Tyler Shuck or Jackson Dart, a guy that can surprise people going to the NFL?
There's one guy that I look at that is trying to get an extra year of eligibility, and maybe you just saw him play in the college football playoff against Miami. Trinidad Chambliss, who is the quarterback at Ole Miss. Now, he has exhausted his eligibility, but he's suing. He's trying to get one more year because he wants to make $5 million, and play for Ole Miss. And he's not sure where he's going to get drafted because I think he's more of a second rounder. I think he's the most enticing, outside of Fernando Mendoza. I really wouldn't want to take Ty Simpson in the back end of the first round. I think that's where he's going to go. I would love to take Trinidad Chambliss in the second round. I think he could be like a Jalen Hurts. Somebody that you get in that second round. Maybe it's a team that's pretty good. You put him in a good situation, he can exceed. He's a playmaker. He's played a lot of college football, and it wasn't just this year. At Ole Miss, he won 2 national championships at Ferris State in Division II. And then you just saw a football player. Like a lot of people worry about the jump. The guy's a football player, and it didn't impact him at all going from Division II to Ole Miss. Just the same way I don't think it would impact him going from the college ranks to the pros. I think Trinidad Chambliss is a guy that I really like. Other than that, Carson Beck, maybe he's a third rounder. He's played really good this season. Outside of the game against Louisville, where he had 4 picks, the interception against SMU, which cost him the game, his receiver kind of left him hanging, but it all falls on the quarterback. They haven't asked him to do much, but he had a great game against Ole Miss. He's played a ton of football. The guy is 37-5 as a starter and 16-3 against top 25 opponents. He's a winner, and I do think he's coming off this arm injury where he's getting stronger and stronger the further removed he is from that Tommy John surgery. I think Carson Beck's somebody I would look at in the third round and see pretty good value with him.
Dan, I got to ask you, since you're in South Florida, we've done a lot of Mike McDaniel convos since we're in a head coaching search for the Browns, as you know. I like McDaniel. Nick likes McDaniel. We're very high on it. What do you think about Mike McDaniel? Is that something that, if the Browns gave him the shot, is that a home run hire?
No. I think, and now I just heard your guys' update talking about Jim Schwartz.
Yeah.
And if he got elevated to head coach and you hired Mike McDaniel as your offensive coordinator, I'd get excited about that. I just think Mike McDaniel needs to grow up a little bit. I mean, he's got that quirky mentality. And trust me, I live in South Florida. I've seen all that's gone on. I just don't know if he commanded the respect of a locker room yet. And I think he needs some time. I think he's somebody that is, but I think he's a really good offensive mind. So I do worry if he went to another head job, which he might get. There's so many openings. But I do worry that he still could struggle to command a locker room and get the respect of the locker room. I heard too many times of players being late to meetings and really without repercussions. And, Tua's calling out players. And why is that going on? You saw him try to kick out ping pong tables, but it was too late. I just heard way too many things that didn't feel like respect. And I think he needs a little bit more time to gain it. As an offensive coordinator, as a play caller, I think he's one of the best there is. But just a head coach, and there's always the chance that he comes into a new locker room and he puts his foot down from the get-go. But I think it's in him. He's sort of a very player-friendly coach. I think you can get walked on. There's a very fine line in doing that. I think he got walked on in Miami. I think that could happen in his next job. So I think he needs a little time.
Danny, great stuff, buddy. Always great to catch up with you, and can't wait to see this national championship game and see who's right and who slept on Curt Cignetti, because that man's a madman.
Right, it's true. I love it.
Be good, buddy. Danny Kanell there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
And Danny coming on courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff championship game lines and props.
So we've got to deal with the Jim Schwartz push and where it's coming from and Kevin Stefanski's future in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
There's nothing like a brand new car from Brunswick Auto Mart during the Start Something New sales event. Lease a new 2026 Ram 15.
Playoff Eliminator coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP with you on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. So if you are just joining us, Mary Kay earlier today put out the piece and kind of the bit of news that Jim Schwartz will get a second interview for the Browns head coaching job on Monday. And then we read that Albert Breer had quote tweeted that and said, "I would not sleep on Jim Schwartz in the coaching search." It should also be noted that Connor Hughes, who has been all over John Harbaugh to the Giants, is now saying that Kevin Stefanski is the favorite for the Atlanta job. Easier division, and yet the man cannot get a job that has a quarterback that anyone actually wants to coach.
Unfortunately for Kevin, the quarterback whisperer thing is going to continue to haunt him because he's not going to be able to develop Michael Penix.
I don't want to. Okay, actually, we start talking about potential saviors, and not saviors, let's pull him off the scrap heap.
Yeah.
I don't think trading for Michael Penix Jr. would be the worst thing if he's part of your quarterback room, just from the Browns' perspective. That being said, he doesn't really fit anything that Kevin likes to do.
He's also still, I would imagine, even though he's done nothing in his NFL career, it'd still probably be too expensive at this point because Atlanta's not just going to give up on him.
Oh,
not right now.
I think because Fontenot, who drafted him, is gone, and because
I guess we'll see what Matt Ryan thinks of him.
I think that's kind of the wild card because it's just such a clean.
Because they don't even have a GM right now. I mean, they have Matt Ryan, who's in place as like the overseer, president of football operations, the everything, but they've yet to hire a GM.
All this is getting very confusing, by the way. Usually president of football operations just mean you're basically the GM, and then the GM becomes the assistant GM.
Yes, but it's even more confusing because Matt Ryan still wants to do television and do all these other, how committed is Matt Ryan to this? I don't really know.
So is Kevin going to be the third guy in the room again? Because at some point you're doing it yourself.
He's gonna have less power than he had here. You take the Atlanta job, you're
Matt Ryan's gonna have more power than Depot
for sure, and he's gonna. I mean, this is gonna be. There's a whole chain of command before you get your say.
Now, I do think it is interesting to ask the question: why is this Jim Schwartz push continuing? Because I was trying to figure out just with. I mean, everybody, obviously, Ashley Bastock has been on this from, I want to say 3 weeks ago when she had the one-on-one interview with Jim Schwartz. But, people that I don't know even know Jim Schwartz in the Cleveland media have really turned up the jets on Jim Schwartz.
Coach
and I'm
Riz, by the way.
Coach Riz?
I almost wanted to text him the other day and be like, whoa, you're going really hard in the paint for Jim Schwartz. What's going on here?
And I get it. He does. He is, of the candidates that I think are serious candidates, he's the one guy that has the old leader of the room line on him. It feels a little bit, oh man, it feels like you're settling. Gosh, I don't know how to say that. Unless there's something I don't see, it just
that
feels...
almost hurt you to say, I could tell.
Well, yeah, because I like Jim Schwartz. I
like Jim Schwartz too.
I want the best for Jim Schwartz.
It just also doesn't feel like what they've been doing within this whole search.
It feels like the Titans hiring Ken Wisenhunt and Mike Mularkey in two head coaching hires in 3 years.
Or is this trying to right the Greg Williams wrong that was done at some point? Is that what this is?
No, Jimmy will never.
Because Jimmy did not. Greg will never forgive him is the problem.
I don't think they'll forgive each other. I don't think anybody, there was love lost from either one guy there.
But is that what that is? Something along those lines? Because we've done this before. You've had opportunities before. There's something about Jim Schwartz that clearly speaks to them.
What I struggle with is the only thing I can think of is that Myles Garrett has pounded the table for Jim Schwartz. And I just, at some, I can't, I want Myles to speak his mind. That's what franchise players do, especially if you don't have a franchise quarterback. I don't have a problem with it. I do have a bit of a problem with a coaching search that ends up in a guy you could have elevated 10 weeks ago and maybe saved the season earlier?
I mean, I would imagine, based off of not only Myles speaking at the end of the season, Denzel Ward also speaking in a very positive way about Jim Schwartz at the end of the season. If you got a voice as a player, if you're a $100 million player like those two guys are, you want Jim Schwartz to stay. That's a great defense. You had career years. He's going to win another DPOY, all these things. I don't think that means it's the best thing for the team, though.
I also don't think it means you have to listen to him.
No, you don't. You don't.
Because, if you're Myles Garrett, how you don't know Mike McDaniel, or you don't know Grant Yudinsky, or you don't know any of these guys from Adam, and if anything, you might look at them as a threat to losing Jim Schwartz. So I understand this but this is not the coaching cycle that you listen to the players on. It's when your problems are on the offensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I listen, maybe Jim Schwartz has Todd Monken in, and maybe they keep Tommy Rees too. We get an offensive coaching super staff. Guys, if I'm going to land a defensive coach, it's going to be a Jesse Mentor. I don't love the Chris Shula thing because I think there's brand value there, but that would be the other part.
Maybe
of this.
they're worried about having a different scheme come in and everything associated with that as well.
But isn't that the definition of overthinking? Like I love the wide nine. I think people that bitch about the running thing, guys, a good defensive line can fix those run fits a lot quicker than if you just need to manufacture a pass rush. Anyways, the whole way you win in the NFL is if you can rush 4 and get home consistently.
Oh, no, if you can
do that, you can beat any quarterback.
Yeah, no, you're right, but I meant the players, by the way. Is the players thinking that, not necessarily the Browns. I meant the players.
Gotcha.
Like if you're Myles Garrett, you just came off this career year, you had you broke the single season sack record, DPOY. You're probably a little peeved if they just kind of mess with everything that worked.
And that makes sense, but I guess your response is, well, do you want us to hire the guy we believe in or not?
Well, do you want us to win is the real response.
Yes.
You know, like you said you want to put all the selfish accolades to the side, and I know we boasted them up as if that was a team single sack record, but okay, Myles is going to have that one in Canton. He's going to have the DPOY and everything else. Do you want that or do you want to win?
Also, Jim doesn't really have a choice here. Unless somebody's going to make him the head coach, I don't know if you guys know this, Jim Schwartz is under contract for next year.
Right.
So there's part of the threat. I'm not saying it's a veiled threat by Jim. Jim could just say, screw you, I'm going home. So that is a part of that. And it's something the Browns need to make sure that they're keeping touch with. But if Jim Schwartz says, I'm either going to be the head coach or nothing at all, well, then I guess it's nothing at all. Like, you cannot allow a candidate to bully you into doing something that isn't in the best interest of your team. And again, like I hope at some point Jim gets another run at this thing. But to me, Jim Schwartz and Grant Udinski, I know they're different sides of a different coin, but Udinski and Scheelhaus, it screams, hey, let's give this a go. No, you are not that far. And I think the Browns have to know that. Like, you've got a defense that is mostly set. Right? You do have some offensive weapons between Quinshawn and the other running backs and Harold Fannin Jr. Do you have some work to do? Yes. Is this thing a 10-year rebuild? No. And the people who say that are the guys who I don't think have watched I don't think Bill Simmons has watched much Browns football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think Nick Wright, no offense, Nick watches a lot of I guarantee you he's not sitting down watching the Browns every week. So these guys are looking at names on a depth chart without understanding what is actually here. This thing is closer than people realize, but not if you screw up the head coaching search, because it is going to tear apart that defense, and it's going to tear apart other parts of this.
I just wonder, like, what do they think? Do they think that they have, like, an inroad to, like for instance, when we had Danny Cannell on, he was like, well, if you put Jim Schwartz with Mike McDaniel, sign me up. And it's like, Mike McDaniel's not going to come. He's not going to be the Browns OC.
Yeah.
Like, it's a great thought. I think we'd all sign up for it in a second. That'd be awesome, but, like, that's not realistic. He's having a hard time signing up to be the Lions OC right now. You think he's going to sign up to be the Browns OC?
216-474-0092. So Mary Kay Cabot saying Jim Schwartz will get another interview on Monday. So a second-round interview there. We're just kind of trying to figure out where this push is coming from because a lot of people are suggesting, including Albert Breer, that there's some real fire to the smoke on Jim Schwartz as the Browns head coach. Is Myles Garrett enough to make Jim Schwartz the head coach of the Browns? And there is. You just mentioned something about Mike McDaniel. I think it's another popular narrative around football, and I think we can dispel it pretty quickly about the Browns job and OC jobs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
Friday. I'm jonesing here. Jake was like a sparring partner in the break. You better watch out. Ornery Nick is back. It's not true. You and I agree on what we're about to talk about. But
he was just making up stats. I didn't know what was happening.
I mean, Joe Burrow was 6-1.
I walked in and he made him 6-1, and it was like he was 5-3.
And then it was 6-2. But was he 6-3? But
not that it matters. I don't know what points you guys are even trying to make. I hear an inaccurate stat and my ears perk up.
You just can't handle it.
I can't.
We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in 40 minutes, a playoff eliminator. In 20 minutes, Jake is going to lead off his show. If you want me to look like a fool, Jake's going to try and do that in that first segment.
You're going to call in a Jake show tonight.
I was just going to stay here, sit over there, and just...
You're not staying here.
You're right, it's Friday.
You're definitely getting in the car and doing it. It's just whether or not you're
Thursday,
No, come on.
I'd still get my ass in the car and go home.
You're really showing them 5 hours, not nearly enough radio.
Hey, back in the day, 5 hours, then I'd go do a 2-game post-game with Les Levine, did 7 hours one night, did 8 hours one night.
You said a 2-game post game?
A 2-hour post game.
Oh, you did a 2-hour post game. You would do You do the 5 hours into then a 2-hour post game. So, but you have the whole post game break or the whole actual game break.
No, because I would host from 7 to midnight, and then when the game would end, which would usually be 11:30 for the playoff games.
Yeah.
Then Les would take over as the one, and I'd slide here, and then we'd go for like 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
You wouldn't close those things down to like 2:30 in the morning?
Yeah, they were ridiculous.
That's insane.
They were in the finals. What are we going to do?
I get it. That's wow. That's
Actually,
a lot.
I believe that was very
Did
close
you do
to
it for
what
the
Les
Eastern
said.
Conference Finals or into the
Yeah, it was the last 2 rounds of the playoffs.
You did it for
not
all
the first
of them
2 rounds, but yeah, Eastern Conference.
Yeah. I just wonder, like, first round, if you're doing like 2:30 in the morning.
But there were times where
geez.
Les was like, if you want me just to do this last hour, and I was like, no, I'm on the schedule. He's like, because you got kids at home and you haven't slept in 3 days. And I'm like, I don't need sleep.
Really, that was Les's nice way of saying go home now.
Yeah, I would like to talk now, Fatty. I believe that was the subtext.
He's
there.
like, I got this. People are drunk. We're having a good time. I got this.
So, when people say that the Browns head coaching search is worse or less desirable than fill in the blank OC job.
Yeah.
I think it's people who do not have a stake in it talking directly out their booty. I do. You are never guaranteed a head coach job in the NFL. You could be confident in your abilities, and if you're being offered the best OC job in the NFL and the worst head coach job, you take the worst head coach job because you just do not get guarantees that happens. Well, Peter Schrager was on the Bill Simmons podcast, and they got into, one, Bill Simmons crapped all over the Browns job, and two, they got into what McDaniel prefers in 2026.
Would you rather be the head coach of like the Cardinals or the Browns? Or would you rather, if you're Mike McDaniel or you're Cliff Kingsbury, there are so many amazing offensive coordinator jobs open right now. So Detroit's offensive coordinator job is open, Philadelphia's, Tampa's. Are you better suited going to one of those teams with an established quarterback, the Chargers with Justin Herbert, crushing it for a year? Or do you say, you know what? A head coaching job only comes around so often. I got to take a head coaching job because I don't know if anyone's going to have to choose between the two, but there's a lot to like about those coordinator positions. And there's so many negatives to some of these head coaching jobs.
Now, I know Pete is just providing a for instance, and he was doing it because Bill and the other fella, I can't remember his name, were crapping all over the Browns job, amongst others. Why is anyone talking about the Lions, Bucks, or Eagles jobs as if they are the greatest OC jobs on the planet? Jared Goff is not an elite quarterback. Baker Mayfield is not an elite quarterback. And Jalen Hurts proved this year he's not an elite quarterback. Like, all three of those guys can get you fired.
Sure.
Just as certainly as they can get you hired to be a head coach again. I know because all three guys just got their OCs fired.
Yeah, they're not talking about it as if even like the Chiefs' job right now.
I was thinking Buffalo's job.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving it a little bit of a different weight. I do find it interesting. What I also find interesting is that why aren't they talking about this way with Stefanski? Mm-hmm. I get it. We're zeroed in on McDaniel because we want McDaniel here, but like, why is it that Stefanski isn't getting this either-or scenario that is being laid out there? Is it because McDaniel's actually the one going on the OC interviews? Because McDaniel seems open to that idea?
I'm assuming that's part of it. I also think, like, people really like the Atlanta job. Kevin's in that. People really like Cam Ward. So, and that's actually something I think Peter said.
I mean, but
in
McDaniel's interviewing for all these jobs too.
Yes.
Like he's gone to every single one of those same ones that
He
Stefanski's
interviewed
gone
for
to.
Baltimore, was it yesterday, this morning?
Yeah. And it's like he's done all of these. He's while also, by the way, interviewing for all the OC jobs. If Kevin was interviewing for OC jobs, if he was interviewing for the Eagles OC job, would he also have these conversations? Or is it something about McDaniel where they look at him and say, kind of what Danny Cannell told us, he needs a couple years to figure it out.
And to me, when Danny said that, and listen, I want to make it real clear because I'm not trying to just dispute what somebody says because they disagree with me. I don't think you get to be a better disciplinarian if you go be an offensive coordinator. That's not your role.
No, people do sign up in the idea, though, and I don't even know if I prescribe to it, but we've heard Albert mention it a million times, that that year of self-reflection and self-assessment. So you get to you're laughing at it, but that's a thing that he's told us.
So that's what people think. My rebuttal would be, can't you self-reflect while doing your new job? You're working either way. You're going to be working your ass off if you're the OC of the Eagles just as much as you are the head coach.
Yeah, you're probably drowning in work anyway. But
So
at least if you do the year
I really had extra 5 minutes every day to be like, how did I screw it up?
Yeah, wouldn't you think McDaniel and getting ready for all the interviews that he's doing, wouldn't he probably do the self-assessment? Do we need that many months of self-assessment? I'm not sure. But that is what they go to. That idea is if it would magically cure all the problems you had while being a head coach.
Or is it you don't know what you got until it's gone? All right, now, you're a lowly OC. They're very well paid, and they have a lot of responsibility. You're a lowly OC now. Remember what it used to be like when you were a real coach, a head coach?
A real coach, yeah. As no one wants to interview you, no one wants your thoughts on anything. There's a couple things on here. One, I think anytime you get offered that amount of money, it's an okay thing to take it. Mm-hmm. The amount of money you get as a head coach compared to an OC, fine. If that's your answer, go ahead. I just find it fascinating that McDaniel is not being talked about the same way as Stefanski in this.
And I think, and listen, I know that people have come on here and have said things like, well, I don't know, he had the locker room in Miami. I think we had the same concern the last 2 years here. And by the way, Kevin and Mike both, down the stretch, pushed back on that a little bit. Mike won 4 straight games after they started 2-7, and they got back to a point where they finished the season at 2-10 on the season.
Yeah, we thought he saved his job.
So, and he did until John Harbaugh or the new GM came in, however you want to frame it. But, Kevin won those 2 games in Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, and I was impressed by that. I didn't think they had those 2 wins in them with the way that the team kind of had played after that Chicago game. So, I understand why people make way too eerie similarities. The difference is Mike McDaniel has an offense that has been proven, and no offense to the Kubiak offense, the Gary Kubiak offense. It's an outdated offense. I've watched Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean McVay reinvent the Shanahan offense 3 different ways, all in the recent years here. Mm-hmm. If you look at it, Kyle Shanahan loves, this is what my X receiver does, this is what my Y receiver does, this is what my Z. And they're very defined roles, including body types, right?
Sure.
That's not what Mike McDaniel worked with when he had basically 2 great wide receivers in Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I mean, the math changes when you have the talent that they did.
Well, but I think, I'm seeing adaptability while having results. So and one more thing. The people today saying Mike needs a year, he needs to go off to Detroit, he needs to work with Jared, he needs to really think about, they're saying people in a year, if he just has a good offense in Detroit, are going to say, man, what has he learned?
Well, then it turns him looking into a cocaine drug lord, and all of a sudden he just has personality and style.
It's Matt Nagy. The Chiefs are coming off their worst season offensively with Pat. They couldn't run. They couldn't really pass. They sure as hell couldn't block. Actually, they could pass a little bit. They just couldn't block long enough to save Mahomes. And Matt Nagy, it's he's either going to be an OC somewhere else or he's going to be – you mean they fired him? You mean his contract expired and they chose not to renew him as the OC?
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to believe that's the guy that should be the Tennessee head coach? I understand what it is, and you and I talked about it. This is a perception thing. Right now, the perception on McDaniel is low because the failure in people's minds is fresh in everybody's mind.
Yeah, and I think it's going to age very well for him, by the way.
And a year from now, nothing will have changed. He'll say...
Oh, no, I disagree with that.
Well, no, he'll say, I reflected on it. Guys...
Nothing with him personally will change, but the view on him will change.
Oh, no, I'm talking about he will not change, but the view will. That's 100%. We're lockstep.
But then the better jobs will open up because of that. Like, he'll have a better opportunity. Like, if you don't like these jobs, if you're McDaniel, it's fine if you want to go be an OC for a year and then wait that out and then all of a sudden hope for one of the better ones. But I don't think you're up for the Josh Allen job anyway. Like, I don't think you're up for the Green Bay job if that one opens up a year from now. Like, I just don't think you're up for one of those. So, like, you're doing this year to build your stock up to what? To eventually be the head coach of the Browns? Take the head coach of the Browns now.
And that is if you go to the Lions and they win. If they have a 7-10 year or 8-9 year, so another step back year, you might still have a job.
Yeah, at least right
but
now,
you're going to be one step farther away from a head coaching job.
At least right now, people think that you're this amazing play caller and you're this amazing offensive savant. Like, if you go to Detroit and you're part of the fall of it, and let's say Dan Campbell did what he did this year, where he took away play calling duties halfway through the season because he thought his OC was just too bad at the job.
Yeah, you might never get another head coaching job. Period.
That could be blouses. Now, does the rest of the NFL, do they look at Stefanski and think that he's just not a good play caller at this point?
No.
Because he's given it up twice, and like that mattered in a big-time way, and maybe that's why he's not getting some of the OC run. In a weird twist, the thing that he's supposed to be great at, the thing he cares the most about, is something that the NFL world doesn't necessarily see in him, and now they see him as a head coach, which is something we've never really seen him as.
I just think it's interesting that because I think you're onto a great point here. I think it's really interesting that people have said, in passing, it's almost like I want to make this point, but so I can transition over here to talk about this thing over here, which is, well, he's going to have to answer for the 2-time giving up the play calling, but he's really well respected. I continue to come back to, I think Kevin Stefanski has played the media, and I mean that in a good way. Like
it's the job. He's done a good job.
He has played the media as well as any coaches I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, Ron Rivera didn't do this. Matt Rule sure as hell didn't do this in Carolina. None of the coaches I covered in Cleveland previously did this. And in fairness, Mike McDaniel didn't do this. Like, I think like a lot of assistants, Mike McDaniel got a job and said, oh, I don't have to do that. I'll just have fun at my press conference and everyone will see the good football and that'll be enough.
Well, he got love out of the first couple years just because he was different and unique.
Yep.
And so I think he thought he didn't have to work at it after that, maybe.
Well, and in fairness, what happens? It's very close to the Kevin conversation. You can say nothing into a microphone day after day after day after day if you're 14-3. If you're 3-14, you better have an answer. That's that simple.
Yeah.
You can look like Pablo Escobar and basically rip off Dan Soder material left and right when you're 14-3.
You think he rips off his friend's material?
No, I don't think so. I think he might just be more of an improv guy than
he seems like an improv guy.
But when you're 7-10, I don't know, comb your hair and, form coherent sentences.
Well, you notice with these interviews, I don't know if you've seen the people taking the photos of him at the airport. He's dressed to the nines. He is. He's like,
letting people know capris are out.
Yeah, I mean, he's still kind of dressing like he's some sort of drug lord, but like he's dressing to the nines. He still has his part of him.
Maybe like a German drug
lord. But he also, like a really high classy one, like one of the high class.
The guys that, like almost like Gustavo Fring. Right?
Yeah.
Like the twice removed.
Well, he always had the suit on. He always had the tie on.
Which I don't know that those drug dealers exist. There's
the suit and tie drug dealers?
There's like a suit and tie drug dealer driving around now. Like,
and he's like, you don't know
you're
us.
Talking about me.
Is it like sports TV guys where they just don't wear ties anymore? The drug lord game has also removed the tie etiquette.
That's when you know when a TV guy, when he's no longer wearing a tie, he's developed a real personality. he's laid back now.
I imagine it drives Jeff Phelps crazy.
Which is funny to me. Like, if I knew that.
I imagine he watches that and just thinks to himself, like, yeah, it's a dying breed. Those guys that wore the tie. I like wearing ties.
I bet you Jeff thinks I could do that job, wear a tie, and do it better than him. Jeff could. Just really stinking good at TV.
Which it doesn't matter which job, every job.
I remember back in the WUAB days, the classic days.
People tell me he used to be basically like, when like SportsCenter was basically just one big riff. When it was like Dan Patrick and Stuart Scott, and they would just come up with the different phrases and the sayings while also then doing the highlights. People tell me that's what Jeff used to be, like when doing his sports broadcast on TV.
Okay, I didn't know if we were getting into used to be isms, but yes, on TV back when he was doing like
yeah,
the
he
news
was
thing.
basically
Yeah, the
like
sports
what
thing,
the fun version of SportsCenter was when he was doing it. That's what people tell me. That's what he was, which sounds incredible.
but without hair. The playoff eliminator.
Can't grow that.
Yet. Our friends in Taiwan are working on it. We're going to get there one day very soon. The playoff eliminator in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder, as they all recap all the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
We got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 20 minutes. And again, I can't say this enough. Jake Volnick is coming for the crown in about 40 minutes. Jake, you come at the king, you best not miss. Many people have said that.
Is that like a Chuck E. Cheese crown? What is that? What kind of crown you working with?
Don't you worry about it, baby doll.
Okay, baby doll.
I believe we've officially reached the F Off Friday part of F Off Friday. But we started this last week with the playoffs going on. We're going to continue on the playoff eliminator. We're going to welcome on, it's not the commish, but we'll call him the commish, Jake Murren. Jake, can you run through the very complex scoring system? But first, give us the updated win-loss record from the wild card round of the playoffs.
And really highlight the Chuck E. Cheese Crown's record in this.
Yeah, so the Chuck E. Cheese crown is you, Nick Wilson. You went 2-4 with your wild card predictions for the
not
NFL.
Good?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
He's not leading?
No, that is last place.
Oh.
Among the three of you guys.
Oh.
2-4. You had the Rams beating the Panthers, which you got right.
Yeah.
And then the only other pick you got right was the Bills beating the Jaguars. Every other pick was wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's usually how it works, yeah. 2.
I was wrong.
So first round, the first round scoring is going to be for every win you get 1 point. So in this case, it would have
You're
2 points.
Yeah, you're 2-4
All right.
is your record.
But hey, everyone's got a chance still, right? We got a lot of games left on the docket. We got a lot of things we got to play for.
Well, and for this week's round, because it's the second round, each win is worth 2 points. So I can erase it all. Going 4 for 4. There we go. All right, give me the other updates there.
Yeah, so Jonathan is in second place. He went 4-2, so that's 4 points on your record. The only picks that you got wrong, looks like you had the Eagles over the 49ers, and then the Jaguars over the Bills.
Yeah, close on that one. Well, you got to go out on a limb at some point, and so we did that. Didn't work out. We'll regroup, get it right here.
Granted, you had them winning the AFC South, which you were right on, but they did not win a playoff game this year.
Really good in like the third quarter.
Yeah.
But it's a 4-quarter game.
Yeah, that's why it didn't end up looking good. Yeah, we failed there. But that's all right. I'll take 4-2. 4-2, better than 2-4.
Something to build on for sure.
Math.
That is
Many
math.
people have said it.
Now, what did Mac do?
Yeah, first place Mac Robinson, 6-0, swept the wild card round.
This guy.
Complete opposite of what he did with the divisional predictions.
This guy. He wins the quarterback Deadpool with 3 months left to play and a lot of chaos that's going to happen, by the way.
Little fella.
He won the NBA Cup version of the quarterback Deadpool.
Little fella had to win eventually at something.
6-0. My goodness.
All right, so let's tee up the games this weekend.
Yeah, so the first game tomorrow in the AFC, the Bills going on the road to take on the Broncos. I'll go to you, Nick, first for a prediction.
The Bills will be winning this game. Thank you. Josh Allen, baby. That's all I need.
So in a fun twist, because I do this to myself. I pit myself against my own takes. You see, this is how life works. This is why I live in a perennial state of just misery and despair. I'm going to take the Broncos in this game. I don't believe in Josh Allen in this one. Josh Allen played great in the Jacksonville game, but it's more than that. It's the lack of a run defense. It's the lack of wide receivers. It's the lack of weapons. This is going to be the game that the Bills wake up to the reality that they have just not given Josh Allen nearly enough. Bo Nix is going to be at the hand of that.
If it helps, I do think it's a legacy game for Josh. I think Josh winning this game, beating the 1 seed on the road with all the things you said, I think would be significant for his legacy. I don't know he loses much if he actually loses, but I do think this could be a great win for him.
I mean, he's in a spot now where he's not only got to win this game because you can't lose to Bo Nix, but then the following week after that, if it's Drake May or if it's C.J. Stroud, you got to win those two.
Either one of those is an acceptable loss.
It's an acceptable loss in the conference title game, but we're still at that spot where, like Josh Allen, you wanted somebody that isn't Mahomes, Lamar, and Burrow, and he kept giving you these passes this entire time. Step up to the plate. Like, you want to be this great? Be this great.
Macaroni Bologna, what you got?
I'm also going to side with JP on this one. I'm going to go with Denver winning this.
I picked up 2 points on you.
I think that the the Bills defense, I don't think is going to be good enough going in this week, and I think that Denver's going to be able to carve up what the Bills have done, especially in the run game with R.J. Harvey.
All right, what's the next game there? Let's get one in the NFC going.
Yeah, tomorrow night's game between the 49ers and Seahawks, the biggest spread. I guess the game we're least interested in. JP, I'll go to you first.
All right, we're going to go to the Seahawks. Reluctantly, we have to go to the Seahawks. In a weird way, I find myself, I'll be rooting for the 49ers. Not that I root for Brock Purdy necessarily. I'm just rooting for Kyle Shanahan to continue to find ways into the NFC title game. Because he's already taken Brock Purdy there twice. He took Jimmy Garoppolo there twice. It is a real feat if Brock Purdy ends up with 3 NFC title game appearances and everyone still can't decide if he's good at football or
He's
not.
like the Joe Montana of NFC title games. Except he doesn't win them.
I mean, that's
enough. He's won them. I know. All right, Mac?
Bleep Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to go with the Seahawks to win this one. And Sam Darnold making it to the conference championship.
So what's interesting about this is Shanahan versus McVay would be nauseating to hear about for multiple weeks. At some point, it got to turn into a pumpkin. This 49ers team, of all the 49ers teams Shanahan's had winning the Super Bowl, would just feel dirty. It's not very good. There's no Nick Bosa. George Kittle's done.
Yeah, it's wild.
I really
Nick
do
Bosa's
think,
been out for 3 months, and he's like third on the team in sacks.
I really do think that the Sam Darnold oblique could really have an impact on this game. I am also picking the Seahawks. I hate it because I do think this would be fun for the underdog to win this game, but at some point their luck's going to run out.
So we all kind of cancel each other out here. We all take Seattle, correct?
Yeah, it's a clean sweep on Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's how the cards see it. That's all we could do. When Jawan Jennings has the best pass of a 49er player last week, he had a real problem in that game. They were lucky to escape it.
All right,
back to the AFC. I'm going to go to Mac for a prediction first on this one. You have the Broncos going to the AFC title game. Who's going to meet them there between the Texans and Patriots?
I'm going to go with the Patriots. I think that they're so well balanced on the offense and defensive side, and I think that Vrabel is going to have them ready for the moment, so I think New England's going to win.
this is tough because I think the head coach, the head coach matchup is a push. I think DeMeco Ryan is underrated. He is fantastic. As much, and everybody here knows how much I think about Vrabel. I think the I think the quarterback matchup goes the way of New England. But I think when it comes down to all the rest, and I know that without Nico Collins, which is a huge, huge potential issue here. But man, I got to say that Texans defense. I can't say the Broncos defense, which is one of the three best defenses in the NFL, isn't going to win, and then the Texans defense is also going to falter. I think the Texans are going to win.
I like the bold play here, but I don't approve of the bold play. For me, it's New England winning this game. I can respect the Texans defense. What I don't respect right now is the fact that C.J. Stroud looks like a different player than he did a year one. And it's been 2 years running now.
But I think he's got the easier job going against the Patriots defense than certainly Drake May has going against the Texans defense.
He fumbled the ball 4 times in last week's game. And if not for Aaron Rodgers just completely vomiting all over his shoes, they don't escape that game. Like the defense was incredible in that game. They're going to need at least 2 pick sixes like they had in that Aaron Rodgers game if they're going to end out on top. It won't be because of C.J. Stroud. One of the weirdest developments in the NFL is the idea that this Texans team is now defense first and the quarterback is the one that's actually bringing them down, which is just very, very contrary to where we were 2 years ago.
I don't think C.J.'s problem is talent. I think some of this is they made the mistake moving on from Bobby Slowick.
Offensive line is miserable.
It's not going to surprise me if he has a better game than people expect. C.J. Stroud's still a good quarterback. I know he's not who he was 2 years ago. He is. I think he's better than he's played this year.
I mean, listen, they have no offensive line. They've battled a lot of injuries with their wide receivers. Nick Chubb is one of their better running backs, and we saw how that has started to go.
What's one of the things people have been able to do against this Patriots defense? They've been able to be ran on, and Woody Marks is coming off his best game.
Woody Marks looked incredible in that game. There's so many things that tell me that it could get right for C.J. Stroud, but as of right now, it's not right. Meanwhile, Drake May is it's week in, week out. I'm going to ride the hot hand. To me, it's a pretty obvious choice. It's Patriots.
I'm so going 4-0 this week. Did you?
This is where I make up ground. This to me was the easy one. This is where I make up ground. It's where I settle on in.
I want you to chose New England on that one.
Yeah, you did. Didn't we start with you?
Yes, you were asking
Did you just
me.
circle
Yeah,
back?
I think it was
Because you were
JP
asking
saying he could make up ground when
I want
Mac
you to
is the
pull
leader,
that.
but he also picked New England.
I want you to pull that for when he's wrong next week.
Okay.
All right.
Would we both be wrong?
You two would be.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying.
But you'd be more wrong because you're like, you're so confident about it. This is where I make up ground. He didn't
Me
sound
do you
like
wanna
that.
put a
me
burger
being
on it?
confident about a take? Who knew?
You want to
hear
put a
that
burger
from
on
Matt?
it?
Keller me shocked. Oh, burger bet.
No.
Incoming burger. Oh, that's how
you're
you know
scared
he
of the
doesn't
burger
believe
bet.
it.
Okay.
Wow.
All
No,
right.
I'm not
Wow.
afraid.
Wow, how
I don't
about
just
that?
throw them out there.
How about?
Right,
I mean,
Mac?
that's why he
Some
always wins
people,
them.
Some people just throw it out there because they don't respect the burger bet. I respect burger bets so much. I'm not like the town bicycle. Okay, everybody doesn't get a ride here. Okay. Oh, everyone's quiet after that.
I mean, who's got a town bicycle?
I think it's called an analogy.
No, I mean, the analogy
known
would
of a few.
insinuate that there's an actual town bicycle.
I don't know.
It's existed for like 100 years, back when you used to actually have town bicycles.
Yes.
What town is a bicycle these days?
Everybody has a bicycle in town.
Everyone's got a bicycle
Yes.
in town.
Okay, but
there
this
are
is
no
like in
town
days
bicycles.
of yore where everybody ride that bicycle, but the bicycle's really a person.
No, the town bicycle now are the ones that you have to actually pay with your credit card in order to be able to get on and then go.
Those are called prostitutes.
No, jeez.
Ice fishing?
I'm sorry, we're mixing metaphors here, okay? I got lost. All right, final one there, Commish.
Yeah, I don't think you listened to what you just said, Nick. But yeah, final game of the weekend.
Oh, I think he knew very well what he said.
He said he'd be paying with a credit card.
He knew very well what he
That's
said.
why Jerry Springer's no longer the
Okay.
mayor of Cincinnati. That and the fact that he's dead.
Last game of the weekend. Weather will play a factor. It is Rams
that does
and
take you
Bears.
out of the running. I mean,
Nick, Rams, Bears. Who do you got?
I'm so torn on this because the Bears have, and I mean this, no business being in the NFC title
would it help
game.
you if I went first? Maybe you play a little bit of the
That's what
odds game.
Yeah.
Is that what the town bicycle said? You grabbed that in no way that can only be described as
It was a horn. Okay.
math.
Clip it, chat.
Gooner alert. Gooner alert.
Clip it. Yeah. Then nobody was looking for that one. Yeah.
Really snuck up on him there.
Yeah. The chat thinks I'm a preacher in my off time. I'm actually just gonna.
They know you're a gooner.
I actually do like it spicy.
I can go first. I can go first with this one if you want.
All right, go first.
Thank you. We're choosing the Bears. The Stafford scuba suit is throwing me on a loop I can't even imagine. I think the Rams don't know what they're going to do in this game. I think it's cold weather. I think it's going to be way more high scoring than what Vegas thinks. Vegas over-under's at like 39. I think we're going to be in a little bit of a shootout more than anything, and I think the Bears are going to get the job done. I'm going to go against Vegas in the total line, and I'm going to take the Bears in this one.
I'm 100% with JP. I'm going with the Bears. 7 comebacks this season, and they've been down in the last 2 minutes in every single one of them. It's a team that I can't count out no matter what, and I think that their offense is actually really underrated.
I will not blame anyone for saying it's the team that can't keep a lead versus the team that can't stop the fourth quarter comeback from, right? At the same point, this game, the Bears defense is not that good. They've just had a lot of turnovers.
It's not that good.
And a lot of the turnovers are fluky, and those can go away very quickly. This game comes down completely to Matt Stafford. If Matt Stafford is turnover-free, I think this might be one of the games that could get out of hand this weekend. Maybe more so than any other game. I think it's the Rams. I think the Rams are going to have a win this weekend, and it wouldn't surprise me if it looks like a runaway and then it gets a little closer at the end because that's what the Rams do.
So the encouraging part about the turnovers, and you're right, they obviously force a lot of turnovers and everything, but in the Packers game, how many turnovers do they force? That's a goose egg, friend. 0. So, like, the Bears showed me in that game they can win while actually getting no turnovers.
Against a team without their best defensive player, and
they scored 25 in the fourth quarter. I mean, like, it was pretty dynamic. But, like, if the argument is they're going to rely on the defense to get a lot of turnovers, in that Packers game, when they got 0 turnovers in that game, that's proof positive they can do it. Because I do think that was a very fair critique before the playoff game got underway.
Now
is
you
that
have to prove you do it twice.
What's that?
Now you got to prove you do it twice.
You got to do it twice. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. One time's not good enough.
If you go 0 interceptions again in this game, you're losing this game by 10 points.
I think that's what a lot of people said before the Packers game.
This is a much better team. Matt Stafford, all of it. And listen, LaFleur's a great head coach. McVay's better.
Oh, without question.
I felt good with all this.
But his name is Ben Johnson. Or you meant with the Packers?
Yes. McVay's better than Matt LaFleur.
McVay's better than Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha.
So 2 notes from these predictions. The only game that you guys all agree on is the Seahawks beating the 49ers.
All right, so no need to watch that one, right? We just cancel that one out?
And then Jonathan and Mac agreed on every single game, have all the home teams winning this weekend. So
wait, so I can gain no ground in this?
Yeah, the best you can do is still be 2 points behind Mac after the divisional round.
No, you can't switch it.
I don't want to switch it. These are my picks.
This is an oath.
I mean, really, the smart play by Mac here is just if you match every one of my picks for the rest of the time, you'll win this whole thing.
Except
because Nick's not coming back and erasing the deficit that he put himself into.
Are you kidding me?
Unless the Bills, Texans, and Rams win.
If I go 4-0.
Oh, no, I know it's statistically possible. It's not going to happen.
I'm going to get 8 points.
That's a little talking smack for you there, Nick.
Oh!
Did it hurt?
You've inflicted.
Did it hurt?
Punishment.
Pew 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 pew.
Jake,
smack talk.
Wonderful stuff.
Oh, Friday smack talk.
You're a jerk. Bang!
Good smack talk.
All right, guys. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Tonight, the Cavaliers will go after their second win in Philly in the mini-series. Darius Garland and Sam Merrill, both who left Wednesday's one.
segment of today's show. Big thanks to our 3 o'clock guest, former Browns running back, WQAM in Miami now. These days, Leroy Hoard. It's so fun, man. That Leroy played at a time. I know we've interviewed him before, but every time I have him on, I think of my dad. I think of, and they were not always the best teams of that era, but kind of the first teams that kind of taught me football. And God love all the other running backs that we've had, including Ernest Biner, including Jamal Lewis and Peyton and Nick Chubb. But Leroy, he's the first dude that I saw run like a bulldozer as like a little kid. That's the dude I want. I couldn't be, I couldn't be Barry Sanders. That was my little brother, Aaron. My little brother, Aaron, was like a turn on a dime, fast as hell. If I was getting the ball, I was running through you. I couldn't run around you even. So that was awesome. Great stuff with Danny Cannell as well, college football analyst. Whatever Jake Volnick says in 15 minutes.
I can't wait.
Full of crap.
I can't wait.
Full of dookie.
I'm just dying to find out if you call in.
Why wouldn't I just stay?
I mean, it's Friday. You want to get home, I would imagine.
Yeah, that really is the overarching factor here.
And then you also don't know if he's going to make you mad or not. You really don't know.
That's true.
Like, you could be driving and be like, you know what? He kind of didn't go too hard in the paint there. It's fine. Everything's okay. But you could also be driving and be like, man, did he light a torch and I need to get involved.
But it's weird. There's also a chance that I'm just going to be listening to not that. No. I didn't mean it like that.
Okay, then. All
what
right.
I meant is
just teammates supporting teammates.
The time of day that first hour after the show,
I get it,
is when I'm least likely to listen.
I get it.
Because I'm just tired after talking for 5 hours.
I get it.
I'm an 8 o'clock Volnick guy. Okay?
Is that what it is? Yeah, I always catch him late in the night.
Actually, it's closer to like 9 because once the kids go to bed and then Vanessa falls asleep.
Yeah, but
then,
imagine if like
look at Nick, he's asleep again.
At like 9, you put him on, and then all of a sudden, like you put on the start of the show, and then he just goes to town.
Just eviscerates.
And you're like, I want to respond to that. I want to get involved there. Then what? You gonna call in at 9? That's not as fun.
Yeah. Hey, you talked about me 2 hours ago. Let me set the record straight.
Yeah, and Jake will be like, that was 7 topics ago.
I'll be like, shut up.
What are we doing? I've moved on.
I want 20 more minutes.
Why are you here now?
All right, let's get to, in case you missed it.
All right, we're starting off with this story from Mike Solver. He says Jalen Hurts has been the source of much internal frustration for the Eagles, including teammates other than A.J. Brown. Apparently, between Sirianni, Howie Roseman, and the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, they have been reluctant to criticize Hurts, and that's been a source of frustration, which is really kind of funny if you lay it out that way. It's like, so wait, A.J. Brown and then some of these other players, they're mad because they won't say bad things to the quarterback? You want them to say other bad things to the quarterback? That's your source of frustration? It's kind of a weird thing that's going on with the Eagles right now.
If everybody in leadership doesn't criticize him to his face, there must be a reason, right?
Well, so I think that's the problem, though, is that A.J. Brown is getting criticized heavily. Some of these other players are getting criticized heavily, and they're like, why does he get to walk on water? What did he do? I also think this might go into the idea that many people believe that he is very, very Russell Wilson-esque in how he operates and how he moves, and that just rubs people the wrong way.
But I always thought Russ was just fake.
I think that's what they think about Jalen too.
All too real. That dude's a psychopath, it seems.
No, I think they think he's very corny, and I think in many ways they don't understand why he does get the passes that he's been getting.
I think it's probably the Super Bowl, the multiple trips to the Super Bowl, the NFC title games, the success he had in college. Seems like he's just really good at sports, and like maybe that kind of factors into it.
Well, a lot of people are big mad.
I would tell them you're a wide receiver. Shut your mouth.
Learn your role.
Like, Mr. Brown, please don't hit me. Real quick, I want to play what Ken Carman said today. So Ken started at some point today in the show, I think it was the 6 or 7 o'clock hour, and said, Grant Udinski's my guy. I'm saying it. Now he said he didn't care about play calling, which is good because Grant didn't do it.
But are you winding this up so that you don't have to call into Jake's show?
I don't know. So I asked Ken on Twitter, and this was a honest request.
Yeah.
Okay, why do you like him? Because I just had not heard anything factual. Here was Ken's response on air.
If none of them are going to be stars, if John Harbaugh wasn't going to give us the time of day, if you wanted to be an offensive guy, I don't give a damn about play calling. I don't give a damn about some of these other things. You know what? Just hire Udinski then. I'm a Udinski guy now. Clearly, he's helped quarterbacks. Clearly, he's helped change the culture. Clearly, he's done all these things because I can't judge him because of play calling, even though I think that play calling is overrated, but we love to do it because it's something we can see every Sunday. He's clearly done all those things because if he clearly hasn't, then he has the greatest agent in the history of agents. Because it's one thing for insiders to say it, it's another thing for other coaches to say it.
All right. One, other coaches don't talk bad about other coaches. When it comes to like the feedback machine, the coaches on your staff, you talk them up. That's a general rule in football, and I know Ken knows that. Two, he helped the quarterbacks. He was the second, third, or fourth guy in the quarterback room. You got Kevin O'Connell, former NFL quarterback, Josh McCown, former NFL quarterback. I can't remember who their OC is. Okay, and then you have Grant Udinski, who was the assistant quarterback's coach. And changed the culture. He's an offensive coordinator, for crying out loud. I think it's as simple as, hey, he could be McVay because he's a young, offensive-minded coach, even though we have nothing on the record to say he actually, we have no statistical proof, we have no job that he's done that's like that's what Grant Udinski does. People like him on TikTok. That's it.
And not even like a bunch of TikTok, just like one 3-minute video.
A single 3-minute.
That's all it takes.
Which you can make anyone look smart in that regard, by the way.
I know, like the Rams, how they did all these lightning bolts for Shieldhouse. It's quite the video. Way too produced.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board, yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Don't forget, if you missed a second of the show, watch us all 5 hours on the YouTube channel. Don't forget to like that video. We like to be liked. Big thanks to Mackenzie Flume, Flume Dog Millionaire in the 2020s. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
It was a good show. But really, 340 on, we painted the town.
There we go.
I don't know what color we painted it, but we painted it. That's all that matters.
And then
See you
use
guys
the town bicycle.
See you guys on Monday.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.